Chastity sat in her cluttered one-bedroom apartment. The air was cold and damp, all the clothes that littered the floor smelled musty. She sat on the foot of her bed watching the fuzzy television. She was addicted to heroin and had no way to get a fix. It was 23 degrees in New York and snow was already 1.5 feet. The news said the city was expecting a blizzard in a few days. Chastity tapped her foot. She had been relying on her body to take care of her drug habit, but being 81 months pregnant and in the middle of a snowstorm didn't help. Although her nickname in the streets was Snow, because she was the only white girl that stayed in the all-black neighborhood, with no family except her friend Erica, who stopped by to help her out since she understood the trouble Chastity was going through. Chastity had a heated argument with Erica the night before and wasn't expecting her to show up anytime soon. Her nerves were shot. She needed a bang of dope before she lost her mind. Chastity picked up a razor she kept close to her bed for different reasons. She waited and waited for someone to knock. Most of the people knew she had AIDS, but she still had a few old guys that came through for sexual favors. The only light in the room was the fuzzy TV. The razor seemed like a way out. Chastity studied the razor like she had never saw it before, then rubbed her stomach. "Sorry, baby," she said. "Things were never supposed to be like this. I don't want you to be born with AIDS and die before you ever get a chance to enjoy life. And it's all my fault." Chastity started crying uncontrollably and put the razor to her wrist. She had scars from other times she attempted to end her own life. This time she was serious, she thought. The razor pierced her skin, causing a bright red dot on her pale white skin. Her arm was similar to a skeleton's with very little skin. The AIDS had gotten the best of the gray-eyed brunette with the body of a goddess. Now she was only that white girl with the AIDS pack. The razor went deeper. The sting seemed to comfort her. Her heart started to beat rapidly and she said a quick prayer for her baby. When she was done, she opened her tear-stung eyes and hesitated only a moment, then slid as deep as she could get the razor. Her blood ran in a stream as she sliced down from her wrist to her inner elbow. "I guess this is it," she said and rubbed her belly. Chastity laid back on the bed with her small frail arm hanging off the side. Sleep started to close her eyelids. Panic wanted to take over her. Just her body with the natural instincts to survive. She wasn't the smartest woman in the world, but she did know once the sleep took her she would never wake again. 2 lives for the price of 1, now that's a bargain, she then closed her eyes and death claim took her. Erica told herself she wasn't going to talk to Chastity no more after their argument last night out. It was snowing bad and she didn't like to be high around her old man. She never shared her secret with no one in her building about her drug habit. There was one place she could go. After weighing her options, she decided to go to Chastity's place so she could enjoy her high. Erica's boyfriend sold heroin, so it wasn't hard for her to get her hand on it without him knowing. She split off Chastity a $50 share and headed down the pissy-smelling hallway of her dark building. When she got to Chastity's door, she knocked. Erica knew once she was on her binge and started she wouldn't go home for the next 3 or 4 days. No one came to the door. Erica knocked again. She knew Chastity knew it was her or somebody with something. "Chastity, it's me. I am sorry about yesterday." "I got you something," Erica said, knowing that would get a response. Just as she was about to leave, she was struck with an eerie feeling that something wasn't right. She'd known Chastity a long time, and all the times they fell out, they always made up. Erica's hand went to the old worn brass doorknob and turned it. She remembered that she kept it unlocked so she didn't have to get up in case she was gnawed. Erica told her it was dangerous, but Chastity had little to fear, and death or getting robbed or raped wasn't one. The door slowly opened. Erica peeked in and saw Chastity on the bed. She called her, then walked in. She saw blood and realized Chastity had another one of her mental breakdowns. She ran to the bed, doing her best not to get any of the infected blood on her. She shook Chastity's foot hard and nothing happened, except for the squeak of the old mattress. A tear fell from Erica's eye. Her friend was gone. She took out her phone and called 911 and told them what she was looking at. Then hung up and went home to her husband. Her urge to get high had instantly left. 10 minutes later, the paramedics had the ambulance screaming outside of the building. With police and nosy residents in the cold bundled up to see what was going on. The paramedics rushed the gurney in and went to Chastity's apartment. The door was open and the coppery smell of blood littered the air. The head medic tried to resuscitate Chastity only once before they began lifting her almost weightless frame on the gurney. "She's gone, but Dr. Davis is going to want to see her," the head medic said. Then inserted a needle in Chastity's arm connected to a fluid bag. They covered the body and rushed her out the door. Another paramedic put a breathing mask on Chastity at the doorway. "What are you putting that on for?" "She dead," one said. "She's still pregnant, the baby could live," the one who attached the mask said. "Whatever, let's just get her to the hospital," the head medic said. They rushed her out the building past all of the eyes into the ambulance. Chastity's body was so small you wouldn't have known a body was under the sheet. The bulging stomach was all that gave her up. The paramedics slammed the door and rushed her to the hospital. Dr. Marion Davis was one of New York's most prominent doctors. He was adeptly skilled and offered his services to the black community and poor free of charge, rather than oppress. When he saw the paramedics rush the gurney and he stepped to the side. "Go to the first room," he instructed and followed. They knew what he meant. They had went to the first, second, and third room too many times for critical condition victims. Marion made it to the room. "She's gone, she doesn't have a pulse," the head medic said. "The baby is still alive," another medic said. "The pulse is light but it's there," he said. Marion pulled on a pair of latex gloves and put his stethoscope in his ear, then listened to Chastity's huge stomach. "Still alive," he said dryly. He had seen these cases before and usually the baby always died. He always tried and failed. "Let's get it out of there," he told his nurse who was now standing beside him. "We're gone, Doc, good luck," the paramedic said and left. "Jessica, could you grab my tools for a C-section?" he asked her. "You're going to do it here?" she asked. "No point in going to the operating room. I need to get this baby out," he said. Jessica left and came back 45 seconds later. Marion did a hack job and got the baby out quick as possible with no regards for the corpse. It only took 5 minutes and he held a crying little mixed girl. His heart went out to the kid. He popped the baby on the bottom and passed her to the nurse to complete the rest. He went to the sink and pulled his gloves off. "I hope she's fine," he said and tossed his gloves in the biohazard waste can. "I believe she's going to be okay. I'm going to get her in an incubator and run the blood test on her," Jessica said. "Okay," Marion said and scrubbed his hands vigorously. Then left Jessica to her nurse duties. He walked to the front desk and another nurse came to him. "You have any luck?" she asked. "Yeah, the baby is alive." The nurse released a sigh of relief. "Yes, the mother's name was Chastity Ford. I saw her in here a lot for all kinds of STDs, but her file said she is positive for AIDS," she said. "Damn, that's just something. Now if the baby lives it'll be HIV positive," Marion said. "Come on, doctor, you know as well as I know that the baby don't have to contract the disease." "I know, but for some reason I don't believe this baby is one," he said. "Never doubt God. A miracle can happen at any second," she said. Marion smiled. "Let me go check on a few more patients. I was just coming up to let you guys know to call the funeral home," he said. "Will do, Doc." "Room 1, she asked. "Yeah," Marion rubbed his hair and headed to the next victim. He was one of the only 2 doctors that came in, due to the snowstorm. He found himself wondering about the small baby as he walked down the antiseptic-smelling hall. He didn't expect to see the little girl living past the night. Chapter 1. The next morning, he had finally got a break and was getting ready to get something to eat, then retire to his office for a long-needed rest. The snow had reached almost 4 feet that night and all the roads were blocked by snow and wrecks. Marion wasn't bothered. He had his office set up like a home away from home. While he made his way to the lounge, he looked in at the half-dozen babies in the incubators. It was 7 a.m. Although tired, he decided to go in and check on the small yellow baby. He went to the incubator where the small little girl laid wide awake with the breathing tube going through her nose. She was staring at him with her little light blue, almost grayish eyes with a calm look on her face that was so serene. He picked up the chart and started reading. The older nurse in charge of the maternity room walked in and saw Marion reading the chart. "This one interests you," she said in a motherly tone. Her hazel eyes glistened and was bouldered against her gray hair and copper skin. "Yeah, I was just _________________. I know," the lady said, cutting him off. "You wanted to see if she had HIV, she said. Marion looked at her. "Yeah, I just see the type of thing that happened last night, and after so many failures you kind of give up," he said. "But you didn't give up on this one?" she asked with a big smile on her face. He looked at the little girl who was still looking at him. "She is special. This little girl does not have HIV and she's breathing fine, just as healthy as she can be," the lady said and frowned. "It's such a shame no one has came to claim her." Marion still had the smile on his face from hearing the little was AIDS-free, and was healthy. "I need to hear a little bit good news from time to time," he rubbed his hair. "God knows last night was a nightmare," he said. "Yeah, but you are one of her angels doing God's will. You work miracles through your hands from God every day. Just look at her," the lady said and paused to look at the baby with Marion. "She is beautiful," wondering what she wants to be in life already, and who are those two people staring at her. The lady laughed at the small baby's facial expression. "She is a pretty little girl," Marion said thoughtfully. "She is also going to need a family," she said, then looked at Marion. "You have any kids?" she asked, caught off guard by the question. "No, I wouldn't know where to find time as busy as my life is," he said. "I think you should take this little girl home," the lady said. "I can't. I would never be home to see her grow up," he said. "Oh, but you did think about it?" she asked. "I deliver close to 50 babies a year, roughly 10% of them have nowhere to go. Now all of a sudden you want me to take this little girl home?" "I don't." "She does," the lady said. "I don't know. I need to catch up on some sleep," he said and hung the clipboard up without looking at the rest of the papers. He thanked the old lady and reached in to touch the little girl. She reached for his fingers and smiled. He walked away and she started crying a high-pitched scream. The old lady waved him off. "She miss you already," she said. "Go ahead and get some rest. She'll be here when you get back." Marion walked out of the room. He felt a sudden emptiness. He knew then if the little girl survived the night shift that night, he would adopt her if no one claimed her. He went to the lounge and got a Coke and a tuna sandwich and wolfed it down. He asked God to let the baby live. He went and took a nap in his office and found it hard to stay asleep. The little girl constantly ran through his mind. He looked at his watch. He had only been asleep 4 hours. Most times he was used to less. Marion knew no one was coming for the little miracle, at least he hoped not. After the 48-hour mark and the baby had all her shots, he adopted her. He didn't have the time to raise a daughter, but he decided to make time for the little girl. He named Miracle Michelle Davis. Chapter 2. Marion Lendon Davis wasn't a big guy. He was brown-skinned and wore black-framed transitional lens glasses that turned to shades when the sun shone or bright lights facilitated. He's always been a very bright person in his schoolwork. When his friends preferred to party, he studied. Growing up in poverty made him want to get away from seeing the same old failures pretend they were happy. He wanted more out of life. He tried playing a basketball, but he was only 5 feet 8 inches. They never gave him the ball and teased him because of his glasses. Women were never something major to him. He saw it as a waste of time to court a woman when he could spend $15 or $20 and have sex, then go about his business with no strings attached, although lots of women found him attractive and liked his easygoing swagger. Marion stood in his kitchen holding Miracle while he warmed her some milk on the stove. Only 3 weeks had passed, but now he knew more about taking care of babies than the next person, if not more. At 38 years old, he had almost $500,000 in his savings and a nice 40K plan he was just starting to invest in. Miracle drooled on his shoulder and had her little fingers in her mouth. Marion felt it. "Ah, come on baby," he said and put her on the kitchen table for a second so he could wipe his shirt. "Whatever be making your mouth water so much?" "Oh, the milk," he said and finished wiping the drool. Miracle kicked her little feet in her pink bodysuit with the little footies built in. Marion smiled and moved the pot off the stove, then filled the bottle on the counter, while keeping a close eye on Miracle. When he was done, he put it in the freezer, then picked Miracle back up and kissed her nose. "Your food will be ready in a few seconds," he said. Miracle cooed, while she reached for his curly hair that was a gift from his Indian mother. Once her bottle was cool enough, he put on her bib and left her drink and spit up all she wanted. He only wanted most to go in her stomach. When she had enough, he wiped her mouth and headed out the door to go grocery shopping. When he opened the door and put her in the car seat in the back, she threw a tantrum. "Look, little girl, I can't pick you up all day," he said, putting the straps on her. She wasn't letting up. He hated to hear her cry, but he knew he couldn't drive with her in his lap. He closed the door and got in the front seat and crunked the engine, then hit the radio. When the music started, Miracle started to quiet down. He listened to jazz and made words about Miracle being spoiled into a song as he drove to the grocery store. His phone rang. It was January and the wind was starting to pick up. He looked at his phone as his heater pumped in his BMW. "What they want?" he asked, seeing the hospital in bold print across the screen. He had been trying to steer clear of the hospital because of the snow falling. "Hello," he said. "Hey doctor, we got a problem. Dr. Watson can't come until late. He lives in Buffalo. They have almost 5 feet of snow," Jessica said. "Shot. The hospital's not any better," he said. "The front is clear and the snow won't fall till later tonight, but we have an emergency," she said. Air escaped his lips. He had took a vacation. Now an emergency though. It was like she read his mind. "I know you on vacation, doctor, but it's 3 young guys on their way here with multiple gunshot wounds and have to go through surgery immediately. What do I do with my daughter?" he asked. He had already started towards the hospital. "I'll have Mary take care of her in the nursery," she said. Marion rubbed his fingers through his hair. "I'm on the way," he said. "Thank you," she said and hung up. "We gotta go to work, baby," he said, looking at Miracle in his rear view. "So don't you act mean when I drop you off. Daddy gonna make sure baby warm, 'kay?" he said. Then smiled. Marion got to the hospital and wrapped Miracle, then rushed in. Luckily she went to sleep so maybe he could clip out unnoticed. He got in the nursery and Mary, a beautiful 21-year-old nurse with shining caramel skin, who adored Miracle, rushed over. "Hey Dr. Davis," she said, reaching for Miracle. He gave her to her. "Sorry, I didn't have time to get a night bag ready," he said, offering a smile. "It's okay, I'll have everything she needs, take your time," she said. Marion offered one more smile. "I really thank you." "I know you're busy," he said, looking at all the toddlers and infants. "It's really an honor, go handle your business." Marion turned and walked out the door. It wasn't yet noon and he had 3 gunshot victims arriving any minute. Marion Speed walked to his office to switch out clothes, then went to the operation room where Jessica was waiting on him. "Hey Dr. Davis," she said and smiled, then looked at her watch. "They should be in any minute." "You know the streets are rough traveling," she said. "I know, you're okay though?" he asked. "I'm fine. Don't be mad at me either. I could have called the fill-in. Dr. Whatcha call it, but I know he wouldn't do everything he could to save these kids. I believe their ages are 13, and 14. They were caught up in a drive-by," Jessica said. "Them gang shootings are really starting to get bad," he said. "This whole place is nowhere is safe no more. You could be at Starbucks in Manhattan and catch a stray," she said. Marion shook his head. "I got to move my lil one away from this before she grow up wrong," he said, and stepped to the door and opened it to peek out. When he did, he saw the medicos coming down the hall. He stepped out. "Bring them all in here," he he hollered, then stepped out the way. The medics pushed all 3 bloody boys in the room. Marion watched them all roll in one by one. Only one of them was conscious, and he seemed like the youngest and looked nowhere close to 13. He looked more like 8. Marion thought. Jessica was already hooking them up to the E.K.G and monitors while the chief medic gave him 3 sheets of paper. Marion folded the paper and put it in his pocket, then went to the sink to wash up. The only things he hollered was medical terminology while he finished and slipped his latex gloves on. He went to work, going from one to the next with the help of 3 nurses. The surgeries took 9 hours and the oldest died. He had the most severe wounds, one to the neck, and was nicked in his heart. The nurse took the 2 alive to intensive care after they stitched up and cared for the wounds. Marion was tired. He wanted to go home. He took off his gloves, disposed them, and washed up. He already knew Jessica was going to handle the young corpse, and he would have to be the one to explain to the family what happened, and he did all he could. Marion went to his office and got in his personal shower and scrubbed himself clean. When he got out and dressed, he headed down to get Miracle to take her home. It was only close to 9 that night. When he got in the elevator, he ran into a woman who had recently started working there as a wellness therapy. "Hey Dr. Marion, I heard about what happened. I'm sorry," she said and put her hand on his shoulder. I can't save them all." "Wish we could," she said and smiled, revealing her perfect white teeth. She brushed her long hair behind her shoulders and her face had the look of a Hawaiian beach person. She smelled like a bouquet of fresh roses and a hint of cinnamon. Her body was athletic and well-toned. Marion looked in her almost honey-colored eyes. "You okay?" she asked, blushing. "You're starting," she said. "Sorry, I guess I'm kind of tired. I was going to get my daughter and go home." "That was beautiful. I find it very admiring, intriguing how you took on parenting. News really travels fast," he said as the elevator opened. "This place is kind of small compared to the one in PA. I used to work," she said, stepping out of the elevator. Marion stepped out with her. Both wellness room and nursery was on the bottom floor. "Mind if I see little Miracle?" she asked, astonished. "Yeah," she laughed. "I almost forgot to tell you, but it's not safe to travel on the roads right now," she said. "Why not? Snow?" he asked. "That too. But it's the sleet, cars out there sliding all over the place," she said. "Maybe I shouldn't be driving with Miracle in this weather, huh?" he asked and stopped at the door of the nursery. She stopped beside him. "I wouldn't see it as safe," she said. "Damn," he said and put his hand up. "Excuse me, but I just thought of something," he said. "What's that?" "If I go in there, she will pitch a fit. And if I got to stay here, I felt more comfortable leaving her in there with Mary," he said. "Look, I'm off the clock and can't leave either. So, if you would like to get a cup of coffee and a bite to eat, we could keep each other company," she said. "No thanks," he said. That was all wrong. He saw the look of embarrassment and rejection on her face. "I understand," she said. "No, you don't," he smiled. "Would you like to have coffee and a bite to eat?" he asked. She smiled. "You played a much," she hit him playfully. "You made me think my breath was stank and I had a bugger in my nose," she said. "You do got 1 in 3, he said and pointed to her small button nose. "You are just too much," she said. "I'll go in and see Miracle and you just wait on me to come out," Jennifer said and put her hand on the door. "1 second before you go," Marion reached in his wallet and took out a $100 bill. "Can you give this to Mary for me? Make sure she take it because she is going to refuse it. Her heart is too big. She does this because she loves her job and it's not about the money." "Okay." Jennifer took the money and headed in the nursery. Marion wanted to see Miracle too. He just didn't want her throwing a tantrum and end up having to let her sleep in his office with him. He knew well how Miracle could pitch a fit for no reason at all. But most of the time she was a sweet little girl. Jennifer crossed his mind. They talked briefly a few times but never went on a date. If that was what this was, he liked her a lot despite their age difference. He was 13 years her older, although she was smart and mature. He needed some female company. Since he had Miracle, he put a stop to the dangerous game he played with hookers. He didn't want to risk bringing home anything passing it to Miracle. Jennifer came out smiling. You were right, she tried her best not to take that money. I got her to though. She said thank you and you don't have to pay her to keep Miracle, but that is one gorgeous little girl, she said. Yes, she is. You ready to go get some grub? He asked. Sure am, Jennifer said, and they headed to the lobby. When they got to the cafeteria, they ordered 2 nacho kits and 2 large coffees. It's cold in here, Jennifer said, rubbing her arms. This a hospital, Marion said, laughing. If you want you could come to my office. I got this big heater and a TV in there. Sounds good to me. Matter of fact, perfect. I understand the place have to keep the germs down, but it's snowing and below 10 degrees and is expected to be 8 feet by morning, Jennifer said. What? Where you hear that? He asked. I was just making conversation, she grinned. I tell you what. I am about to freeze. Tell you what, go to my office, he said and grabbed his key out his pocket. She looked at the key. I can wait, it shouldn't take long anyway. Marion took off his light coat and wrapped it around her before she could protest. He went to the counter to check on the food. Coming right up, the cook said, smiling, and the 2 coffees black? Yeah, but give me sugar and cream on the side. You know how ladies like sweet stuff, Marion said in a low voice. The man winked at him and went to the back. He came back 15 seconds later with the coffee on a tray and 2 nacho kits to go. He sat it on the counter. Put it on my tab, Dr. Marion Davis, he said and picked up his order. Will do, sir, you have a good one, the cook said with a subliminal message in his voice. Marion nodded and went back to Jennifer. She was holding the coat closed and bouncing on her toes. BRR, you ready? She asked. Understatement, she joked and headed for the elevator. When they got in the elevator, she hit the floor where all the doctor offices were, then got her coffee and sipped it. Ugh, yuck, she said with a frown on her face. Marion laughed. I got you cream and sugar, he said. I'm not a wimp. I'm going to take it like a woman, she said and took another sip, then frowned. The elevator opened. Maybe I will take that offer. But at least it's hot, she said as they stepped off the elevator and headed down the hall. Marion passed her the coffee tray and took out his key. It's kind of measly, he said as he inserted the key and opened the door and went in. He turned the light on. This my little home away from home, he said as he sat the food on the table in front of the couch. Jennifer shut the door, locked it, then looked at all the posters and plaques on the wall. Have a seat. I'm just going to pick up a few things laying around. The TV on the table, he pointed. You mean remote? She asked, laughing while she went to the sofa. Yeah, he said, putting some dirty scrubs in his laundry bag. When he was done, he went in the bathroom and washed up, then came out to join Jennifer, who had took a seat on the sofa with the remote and was flipping through the stations. I'm starved, he said and opened his nachos. He sat on the edge of the couch and was about to put one in his mouth. Stop, Jennifer said, stopping him in mid-motion. You got to pray before you eat and then turn that heater on. Marion put the nacho back and she took his hand and bowed her head and said grace. Amen, Marion said at the end. He noticed she held his hand a second too long. When she let go, he got up and went to the heater and turned it on. Then went back to join her for the second time. Okay, let's eat, he said and dug in. Since we off duty, you can call me Jennifer, can I call Marion? She asked. Yes, Marion said, eating. He realized she had been doing a bit of snooping on him. She knew him and Miracle. He kept it to himself. Marion looked at her while she ate in a girlish way. She looked at him. What? She asked and laughed. Nothing, I just noticed how beautiful you are in your eyes with those golden specks, he said. She blushed. You need to stop. I got some regular eyes and you know it. No, you don't. I promise they are exotic. Marion took a bite of his nachos. What's your heritage? She asked. Is it that obvious? Yeah, if I took a guess I would say Creole or some islander, she said. Just Cherokee Indian on my mother's side and black on my dad's. What about you? He asked. Cambodian on my mother's side and black and white mix on my dad's side. His mom was Irish. So I guess my grandma is in my eyes, she said. Miracle has blue eyes. Her mother's was gray, Marion added. Maybe hers will turn when she gets older, just don't rush her to grow up. I know, I'm thinking of moving to Atlanta in the spring or something. The decision is not final, but I definitely don't want my baby to grow up in the city that never sleeps. Jennifer laughed. Yeah, you learn too quick. Now you got kids 3 and 4 years old capable of having a full-fledged conversation. I know. I miss my little girl already, he said. I wonder what our kids, oh. Sorry, she said, stooping mid-sentence with her small hand over her mouth. You okay? We would have some pretty kids. Too bad I can't have kids. Sorry about that. Don't be. I got all the baby I need. You got any? No, I wanted a boy and a girl, but not until I get to where I need to be career-wise. I'm trying to get to my peak first, she said. Don't wait too long. I'm pretty sure you'll want to have some youth so you can run and jump around with them. One thing I knew about kids is money can buy them happiness. Too bad that don't work with a lot of grown-ups. I believe I would rather be happy than rich, she said. You unhappy? Not really unhappy, that's such a strong word. I would say I'm, how can I say it? I guess just lonely, that's the best word for it. Why don't you see someone? What's the matter? You looking for a specific guy? Not really, I just don't have time for one. Some men don't require a lot of time, but I'm the one who requires time, and I'll be so jealous every time I go to work thinking he's cheating. That's where the trust comes in. That's also the problem. Men don't get trusted, Marion laughed. Oh, I see. You on your Beyoncé thing. Not really. I'm not a feminist, but I don't give out my trust easy. I love to look at things from a rational point of view. That's not rational, not trusting all men. I do trust men, but I trust them with business and labor things. I just don't with emotions. In a relationship with a man these days leaves you 300 pounds alone eating ice cream and watching TV for the rest of your life. Sounds serious. I don't understand really. You telling me you trust a man fixing something broke or handling money but not your heart? Yes, you understand, she said. Why are you single? How you know I'm single? He asked. For one, you don't have a ring on, she pointed, and 2, I'm sitting on your couch having dinner, she said. Then leaned in for a kiss. Their lips touched. The kiss was only brief. Jennifer sat back. Woo, she said, fanning herself. Is it hot or is it just me? She asked. Marion smiled. It's just you, my turn. He got close and kissed her. Next they found themselves naked, covered in sweat, with their bodies intertwined in a lover's rhythm. Chapter 3. 5 years later, Marion woke up and yawned. The sun had risen and was shining bright rays in his face. He looked at his digital clock that sat on his bedside dresser. It was just at 8 in the morning. He got up and brushed his teeth, then went through the hassle of getting Miracle ready for pre-K. He was in Atlanta, Georgia, and had been for the last 4.5 years. Miracle was already 5 and getting big. She could talk and liked to sing and dance. She loved school so far, the problem was getting her up. He was still single. Him and Jennifer talked to each other, but both had already knew it wouldn't work. Jennifer didn't want to leave and he didn't want to stay. Miracle had been in school for about a month when he went in her room to get her. She was sprawled on her queen-size bed. He laughed at her. All the covers was on the floor. Get your little butt up, he said, and tickled her a little. She squirmed and laughed. Top daddy, I teepee, she said in between laughs. You gotta go to school. Once you get up you won't be teepee no more, he teased. Yeah hun, she said. It's yes I will, now get your butt up. He lifted her and took her to the bathroom. He had just got her potty trained. He took that as a blessing. She didn't like itching either. When she realized why she itched, she gradually stopped. He gave her Minnie Mouse toothbrush and a little bubblegum toothpaste and coached her through it. Miracle sleepily brushed her teeth while Marion tried to manage all of the curly hair on her head that was splayed in all directions. He knew she hated the sight of a comb and cried before he ever touched her hair with it. So he just wet and added a little oil, then brushed it back in a ponytail. That was the best he could do. Once he had her dressed and ready, he took her in the kitchen and made her a Pop-Tart. Miracle took her breakfast and started eating it immediately. She had her Elmo book bag on and her new Nikes. You couldn't tell her nothing. Your little self need to be eating oatmeal. New Pop-Tart, she whined and took another bite. What Daddy tell you about winning? I must stop, she said, smiling, showing her baby teeth. Then she bit the Pop-Tart again. Oops, she said when a piece fell on the floor. I got it, baby, just eat, we kind of late. He bent down and picked up the food and disposed of it. When she was done, he picked her up and walked her to the car and let her ride in the front without a car seat, since she had got taller and her eyes had turned smoke gray just like her mother's. Marion hit the radio and listened to V103. They were listening to Steve Harvey talk about relationships. Marion liked how Miracle listened like she knew what he was talking about. That cracked him up. He had a job at Atlanta Medical, but his hours was terrible. He went to work at 2 in the afternoon and didn't pick Miracle up until around 11 that night from the babysitter. The only time he got to see his little girl was picking up and dropping off. He told himself he would get either a better job or better hours. At 43 years old, he was still single and found times when he would trick off with prostitutes. He told himself he had need, and felt he was okay as long as he didn't bring anything home to Miracle. Although he did want to find her a mother figure in case anything happened to him. He knew his life insurance would be able to take care of Miracle, but in the wrong hand it wouldn't do her no good. That was what he feared most. He looked at her moving her little feet in the passenger seat, bobbing her head. She looked at him. Daddy, I can weed, she said with that adorable smile. You can weed, huh? He teased Ted. Yes, Miss clearly told me so, she said. Is that right? I tell you what. I'll have Valerie give you a present from me after school when she get you. You get me, Daddy, she whined. No winning, baby, I got to work or we will have to live outside. Aunt UNN. We can live with Miss Clearly, she said. Marion laughed, causing her to laugh too. I'm sure Miss Clearly don't have room for us. Yes, hon, Miracle said. Marion liked Miss Clearly. She definitely was a looker. She couldn't have been older than 25, and favored Gabriel Union. Only difference was her body was like Megan Good's and she was just a bit lighter. More on the pecan tan complexion with long hair and pretty chinky eyes. Marion pulled in the parking lot of the school and parked. Then got out and opened his door. You ready to go to school? He asked her. Miracle was fumbling with her seatbelt when Marion got out too and went around to help her out. He opened her door and pressed the release button, then picked her up out of the seat. She clamped her hands around his neck and he leaned and grabbed her book bag off the floor and closed the door with his forearm. And headed in, Miracle had her head in his neck, just holding him. She knew he was about to leave her. So she always chose to just be quiet and hang on. Marion figured she had something going on in her head. Sometimes he saw a lot behind those little gray eyes. When he got to the door, he put her down and got on one knee and looked in them. Now baby girl, I love you, be good and learn in school today, okay? He asked. Okay, Daddy, I love you too, she said. He kissed her warm soft cheek and stood up, then opened the door. All the kids looked at the door and said, Good morning, Miracle and Miracle Daddy, in unison. Marion smiled as one of the teachers walked over and grabbed Miracle by the hand. Hey Miracle, she said. Hey Miss Betty and hey everybody, Miracle said and looked at Marion shyly. Marion smiled and leaned down and kissed her forehead. Daddy will see you tonight, okay? He said. Go put your book bag up while I walk Daddy out, Miss Betty said. Kicking me out so soon? Marion joked. as he watched Miracle walk to her little storage area. Marion headed out. He noticed Miss clearly wasn't there. He wanted to ask about her, but he didn't want to seem thirsty. "So will Valerie be picking her up again today?" Miss Betty asked. "Yes, she will." "Thank you," he said and walked off feeling like he was leaving half of himself behind. Him and his emptiness got in his BMW and drove around aimlessly, still learning the city. He saw IHOP and pulled in. He figured it was time to eat some breakfast, maybe it would cure his emptiness. He never knew you could be attached to your kids like he was. If Miracle cut her hand, he would bleed for her. Now he understood how women could lift a car if it fell on their kids. He would lift a tank off his daughter if he had to. He got out and leaned in to get his phone, put it on his hip, then shut the door and headed inside the IHOP. A busy blonde walked up to him with a black skirt, white blouse and apron on. He read her name tag. "Faith? That's a beautiful name," he said. She smiled. "Thank you, handsome." She had a deep southern drawl. "Right this way," she said and sashayed off. Marion watched her ample ass and followed her. He didn't really prefer white girls, but it was hard to resist Faith. He got to the table in the far right corner of the restaurant. "What do you want to drink, cutie pie?" she said, flirting. Marion didn't know if it was her working for a tip or was she looking for something. Either way, his testosterone was sky high. "Would it be too much if I ordered you a drink?" he asked. She blushed, then smiled. "A handsome thing like you. I wouldn't doubt you can have anything you want," she said. "Is that right?" "Look, Faith, what time do you get off work?" he asked, going straight for the kill. He was beyond thirsty. "All depends on what you got planned," she said. "Not a whole lot, maybe you need a ride home," he said. Faith smiled. "I tell you what, handsome, you order your food and tell me how you like my service and we will talk on your way out." She leaned in. "They're strict on customer-waitress relationships," she whispered. "Okay, just give me a large apple juice and a coffee, no sugar, no cream, and a stack of pancakes and bacon, then you sit on top of my pancake," he said. "That's all you want me to sit on?" she teased. "Yeah, me and you need to talk," he said as she sashayed off. She brought back his order 10 minutes later. The whole time all he thought about was sex, but that was because she was such a easy lay. It was hard to say no or let the idea of screwing her down. "Here you are, honey. I'll keep your cup full," she said and walked off again. Marion decided to eat and try to get her out of his thoughts. He figured she was teasing for a tip. When he was done, he put a $50 bill under his plate and sat back to let his food digest. Faith walked to his table and gathered all the dished. He put his hand on hers. She looked in his eyes. "Look, I gotta be at work at 2 a.m. Is it any kind of way I could take you on a date sometime?" he asked. "I tell you what. I like you a lot," she said, still putting dishes on her tray. She saw the $50 and slipped it in her apron pocket. "Thank you for that, but like I was saying, I like you a lot. I don't usually talk to men. I've been in a I didn't catch your name?" "Marion Davis," he said. "Okay, Marion, I'll see you at 12. Marion smiled and left with a pep in his step. He could tell he was about to get something, even if it was a hand or a blow job. Something kept telling him to just let it go and go on to work. He knew he didn't have any business trimming. But as he rode around, 11:45 was on his dash clock. He wasn't far from IHOP, so he decided to go. He figured even if he had a stimulating conversation, he would be satisfied. He got to the parking lot with 5 minutes to spare. He saw Faith come out holding her bag. She opened the passenger door and got in. "I take it you don't smoke," she said. "Nope. I never been into it, so where we going?" he asked. "Make a left and go to 7 Village Apartments," she said. Then got quiet and looked out the window like she was nervous. Marion pulled in front of the apartments and she told him where to park. "You can come in a second," she said and got out. Marion watched her get out. She smelled so good to him. He turned his engine off, got out, then headed in the open door of the apartment. He realized he left the door to his car open and ran back to close it, then went back in. Faith was taking off her apron. "Close the door, you letting in bugs and stuff," she said. "Come help me take this apron off, I can't ever untie the back. Then unzip the skirt in the back so I can put on something a little more comfortable," she said. Marion went to do it and his knuckle rested on her soft ass. She turned around and looked in his eyes. "I haven't had sex in over a decade. Please take me, now," she said and started kissing him. They tore at each other's clothes like wild animals. They ended in the bedroom on a big unmade bed. Marion entered her ____ a condom never crossed his mind. The sex was excellent. He fell asleep and woke up and started getting dressed while she slept naked. Never waking, he looked on the dresser and saw needles and paraphernalia. From then, even though he liked her, he definitely wasn't bringing a user around. As far as he was concerned, she had served her purpose. Marion headed out. He was 2 hours late for work. He decided to not even go to work that day. He called in sick. He figured he would pick Miracle up after school and give her a treat and some time. He went home and got in the shower, then set his clock to wake him in a few minutes to get Miracle from school at 6. He figured more like 5. He had time for a quick nap. He knew Miracle was about to run him to death. He smiled and stretched out on the couch and went back to sleep. Chapter 4. 10 years later, Marion lay in his bed with AIDS. The room of his new apartment was packed with cases of Ensure and all types of machines. He had trouble breathing and had to wear an oxygen mask most of the time. He sold his house and BMW because his medical bills was so high. He ended up living in a rough apartment complex. He did the math, his pills costed $95 a day and rent plus the bills and taking care of Miracle. He knew it was only a matter of time until he was broke when he found out. He spent so much money trying to stay alive, but now all he wanted and prayed for was to see his little girl go to college. He doubted he had 3 more years in him. Marion wished he could have killed Faith himself for taking his life. He knew she gave it to him because she was the only one he had sex with. The first time he went unprotected, he catches AIDS. He found out he had HIV 5 years after he contracted it. He cut himself accidentally and the cut seemed it didn't want to heal. He went to the hospital and did a blood sample on himself after he began to have the flu-like symptoms. AIDS was something he never would have guessed. He did multiple tests, all came back positive. When he found out, his health started to deplete rapidly. He realized why people who had it lived for so long without knowing. The stress of knowing their days were numbered sped the process time 10. Miracle walked in his room. He hated her having to look at his thin body. Sometimes he wanted to kill himself, but now he was too weak. "Hey Daddy," she said, leaning over the bed and hugging him. "Hey _____." Marion started coughing violently. "Baby girl," he managed to get out. Miracle pretended he never was sick. She sat in the chair beside him with her arm on the side of his. Marion forced a smile even though he really wanted to cry. "Daddy, today I had a good time, I just get tired of them haters, you feel me?" she said. Marion smiled to let her know he understood. "It seemed like all of them mad 'cause I got the job at McDonald's for the summer. The only one who not hating is Shanti," she said. Then started talking about all kinds of stuff. Marion was fighting the drugs to stay awoke. He enjoyed the stories she told him every day when she came home. It never failed, she always enjoyed sharing her day with him, even if he didn't say a word. His stay-in nurse came in the room after a light knock. Miracle stopped talking and looked at the nurse. He knew Miracle wasn't too fond of the nurse he picked, but the reason he picked her was because he knew she wouldn't steal from him and would make sure Miracle was okay. "Hey Marion and Miracle," she said. "I believe it's time for your medicine. Miracle, do you think you could let your father get a little rest?" she asked. "I'm almost done, we're talking, them pills can wait." "Daddy, tell her to leave me alone," Miracle whined. Sometimes he wondered if she understood he was dying, but instead he forced a breath and said later, to his nurse. It came out like a cough and then he coughed violently again. The nurse went over to him and picked up a cup off the side of the bedside dresser and gave him a sip by putting the straw in his mouth. Marion coughed up water and couldn't stop coughing. It seemed the more he tried the more he coughed. "Please, Miracle, please let him rest, he need to save his energy," the nurse said as she sat on the side of Marion's bed holding a rag to his sweating forehead. Miracle shot her a nasty look and got up. "I love you, Daddy. I'll be back later on," she said and walked out the room. Marion noticed every day how his little girl had grown up. He knew he would sleep the rest of the day and night away after he took the $95 pill. He hoped Miracle listened to him about what he taught her about STDs and having unprotected sex. He truly hoped she wasn't having sex. But he knew the generation, it was only a matter of time. All he wanted was to make sure she didn't have to live the life he was. Sleeping, coughing, more sleeping, throwing up and not being able to clean himself or use the bathroom on his own, resulting in using it on himself. Then sleeping again until his nurse cleaned him. After that, do it all over again. When he got himself together, she got the pill down and gave him a shot and he was out cold. Miracle sat in the living room watching TV and eating a pack of Skittles when the nurse walked out of her dad's room. She couldn't wait to give the nurse a good tongue lashing. She just didn't want her dad to hear the way she talked. She looked at the nurse. "Bitch, why you always fucking with me when I'm talking to my daddy? He already sick. Can I talk to him?" Miracle asked. "Miracle, you shouldn't talk like that to your elders or anybody _________. Miracle cut her off. "Bitch, just answer the question," she said, standing up, putting her hand on her hip. "He wasn't doing all that cuffing and shit till you brought yo ragedy ass in there," she said. "Calm down, honey. He needs his rest in order for his medicine to work," the nurse said. "I ain't stupid. He got AIDS, it ain't no cure for that. The only reason you around is to get his money," Miracle said, heading to the door. "That's not true at all and you know it. You just trying to be a rotten little girl. I'm not against you or your father. I'm here to take care of him and the house, and that includes you." "Whatever," Miracle said, rolling her neck. "Matter fact, didn't I fire you? Why the fuck you still here?" Miracle asked. "Honey, it's not your call to fire me. Your dad hired me. If he wants me gone, I'll leave, but till then, no matter how mean you are to me, I'll still care for you and him," the nurse said. Miracle rolled her gray eyes and went outside, slamming the door behind her. The projects were live. It was junkies walking around and people shooting dice in the hallway and the neighborhood freaks walking around in shorts and skirts that fit like skin with no bras so the guys could see their hard nipples. Miracle loved the projects. Her body had filled out nice. She had a full B cup and was a 38 in the hips but in a 26 in the waist. She had on a pair of form-fitting stone-washed jeans and a white Dior Homme shirt that fit tight and showed her athletic stomach. Her hair was in designs. She had braids in the front and long beach waves in the back. Guys whistled at her, most were in their 20s and up. They all knew she was only 15, but they didn't care. Miracle's skin was flawless and she was so bright-skinned she could pass for white. She enjoyed teasing the guys, but she made sure she didn't get weak enough to get tricked into sex. And get looked at like the sluts she saw all the time. The ones who all the guys had stories about. Miracle stood in front of her door ignoring all the catcalls and stuff the guys were saying. She poured a few Skittles in her mouth and shot a bird at the guys without looking at them. She decided to go chill with Shawnee for a while going upstairs she heard somebody say, "Damn, that ass getting fat." She already knew the voice. "You won't get none nugga," Miracle hollered. The dice game broke out in laughter. When she got to Shawnee's door she knocked. "1 second, Shawnee said from behind the door. "It's me," Miracle said. "Open up for I kick this shit in," Miracle joked, then heard the door open. "Then I'ma kick yo yellow ass in," Shawnee said, smiling as Miracle slid past. "You ain't gon' kick shit," Miracle said as she flopped on the couch. Shawnee locked the door. Shawnee had on a pair of red boy shorts and a tank top with no shoes on and had hair rollers in her hair. "What the hell you got going on?" she asked. "Nothing, you know I'm 'bout ready to kick that bitch ass," Miracle said. Shanti laughed. She already knew who Miracle was talking about. She went to the table and picked up her pack of Newports. "Leave that lady alone, she's just doing her job," Shanti said, taking a Newport out and putting it in her mouth. "Her job, hell, I can take care of my daddy by myself." Shanti sat down on the other end of the couch, grabbed her lighter and lit her cigarette. She puffed and blew a cloud of smoke. "You really being selfish," she said. Miracle fanned the smoke. "How?" she asked. "You know damn well yo red ass ain't bout to stay in yo house all day and all night," Shanti said. "I would do that for daddy. But you not. That's the point I'm trying to get to you." Miracle thought for a second. "You always taking up for that huffa." Shanti laughed. "Go in my room and get that blunt off my dresser. You need to rest yo nerves. It's already rolled. I was bout to blow that bitch solo." Miracle got up. "I need some weed too," she said as she headed in the room. She came back with the blunt hanging from her lips, then sat down, grabbed Shanti's lighter and lit it. Shanti smoked her Newport in silence. Miracle passed it to her. "Go ahead, smoke," Shanti said, waving her hand. "I'm a hit after my cigarette gone." Miracle shrugged and kept smoking. Shanti smashed the cigarette on the corner of the table and left it there. "You ghetto as hell," Miracle said, passing her the blunt. Shanti took the blunt. "It's mine's. And I know you ain't calling nobody ghetto," Shanti said, and hit the blunt. She held the smoke, then blew it out. "Bitch, this my motherfucking table," she said, and hit the weed again. Miracle laughed. She liked Shanti. They were like hot and cold. Shanti had a caramel complexion and a curvy body. They both were D8-inch and Shanti was just a bit lighter than her. Shanti always knew what was going on and where all the parties were. She also was older than Miracle by 5 years and always had money and lived in her own place with no kids. She looked up to Shanti because Shanti never ever tried to do no bullshit behind her back. And she never messed with none of the girls or guys in the neighborhood. Most of the guys didn't even know she lived there. "Pass the motherfucking blunt FO, I knock yo ass out," Miracle said. "Knock these nuts out," Shanti joked and passed the blunt. "Bitch, I believe you think you can get on my ass. One day I'ma go ahead and give it to you," Miracle said. "Himph," Shanti said, laughing. Miracle put the blunt on the table and next her and Shanti were on the floor wrestling. "Girl, get yo ass off me, you act just like a lil boy," Shanti said with her legs wrapped around Miracle on her back. "If you D&T get yo heavy ass of me, it's gon' be a 187 in this bitch," Shanti said, laughing. "You ain't gon' do shit," Miracle said. Then Shanti got on top. Shanti said. "Better hope you ain't mess my hair up," she said. "Were you 'bout to go anyway?" Miracle asked while Shanti straddled her, holding her wrist over her head. "You gon' sit yo ass down?" Shanti asked. "Yeah." Shanti let Miracle up. "You just got lucky then, I had you," Miracle said, running her fingers through her hair. Shanti sat back down, grabbed the blunt and relit it. "You ain't going. So what you need to know for?" Shanti asked with smoke coming from her nose and mouth. "Why not?" Miracle asked. "Anything could go wrong on the bad side. And if it didn't, you might get addicted. You too young to live the life I live. You can be anything you want to be," Shanti said. "You 'bout to do some drugs?" she asked. "Nah, but to some people it's like a drug," Shanti passed her the blunt. "That's a fucked up worked. People get hurt and die all the time. And the bad thing is it's for someone else's pleasure a lot of time." "What you mean?" Miracle asked. Shanti looked at the blunt and told Miracle to smoke. Then picked up another Newport and lit it. She blew the smoke. "Let's say you go to work and you get paid at the end of the week, you listening?" Shanti asked. Miracle shook her head. "You get your paycheck and cash it. Let's say if you know a place where you could gamble and either lose everything or win some. And someone came out of nowhere and killed everybody in the house for the money. So now you got about 10 people dead just so a few people can buy clothes and pay rent with the blood money? Shandi said and hit the cigarette. That's fucked up, but it's just how the cards fall, Miracle said. But do you think it's right? Yeah, and no shit, if I needed that money then I'll kill 100 motherfuckers. I don't really be giving a fuck about shit, Miracle said and shrugged. Yo's just hi, Shandi said and laughed. Just take care of yo daddy and go to college. I wanna see Yos on TV or in some good paying job. You feel me? I wouldn't tell you this shit if I ain't fuck with you. But we can still hit the club this weekend, Shandi said. She was only 21 with the wisdom and street smarts of a 50-year-old. And the swagger of a diva. Shandi grew up rough and had to do what she had to do. She didn't approve of her life and the things she did, but all she saw was dollar signs. She had a future she was saving for. And a bad habit was hard to break. She had been swindling, cheating, stealing, robbing, and even killing since she was 12. She was a soldier, in the body of an exotic dancer. She could be real convincing and conniving when times called for it. That's what made her so dangerous. She had the gift to make you only see good until the snake came out and bit. Miracle never met that side of Shandi. The Shandi she knew was down to earth and fun to be around. Miracle loved everything about Shandi, that was her sister in all aspects. She just couldn't let Shandi shoot her down so easy. Whatever Shandi was doing she wanted to do it too. Please Shandi, can I come with you? Miracle pleaded. Shandi looked at her, still smoking her Newport. You really want to go? When I keep telling you it's some bullshit I'm doing? Shandi asked. Yes. Yes, I want to do it too. I don't care what it is, Miracle said, smashing the rest of the blunt on the corner of the table. Shandi watched. I tell you what. I'ma take you one time. Shandi pointed her index finger at Miracle. This ain't me making you my partner, I'm about to just let you see how fucked up shit is so you realize school way better. Miracle smiled. I like school, but I fucks with you, she said. I fuck with you too. I really don't want to lead you into crime, lil mama. But tonight I'ma take you with me one time. I'ma tell you the do's and don'ts, when to pay stuff attention and when not to. And last but not least, to never, ever talk about what we did to not one soul. I don't even want us to talk to each other about it. When it's done, Shandi said and smade her cigarette on the corner of the table and left it with the other butts. 10 years later, Marion lay in his bed with AIDS. The room of his new apartment was packed with cases of Ensure and all types of machines. He had trouble breathing and had to wear an oxygen mask most of the time. He sold his house and BMW because his medical bills was so high. He ended up living in a rough apartment complex. He did the math, his pills costed $95 a day and rent plus the bills and taking care of Miracle. He knew it was only a matter of time until he was broke when he found out. He spent so much money trying to stay alive, but now all he wanted and prayed for was to see his little girl go to college. He doubted he had 3 more years in him. Marion wished he could have killed Faith herself for taking his life. He knew she gave it to him because she was the only one he had sex with. The first time he went unprotected he catches AIDS though. He found out he had HIV 5 years after he contracted it. He cut himself accidentally and the cut seemed it didn't want to heal. He went to the hospital and did a blood sample on himself after he began to have the flu-like symptoms. AIDS was something he never would have guessed. He did multiple tests, all came back positive. When he found out, his health started to deplete rapidly. He realized why people who had it lived for so long without knowing. The stress of knowing their days were numbered sped the process time 10. Miracle walked in his room. He hated her having to look at his thin body. Sometimes he wanted to kill himself, but now he was too weak. Hey daddy, she said, leaning over the bed and hugging him. Hey Marion started coughing violently. Baby girl, he managed to get out. Miracle pretended he never was sick. She sat in the chair beside him with her arm on the side of his. Marion forced a smile even though he really wanted to cry. Daddy, today I had a good time, I just get tired of them haters, you feel me, she said. Marion smiled to let her know he understood. It seemed like all of them mad 'cause I got the job at McDonald's for the summer. The only one who not hating is Shanti, she said. Then started talking about all kinds of stuff. Marion was fighting the drugs to stay awoke. He enjoyed the stories she told him every day when she came home. It never failed, she always enjoyed sharing her day with him, even if he didn't say a word. His stay-in nurse came in the room after a light knock. Miracle stopped talking and looked at the nurse. He knew Miracle wasn't too fond of the nurse he picked, but the reason he picked her was because he knew she wouldn't steal from him and would make sure Miracle was okay. "Hey Marion and Miracle," she said. "I believe it's time for your medicine. Miracle, do you think you could let your father get a little rest?" she asked. "I'm almost done, we're talking, them pills can wait." "Daddy, tell her to leave me alone," Miracle whined. Sometimes he wondered if she understood he was dying, but instead he forced a breath and said later, to his nurse. It came out like a cough and then he coughed violently again. The nurse went over to him and picked up a cup off the side of the bedside dresser and gave him a sip by putting the straw in his mouth. Marion coughed up water and couldn't stop coughing. It seemed the more he tried the more he coughed. "Please Miracle, please let him rest, he need to save his energy," the nurse said as she sat on the side of Marion's bed holding a rag to his sweating forehead. Miracle shot her a nasty look and got up. "I love you, Daddy. I'll be back later on," she said and walked out the room. Marion noticed every day how his little girl had grown up. He knew he would sleep the rest of the day and night away after he took the $95 pill. He hoped Miracle listened to him about what he taught her about STDs and having unprotected sex. He truly hoped she wasn't having sex. But he knew the generation, it was only a matter of time. All he wanted was to make sure she didn't have to live the life he was. Sleeping, coughing, more sleeping, throwing up and not being able to clean himself or use the bathroom on his own, resulting in using it on himself. Then sleeping again until his nurse cleaned him. After that, do it all over again. When he got himself together, she got the pill down and gave him a shot and he was out cold. Miracle sat in the living room watching TV and eating a pack of Skittles when the nurse walked out of her dad's room. She couldn't wait to give the nurse a good tongue lashing. She just didn't want her dad to hear the way she talked. She looked at the nurse. "Bitch, why you always fucking with me when I'm talking to my daddy? He already sick. Can I talk to him?" Miracle asked. "Miracle, you shouldn't talk like that to your elders or anybody _______. Miracle cut her off. "Bitch, just answer the question," she said, standing up, putting her hand on her hip. "He wasn't doing all that cuffing and shit till you brought your ragedy ass in there," she said. "Calm down, honey. He needs his rest in order for his medicine to work," the nurse said. "I ain't stupid. He got AIDS, it ain't no cure for that. The only reason you around is to get his money," Miracle said, heading to the door. "That's not true at all and you know it. You just trying to be a rotten little girl. I'm not against you or your father. I'm here to take care of him and the house, and that includes you." "Whatever," Miracle said, rolling her neck. "Matter fact, didn't I fire you? Why the fuck you still here?" Miracle asked. "Honey, it's not your call to fire me, your dad hired me. If he wants me gone, I'll leave, but till then, no matter how mean you are to me, I'll still care for you and him," the nurse said. Miracle rolled her gray eyes and went outside, slamming the door behind her. The projects were live. It was junkies walking around and people shooting dice in the hallway and the neighborhood freaks walking around in shorts and skirts that fit like skin with no bras so the guys could see their hard nipples. Miracle loved the projects. Her body had filled out nice. She had a full B cup and was a 38 in the hips but in a 26 in the waist. She had on a pair of form-fitting stone-washed jeans and a white Dior Homme shirt that fit tight and showed her athletic stomach. Her hair was in designs. She had braids in the front and long beach waves in the back. Guys whistled at her, most were in their 20s and up. They all knew she was only 15, but they didn't care. Miracle's skin was flawless and she was so bright-skinned she could pass for white. She enjoyed teasing the guys, but she made sure she didn't get weak enough to get tricked into sex. And get looked at like the sluts she saw all the time. The ones who all the guys had stories about. Miracle stood in front of her door ignoring all the catcalls and stuff the guys were saying. She poured a few Skittles in her mouth and shot a bird at the guys without looking at them. She decided to go chill with Shanti for a while going upstairs she heard somebody say, "Damn that ass getting fat." She already knew the voice. "You won't get none nugga," Miracle hollered. The dice game broke out in laughter. When she got to Shanti's door she knocked. "1 second, Shanti said from behind the door. "It's me," Miracle said. "Open up for I kick this shit in," Miracle joked, then heard the door open. "Then I'ma kick yo yellow ass in," Shanti said smiling as Miracle slid past. "You ain't gon' kick shit," Miracle said as she flopped on the couch. Shanti locked the door. Shanti had on a pair of red boy shorts and a tank top with no shoes on and had hair rollers in her hair. "What the hell you got going on?" she asked. "Nothing, you know I'm about ready to kick that bitch ass," Miracle said. Shanti laughed. She already knew who Miracle was talking about. She went to the table and picked up her pack of Newports. "Leave that lady alone, she just doing her job," Shanti said, taking a Newport out and putting it in her mouth. "Her job, hell, I can take care of my daddy by myself." Shanti sat down on the other end of the couch, grabbed her lighter and lit her cigarette. She puffed and blew a cloud of smoke. "You really being selfish," she said. Miracle fanned the smoke. "How?" she asked. "You know damn well yo red ass ain't bout to stay in yo house all day and all night," Shanti said. "I would do that for daddy. But you not. That's the point I'm trying to get to you." Miracle thought for a second. "You always taking up for that haffa." Shanti laughed. "Go in my room and get that blunt off my dresser. You need to rest yo nerves. It's already rolled. I was bout to blow that bitch solo." Miracle got up. "I need some weed too," she said as she headed in the room. She came back with the blunt hanging from her lips, then sat down, grabbed Shanti's lighter and lit it. Shanti smoked her Newport in silence. Miracle passed it to her. "Go ahead, smoke," Shanti said, waving her hand. "I'm a hit after my cigarette gone," Miracle shrugged and kept smoking. Shanti smashed the cigarette on the corner of the table and left it there. "You ghetto as hell," Miracle said, passing her the blunt. Shanti took the blunt. "It's mines. And I know you ain't calling nobody ghetto," Shanti said and hit the blunt. She held the smoke, then blew it out. Bitch. Chapter 5. It was 8 o'clock that night. Shanti was ready to go. She had to be there at 10 to get a seat at the poker table. So she figured it was time to get Miracle ready if she was still going. She walked in the living room and clapped her hands loudly. Miracle jumped up and rubbed her eyes. "You ready to go?" Miracle asked. "Hell no, you ain't going nowhere with me looking like that," Shanti said. Miracle rubbed her hair. "What?" she said. "Get up and come in the kitchen. I gotta fix your hair, yo shit all over the place," Shanti said and went to the back to get her supplies. When she made it in the kitchen, Miracle was sitting in the middle of the floor in a kitchen chair. Shanti did her hair anyways, so she already knew what to do. "First we gotta get rid of them braids and then find you something to wear," Shanti said and put all her supplies on the table. "What's wrong with my braids?" "Just the back messed up," Miracle said. "They make you look your age. I'm about to straighten your shit." "Like a white girl hair?" Miracle asked. "You got white girl hair anyway." "What white girl you know with curly hair like mine's?" Miracle asked while Shanti worked on taking the braids out. "Ouch," Miracle said. "Shut up, I ain't got long. We gotta get you dressed and all in an hour 30 tops," Shanti said. "Tell me what we doing tonight," Miracle pressed. "Damn. Bitch, you trying to pull my shit out," Miracle complained. "Just sit still and listen. I'ma tell you this one time and I won't repeat myself," Shanti said. "I'm listening, all ears." "No joking, Miracle," Shanti said sternly. "I ain't joking," Miracle said through gritted teeth. "That shit don't hurt like that." "Yes it do. I'm tender-headed." "Well, tenderhead, listen to what I'm about to tell you about tonight. We're going to Vietnam." "I know where that's at." Shut up and listen, Shanti said. Damn, I'm going to this little spot over there to play poker. All you got to do is walk around and pass out blunts, drinks, food, and whatever niggas need. But I need you to always have your eyes on me. Just don't make it obvious. Niggas gon' grab yo ass and say shit. All you got to do is flirt and keep pushing. Don't talk or nothing, seem shy. All these niggas got a little money and find everything a little suspicious. Keep your eyes open and pay attention to detail, you hear me? Shanti asked. Yep, I got you. So basically all I do is walk around? Miracle asked. Yeah, pretty much. You still wanna go? Shanti asked. Hell yeah, you can call me Mimi, Miracle said. That's what's up, Shanti said. She knew it didn't matter what name she was at the end of the night. As long as Miracle followed the guidelines, everything should be fine, though. When she had all the braids out and started to straighten Miracle's hair in the front, Miracle touched the front of the spandex tights Shanti had on, causing Shanti to jump. What you doing? Let me find out, you a dyke, Shanti said and went back to Miracle's hair. I can see your coochie print. I thought it was something in there, Miracle joked. It is, niggas love the fat cat. It's all about the appearance. I said pay attention to detail, but yo ass might be paying attention to too much, Shanti said. When she had Miracle's hair straight in loose beach waves, she let Miracle check herself out in the mirror. Girl, you the bomb, she said from the bathroom. Her and Shanti were almost the same size. Shanti had so many clothes she had stolen. Miracle always found stuff she could wear. They wore the same size shoe. Come in here and find you something to put on, Shanti called from the room. Miracle came in and went to Shanti's closet and found a mini skirt Dolce & Gabbana outfit. The skirt was black with red lining and the shirt was red with black lining. It still had the price tag on it. I like the shit, Miracle said smiling. You something else, that shit gon' have all yo shit hanging out, Shanti said and walked over to her. The reason I don't like them skirts is because when you sit down that shit side up showing all yo shit, she said. I'm not going to be sitting down anyway, so I should be okay, Miracle said. Then started taking her pants off. She squeezed into the skirt. Oh, shit, she laughed. Shanti looked at her in the skirt. Put some lotion on them ashy-ass knees and you might can pull it off. I like it, kind short but I like it, Miracle said. The skirt was almost mid-thigh short, showing her long thick legs and thighs. You damn sure not trying to give a nigga shit to imagine, but it might be good. I'm a play cards and all they ask on be watching you, so I might win everything. Maybe you will. Miracle put the shirt on the bed and took off her Dior shirt and switched into the red shit and tossed her hair. So how I look? She asked. Like a stripper, Shanti joked. Miracle laughed. You gon' let me hold them black forces? Hell nail, you can't wear no damn forces with that shit, you gon' throw the wild shit off. What's wrong with forces? They go with everything. Shanti walked to her closet and picked up a box of black 6-inch Jimmy Choo heels and took them to the bed. These is some $800 shoes, she said as she put the box on the bed and opened the top. Miracle picked up the skimpy look black strapped heel like it had the plague on it. I know you don't think I'm about to put on no shit like this. Ain't yo toes still did? Shanti asked. Yeah, but I'ma fall and bust my shit with this shit on. It ain't that hard. You got to learn to wear them sooner or later. Today is later, now put them on and practice walking through the house. I'm about to show you how to step yo shoe game and class up at the same time, Shanti said. Miracle sat on the bed and took her Jordan and socks off, then wiggled her toes. Oh, shit. Let me crack a window, Shanti joked. Ha, ha, ha. So everyone's a comedian, Miracle said, then picked up the skimpy heel and put it on. When she got them both on, she stood up wobbly and pulled her skirt down. Damn, this shit like walking on my toes. Just walk back and forth through the house, and when you get used to them, they make your calves and booty look like a Georgia peach. I already got a Georgia peach. Miracle said. Yo peach must be rotten. You stupid, Miracle said with a slight smile as she took her first step. Her calves hurt with every step, but she saw so many women wear heels she figured Shanti was right. She didn't want to seem like a little girl. She remembered what her dad always told her: don't whine. Shanti wanted to tell Miracle everything, but she was sure Miracle knew how to read between the lines, and the less she knew the better things would go. It would stop a lot of the acting when the time come, rather than having her looking around nervous all night. It was no doubt in her mind Miracle would execute her role, but safety was first. When it was time to go, Shanti called Miracle back in the room. I got the hang of these bitches, they hurt but I can ride, Miracle said. I know you can, like I say, you gon' get used to 'em, practice make perfect. Hit your wrist, then rub your neck and behind your ears, then your shirt with this. Shanti picked up a bottle of Chanel she stole from the sample table. She sprayed Miracle's wrist and watched her put it on like she directed. That's all you need to last all night. You don't want to be too strong. You want to be smelling good when you as close as 2 or 3 feet, then when you are 30 feet away you smell like you hugging a nigga. Miracle shook her head. Shanti got her purse. Let's get out of here. Shanti walked out the room with Miracle following. They left the apartment and Shanti locked everything and made a mental check she had everything she needed. They slid down the stairs into the dark to Shanti's black Honda Accord. Let me drive, Miracle said. Nah, but like I told you, if you get your learner's license I'll let you drive. Shanti unlocked the doors and got in. When Miracle got in and closed the door, Shanti drilled her on everything she told her. Miracle aced the test. Damn, I feel bad. I ain't even supposed to have you round no shit like this, Shanti said, cranking the car. She knew Miracle was going and nothing could stop her. Don't feel bad. I just don't like the fact that I'm dangling a life of crime in front of a 15-year-old face. You not. You said this just a one-time thing, so you need to just pretend I'm older than you, Miracle said. I love yo stankin' ass, Shanti said and backed out. Love you too. Shanti forced herself to lighten up while she drove to Vietnam. She made herself believe she was right in a way, because Miracle had no family and her dad was on his deathbed. If he was to die, Shanti knew for a fact Miracle wasn't going to a foster care, and that left only her. So, she figured sooner or later Miracle would have eyes for the street anyways. So she was just pulling her coattail. She knew most of the girls in her area had jumped off the porch before they was in their teens. Her thoughts were interrupted by Chapter 6. Vietnam was an old neighborhood where most of the street was old boarded-up houses and condemned buildings. Junkies lurked in the dark for shit to steal and drug dealers sat at the park down the street and waited for the crackheads to bring them merchandise, like spiders. That's all the streets in the world was anyway for anybody that wants to go somewhere in life. You had the spiders, that's who gets the money. Then you had the web. That represents whatever the money is for. Then last but least you got the insects getting caught in the web with their soft insides. Shanti and Miracle sat in front of a post office. Almost a block down, that was so her car didn't get stolen. She knew how easy Honda's was to steal. Shanti put her shades on her head and her and Miracle took the brief walk into the rough neighborhood. They hears whistling and niggas saying they got money. Just ignore 'em. I got my razor if one gets stupid, Shanti said. The night was dark and the wind was warm and humid. How old are you? Shanti asked, doing a last-minute quiz. I'm 19 and I'm from DC. I'm your cousin and staying with you for the summer, only if someone asks, Miracle said, smiling. You my motherfucking bitch. Oh, and the weed I told you how to sell it, blunt's $25 and don't make that shit fat. That's some kush. Yeah, I know, I got you sis. They stood in front of a big house that looked abandoned. Boards was over all the windows and nobody was around except for a few smokers who walked up and down the street. They walked up the steps of the 2-story house. It was then they heard music and talking. This it, Shanti said and pulled her shades on. She told Miracle it was good not to wear shades since she had pretty eyes. She knocked on the door with a code knock. The door was nothing to push open, but it wasn't the type of place people just walked in. Everybody knew what went on there. The place was lit with generators and smelled like weed when the door opened. "Shanti, what's up baby?" the tall casual-dressed man said. "I take it this yo cousin you told me 'bout?" "Yes. This Mimi, this is Dro," Shanti said. Miracle smiled and reached out to shake hands. Dro took it. "Come in ladies," he said and let them in. The house had music playing and men looked at them like two roasted chickens, and they were starving. Miracle felt undressed as all the eyes stared at her. "Damn, y'all niggas eyeball raping the shit out of us," Shanti said, breaking the moment. "This my people right her, so y'all niggas don't be pulling none of that funny shit. Shawty not no hoe and you can try me if you want. I'ma cut ya ass." Everybody laughed at the humor and looked over the threat. Shanti wasn't joking when she said it though. "Where my seat?" "You right beside me lil mama," a light-skinned lil Flip lookalike said. Shanti felt better. She thought she was going to have to wrestle for a seat facing the door. It wasn't directly at the door but close enough. Shanti left Miracle standing there with eyes pasted as she got to her seat and sat down. "I forgot, my cousin got blunts and kush for sell. She will roll it and all for $30 and don't forget to tip her. She also the house lady and will be handling orders." Shanti said, then took a Newport out and lit it. "I would like to tip her over the table, flip that skirt and tear her ass up," a slim guy with a mouth full of gold said. He didn't look older than 15 or 16. Shanti was about to say something but Miracle was a natural. "Ah, look here you black troll looking ass nigga," Miracle said while all the men laughed. Even Shanti was laughing. "If you want me to be nice to y'all niggas then pay me to. Ain't shit free, I'm a boss ass bitch so don't come at me like no lil trick. I don't deal with disrespectful lil boys. Talk to me like a woman man and it might get you somewhere." Then she walked over to the black young thug she called a troll and put her hand on his shoulder. "You not ugly nigga, I was just talking shit, but you had to expect that you tried me like a bum ass bitch, feel me?" she said. "My bad lil shawty, but you just look so good you make a nigga think about sex and that's all I can think of is undressing you," he said while everybody listened. "Okay, I accept that better than the first shit." Future reference. "Your first appearance is best appearance, now who wants some of this good kush," she said and bust out laughing. She knew what they thought she was gon' say. "Give me 4 blunts and roll 'em," the light-skinned lil Flip lookalike said and held out $200. "Keep the change," he said. Miracle took the money and went to the side table. She had Shanti's purse and started rolling blunts. Before she had the first 4 rolled she had 10 more sold. She rolled them up and the game had already began. She heard the card shuffling and heard a lot of numbers. The guys at the table were running her to death. She figured they just liked to see her walking. She didn't mind, she already had a bankroll and was still making tips every time certain guys at the table won a hand or two. Guys tried to talk to her a few times and tried to be nice. But when that happened somebody always needed something. By midnight her feet was killing her. She was thinking about telling Shanti she wanted to go and wait in the car. It had only been 2 hours so far but she hadn't sat down the whole time. Every time she looked at the table they were doing the same thing. Dro walked up to her say. Miracle looked back and saw him holding a wad of money to his side. "What's up Dro?" Miracle said. "What's up? I see you keep turning these niggas down." "Step over to the corner so nobody can't hear me," he said. Miracle looked at Shanti, but Shanti wasn't looking at her. She stepped to the side of the room, glad she wasn't getting called for a second. When she got to the side he looked her in her eyes. He was over a foot or more taller than her. "Them yo real eyes?" he asked. "Yeah, what you thought I was wearing somebody else shit?" she asked. "Nah, I was just asking." "And yes, this is my real hair." Miracle rubbed her hair. "Any more beauty questions?" Dro laughed. "I only asked about your eyes. The rest you just added. But I like you. You a real natural." Miracle frowned. "Natural what?" she asked. "Your cousin told me to keep my eye on you. I know what's going on tonight. I was just getting you out the way," he said, then looked at his watch. We only got 2 minutes. Just stay away from the door. Here, give this to Shani, this y'all cut, he said and gave the thick roll of money to her. Miracle shorted in her purse. What's about to happen? Miracle asked. He kept looking at his watch. If she didn't tell you, then it's probably best you don't know, but I'm about to slit out this back door, Dro said and pushed out, leaving Miracle standing there. She went over to see Shani and saw her getting up from the table. I got to use the girls' room, she said. Nobody paid her attention. They all seemed to be staring at some cards in the middle of the table and constantly saying, I raise you so and so. Miracle didn't understand and didn't care. Shanti raised her hand a bit and motioned for Miracle to get down. Then the door crashed in. 4 guys in all red coats and ski masks pushed in with machine guns. Time seemed to slow down. Then gunshots fired and Shanti jumped down on the ground as the people at the poker table shook from getting shot and poker chips flew. Over here, Shanti said. Miracle saw 2 of the guys who was playing cards shooting back, but eventually they was shot down. Shanti had a small pistol in her hand as she laid beside Miracle. Miracle knew she wasn't tripping. She saw Shanti shoot the 2 guys up who hid behind the table. She ate that tay, one of the guys in red hollered. Shanti stood up. The room smelled like weed and gun smoke, bodies lay sprawled all over the floor. One of the guys in red walked up to Shanti and took his mask off. He grabbed her and kissed her hard, then smacked her ass. The others ran around making sure the house was empty. Shanti said a few words to him and he left. Get up, let's go, Shanti said, walking over to Miracle. Miracle's ears was still ringing, but she knew she saw Shanti just kill 2 people. Then she remembered what Shanti told her about not to pay something's attention. It didn't scare her. It was exciting, she thought as Shanti lifted her off the floor. Damn, you can't hear? Let's get the fuck out of here. She followed Shanti out the back door and ran into one of the guys in red. Shanti pushed the dude. Nigga, watch out, I almost shot yo ass, the man laughed and passed. Shanti heard something and looked beside the refrigerator and saw one of the guys who was at the table hiding there. Come on, let's get out of here, Shanti said with the gun still hanging by her side. The dude came out and Shanti shot him up. She put 4 in his face and the rest in his chest. Y'all niggas getting reckless, she hollered as one guy in red came to see what was going on. Must missed him, he said. Reckless, Shanti shook her head and headed out into the night. They could hear sirens in the distance. Chapter 7. Shanti pulled in front of their apartment complex. I got something to do real quick, she said, turning the music down. Take my purse and everything, I'ma holla at you later, Shanti said. Miracle was almost asleep, so she didn't argue. She looked on her lap and saw Shanti's purse. You gon' be okay? Miracle asked. Shanti smiled. Hell yeah, it ain't nothing like that. I just don't want that weed, money and gun in here if I get stopped. The street's hot and my shit smell like weed. Miracle shook her head and leaned down to put her heels back on. Shanti leaned over the console and hugged her. When they let go of each other, Miracle opened the door and got out. I just saw all the goods, Shanti joked while Miracle pulled the skirt down. Whatever, just holla at me ASAP, Miracle closed the door before Shanti could speak. Next she was watching Shanti's Honda drive out of sight. Before she headed in, she ignored all the comments. When she got to her door, she pulled her key out and let herself in, locking the door back. She put the purse in her room and kicked off the shoes first. Then decided to get something to drink from the kitchen. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So she did her best not to make too much noise in case her dad was woke. She didn't want him to know she came in at times like this wearing what she had on. Even though she figured a long time ago the nurse might have been telling him anyways. She wasn't 100% sure, but less than likely. Miracle gabbed the Howin punch from the refrigerator. When she turned, she saw the nurse standing in the doorway. You know your pop don't have long left, she said in a low, almost inaudible tone. Miracle ignored her and poured her drink at the table, then turned it up without even glancing at the nurse. She started filling her glass again when the nurse repeated, stopping Miracle cold. She put the bottle on the table and turned to face the nurse in a challenging look. A miracle started. I don't know what your intention is, but it's too late to be in my face with that bullshit. It might go down this time. Do yourself a favor and leave me alone, Miracle said in a calm tone, then picked her glass up and took a sip. If that's what we got to do for you to stop acting like a dumb little girl, then that's what we got to do, Amara challenged. But I'm not here to hurt you, Miracle. I just want you to know how your dad is doing and take care of him. If anything happened to him, I know you ain't trying to go to foster care. What make you give a fuck? Miracle snapped and took another sip. Technically, I don't give a fuck, but it's my job to give a fuck. I like my job. And the reason I'm telling you that is because your dad not here, he in the hospital again. All the coughing he did today tore a hole in his throat. He is hooked up to life support right now. He gave me a note before he left. Amara pulled out a piece of paper out her pocket. It was to me, to tell you to not take it so hard. And he loves you no matter what happens. A tear fell from Miracle's eye as she heard her dad's words read to her. He was trying to give her strength for death, though. Amara walked closer to Miracle. He in room 216. They were talking about pulling the plug sometime soon. He would have been okay if he had caught it before the virus escalated. They can't do that shit, Miracle said with hurt in her voice. Reality was crashing in. And she was going to have to face it. Don't whine, she said to herself, her dad's words when she was sad. She left the kitchen with the rest of her punch and peeked in her dad's room without saying a word. It was a decaying smell in it. She quickly closed the door and went in her room, closing her door behind her. She got completely naked and put on a pair of black silk pajama pants she had stole from Shanti or borrowed and a white spaghetti strap shirt, then got in her bed and prayed for her dad's soul as tears flowed down her face, wetting her pillow. She thought about Amara and was trying to figure out why she didn't like her. Sleep came fast and took her into a disturbing dream. Miracle stood over her dad in the middle of a busy highway. He was laying on the ground. She knew he was about to die though. Even though he didn't look sick. Daddy, I don't want you to die from AIDS. When anybody asks, we gon' say you had a wreck, she said. Next she was strapping him in a driver's seat and putting a stick on the gas pedal. What you doing, Miracle? He asked in a strong voice. Miracle ignored him and put a rope on the gear. She didn't know why she was ignoring him, but while he was saying something she toked up and pulled the rope. The car shot down the street with the tires squealing. Now she was in the car with a stranger watching her dad speed down the highway. Who was the stranger, she remembered thinking. She couldn't tell whether it was a man or woman. Her dad crashed into a car lot and both cars looked like crushed cans. Now she was standing in the middle of the street beside the stranger, right where the car wrecked. The door opened and she saw her dad get out. Her tears stopped. He came her way calling her name. She wanted to run to him, but her feet wouldn't move. Why, she thought, then he turned to a zombie and was skinny and covered in blood. Miracle woke up sweating. She grabbed the rest of her punch off the dresser, downed it and looked at her clock. It was 2:30 in the morning. Miracle got up and slid on a pair of house shoes and went in the kitchen to get something to eat. She saw the nurse sitting on the couch watching TV. Do you ever go to sleep? Miracle asked. As she went to the pantry for her snack. She picked up a bag of dill pickle chips and was about to take them to her room when the nurse appeared in the kitchen doorway. Miracle, we need to talk. Not on no friend stuff or nothing. This women to women, I should have told you earlier, but you was acting so prissy I forgot, Amara said. Miracle sat down in one of the kitchen seats and opened her bag of chips. Go ahead, she said and put a chip in her mouth. Is you gon' listen? Amara asked. I don't know. Is it some sad shit? Not really sad, but it's some things that you need to know why it's heavy on my heart to tell you. Wherever you gon' store what I tell you, that's entirely up to you. Amara took a seat on the other side of the table. Why you so mean? She said looking at Miracle. We gon' have a Dr. Phil conversation? If so, you can save it. No, that's not what I want to talk about. I was just asking, just get on with it. Your dad and I have been friends for almost 3 years now, but we have known each other over 8. We have had plenty of conversations about you and your future. He didn't want you to know a lot of things until he was gone, Amara said and adjusted in her seat. So why you telling me? He not gone yet, Amara finished. He wanted me to tell you soon as possible. I just never get to talk to you, now just listen. Bitch, I ain't got to listen to shit. Miracle snapped and got up. Amara got up too. Sit the fuck down. If we got to tear this bitch up for you to listen, so be it. Your dad wanted me to tell you, so sit. Yo! Motherfucking ass down. Amara hollered. Miracle was caught off guard. She wasn't scared to fight the women, but the emotion in her voice said she needed to get whatever Miracle needed to know out. Miracle sat down. Amara grabbed a glass, walked to the sink and filled it with cold water and drank it. Sorry, she said and put the glass down. But this is for your own good, Miracle. I'm 36 and your dad trained me when I first got in the nursing business. When I found out he was sick, I put everything down to help him. My life ain't been no peaches and cream. So if you think I just bounce my black ass in here and fake kick it with yo daddy on some trying to get some money shit, you got me fucked up, excuse my lingo, but I really need you to meet me. You met the nurse I'm striving to be, but you ain't met me. I sold pussy from 12 years old to 18, then ended up going to prison when I was almost 19 for armed robbery. You been to prison? How you a nurse? Miracle asked. Yeah, I been. I'm not the same person I used to be. And no, it ain't easy finding work after getting out. I did 10 whole years of my life in that hellhole, but that ain't what I got to talk about. We can talk on another time on that. But your daddy put in a good word with some people and they gave me a shot. And I owe that man. I'm not here to take from you, honey. It's the exact opposite. You just like me and don't know it, Amara said and walked back to the table and sat down in the chair across from Miracle. Miracle stayed quiet and just listened. She never knew the lady who had been living with her for years. Listen, Amara said. This shit ain't easy. I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but if you haven't noticed, I'm only doing what I was told. Okay. Your mother had AIDS and died from slashing her wrist. Her name was Chastity Ford. You were born from her when she was already deceased. You never contracted the disease and lived, that's why you Chapter 8. Tony T was a drug lord that owned gambling houses all around Atlanta. His right-hand man DRO told him the third gambling house on his string of hood casinos had been robbed and everybody killed again, just like the last time. Tony T had a bad temper. When he was heated, he wasn't the best person to be around. He figured whoever lived had something to do with it. DRO told him he was the only one who lived. But for some reason he didn't believe DRO was 100% innocent. He just found it intriguing that DRO always escaped. He figured he would get to the bottom of it. What bothered Tony T was that it was a lot of high rollers got killed again and the other two already made him a suspect since he owned them. A lot of people was put out of work and food took out of a lot of people's mouth. Somebody had to take the heat soon. He thought. Fuck, he screamed and punched a hole in the wall. Baby, calm down, we gon' find out who it is. I told you your man DRO seems sneaky to me, his wife said. How many fucking times I got to tell you to mind your business? Tony T screamed and went toward her. She knew she shouldn't have opened her mouth. She knew when he was mad he was a complete lunatic. Please don't, she pleaded as he wrapped his hand around her throat. His 11-year-old daughter and 13-year-old daughter came in the room. Daddy, don't hurt Mon, his son said. His daughter stood quiet and looked at him with hate behind her hazel eyes for him, and he knew it. But his son was his junior, he loved him. Tony T let his wife go. Next time mind your business, he said to her in a nasty tone. Then looked at his son and daughter. Don't hit women, he said to his son and looked in his daughter's eyes. I'm sorry baby, daddy, get mad. I'm working on it, "Don't look at me like that," he said. His daughter turned and left not saying a word. His son went to his mom and was hugging her. He knew the only reason she hadn't left him was because if she did she wouldn't have anything. And he would kill her before he gave her the kids. Tony T left out the room and went to his office. He was safe because no one knew where he laid his head at night. He wanted to really get out of the business, but if he left now he would be dead within 72 hours. If it wasn't the streets it would be his wife sooner or later. And if she didn't have the balls to do it, his daughter wouldn't hesitate. He laughed and poured a shot. He found his thoughts disturbing and interesting at the same time. He got drunk in his office and wasn't disturbed again by his wife. The news showed the house with police surrounding it. He watched it over and over, and got drunker and drunker each time it came on again. He watched it like it was the first time while he fumed. Chapter 9. Miracle was laying in the bed while Shanti slept. She was watching Maury even though she was supposed to be at work. Someone knocked on the door hard. Shanti opened her eyes and saw Miracle already woke. "Get the door for me, here, take this, just put it in the back of your pants," she said, grabbing a Glock 45 from under her pillow and giving it to Miracle. "The safety off, so if it's anybody on some bullshit just squeeze that shit." Miracle looked at the gun then took it. "Damn, I still got your purse and the other gun." "You got all kind of firepower," Miracle said as she got up, putting the gun in the small end of her back and leaving to answer the door. When she got to it she brushed her hair with her hands. "Who is it?" she called. "Kel Shoddy." "I got that $800, a voice said. "Oh, aight." "Hold up," Miracle said and went to tell Shanti what was going on. "Who is it?" Shanti asked as Miracle walked in. "That nigga Kel. He said he got you $800, you want me to get it?" Miracle asked. "Go in the kitchen and get them sandwich bags off the counter and come back with one." Miracle walked out to do it when Kel knocked again. "Nigga, hold the fuck up." "I'm coming," she said and grabbed the bag and went back to Shanti. Shanti sat up and opened the bedside dresser and got out a big bag of white powder and a scale and passed it to Miracle. "Go to the dresser and measure up 32 grams, you know how to do it, don't you?" Miracle grabbed the powder and the scale and went to bag it. When she finished she left it sitting on the dresser. "Tell him you gave him some fucking wit," Shanti said as Miracle left. Miracle tied the sandwich bag and put it in her pocket and opened the door with her right hand on the gun in the small of her back. She knew Kel but didn't put nothing past a nigga. "Damn, what's going on, Miracle?" "I ain't even know it was you," he said. "Look, I just got up. I really ain't trying to kick it right now," Miracle said with a slight attitude. "Damn. I did something to you?" he asked. "No, I'm just not a morning person, but what's up with that money?" she said. Kel pulled out a small stack of money. "Let me in to handle business," he said. Miracle stepped to the side and let him in. She knew it was easy to just make the trade, but she was enjoying smelling it and wanted to make it interesting. Just because she liked Kel. Kel sat on the couch and counted out all the money in his hand. "Tell Shanti I need that so I can get the fuck on, less you trying to do something," he said looking at Miracle. "Nigga, please. Keep dreaming." She pulled the powder out of her pocket and tossed it in his lap and stuck her hand out for the money. He handed it to her and she flipped through the bills then stuck them in her pocket. "Well, brother man. You ain't gotta go home, but get yo ass up outta here," Miracle said as he opened the bag and put his nail in it. Then rubbed the powder around his mouth. "Oh hell no, take yo ass out there." "Ain't no getting high in here," Miracle said. "Girl, I ain't getting high. I'm testing the dope." "But preciate dat," he said getting up. "You need to get at a real nigga," he said as he left himself out. Miracle waited a second then left out and went to her apartment to get pocketbook. She didn't see Amara when she went in and was glad. As she hurried in her room and got the purse and rushed back upstairs, when she got in she heard Shanti in the kitchen as she locked the door and went to see what she was doing. Shanti was leaning in the refrigerator. "I just got your purse and shit too." And I got that money too, Miracle said, sitting in one of the kitchen chairs. Shanti grabbed some sausage and eggs and put them on the counter. That's what's up. I just went ahead and got my ass up, but what'd he say when you served him? She asked, not looking at Miracle. Shit. He was happy. You know how to make pancakes? Shanti asked. Not from scratch, but I can do the pancake mix. You just add eggs and milk, Miracle said. That's what I got. I'm about to make some eggs and sausage, just whip the pancakes up. Shit. You know where everything at, Shanti said, turning on the stove. Miracle got up. Everything good bout last night? Yeah, it's good. But remember, we not about to talk about it. That $800 yours, just keep it. I'ma shoot you another $1,200. Matter of fact, go in that purse and count out $1,200. I'll do it later on. I'm a rich bitch now, Miracle said, bumping Shanti. Is that right? I know you better make them pancakes good. I'm about to put my foot in 'em, Miracle said as she got the ingredients in a big bowl. Put yo foot in yours. My shit don't need no toe fungus, Shanti laughed. Then don't put yo foot in it, Miracle shot back. They finished cooking and made their plates. Miracle told Shanti about what Amara told her. Shanti just told her some things just better not heard. And told her it didn't matter because whether she came out of Marion's nut sack or not, he was still her daddy and would do anything he could to protect her. Then she reminded her if it wasn't for him, she probably would have been floating around from place to place. So Miracle let the conversation go. She knew Shanti was right. After breakfast, they lounged around the apartment till a phone call came in at 2 in the afternoon. Shanti was painting her toes when she heard her iPhone ringing from her purse. Miracle went to the kitchen and got the phone out the purse. Answer it, Shanti said. Miracle answered the phone. Bitch, I know you had something to do with it, Tony T screamed in the phone. Bitch, hold the fuck, boy. Who you talking to? Miracle snapped. Who is that? Shanti asked. I don't know who the fuck it is, but he calling you all kind of bitches, Miracle said. Then gave the phone to Shanti. She saw it was Tony T number. Hello, she said as he screamed in the phone. Hold the fuck up, you ain't got to holler, I can hear you, she snapped. This must be the other bitch? Tony T said. This Shanti. Why the fuck is you trippin'? I ain't did shit to you. Shanti stood up and walked on her heels to the TV to turn it down. Miracle watched, listening to Shanti. Who the fuck? Chapter 10. Miracle slipped out the window to see her dad. She told Shanti she would be okay. She got to the bus stop and waited. The bus pulled up 10 minutes later. Miracle got on it. When she finally made it to the hospital, the nurses at the front spoke to her. She knew it was nothing but sympathy and didn't speak back. The scent of the hospital made her sick. It was sickness, death, and Lysol. She felt her stomach turn. The doors on the floor her had was on all had red clipboards outside of them. Miracle knew that couldn't be too good. She got inside the cold room and closed the door back. Half of the room was covered by a closed curtain. Miracle walked to her dad, trying to ignore the sound of the machines making different noises. Her dad looked almost like a stranger to her. She realized she never just looked at him. Now he had IVs and wires running all over his body. No tears fell this time. She shook him. Daddy? Wake up. I need to talk to you, she said. He's not going to wake up, a female voice said from behind the curtain. Miracle looked around then at her dad before walking over and pulling the curtain back. Her dad didn't even twitch. A skeleton of a lady sat up in her bed. She had a single IV in her bony arm and a breathing tube in her nose. You pretty, she said. Thank you, Miracle said, wishing she could say the same. That your pop? The lady asked. Yeah. He's sick, she said, looking back at him. I know. Me and him both got it bad, the lady said and coughed. Miracle gave her the water that sat on the tray next to her bed. You okay? She asked the women while she drank. I'm okay, I don't have long left, she said. So how long you and your family plan on keeping him plugged up? I don't have a family. It's just me, Miracle said in a low voice. Sorry about that, I'm not trying to sound funny, but me and him are dead already. Just getting by on fumes. I don't know you or him, but what I can tell you is once that machine breathing for you it's over, the rest is torture. The lady coughed again and drank more water. Then looked Miracle in the eyes, and cleared her throat. The only reason I ain't killed myself is because it's a sure way to hell, but if I had someone to do it, she coughed again. I'll get them to do it, she said. You're not bad like my daddy, he got AIDS. Me too, my body just fighting harder. I don't even take medicine, this IV is only fluid, for vitamins. If you don't mind, please kill me. Miracle looked at the lady crazy and backed up from her. Kill me, the lady screamed. Miracle closed the curtain back and turned to go back to her dad. He had his head turned her way with a blank look on his face. The lady finally stopped talking. She stood in front of his eyes and took his tin frail hand in hers. It felt like a skeleton raped in cold shrink wrap. Her skin crawled. She realized the lady had a lot of truth what she said. Miracle forced a smile, not sure she would even be heard, what she was about to say. When she got her words together she told him everything Amira told him and ended with a simple I love you. She felt as long as she got out she was okay with him not being her father by the same blood, she could be content if he passed. She leaned and gave him a light kiss on his cheek and left the room. When she made it out the hospital it was almost 6 in the afternoon. She waited on the bus to pick her up. She got on, paid her toll and rode silently headed back to her apartment. When her friend Octavia got on the bus and sat beside her. Damn girl, you just don't even fuck with a bitch no more, Octavia said, bringing Miracle out of her thoughts. Miracle smiled. I ain't saw you since we was at the stadium, what the fuck happened to you anyway? Octavia grinned. Got locked the fuck up. I was in that bitch stealing my ass off, she said. They both laughed. You won't believe the shit I've been going through, Miracle said. Can't be much worse than me. Shit. My daddy bout to die and it's so much shit I can't speak about going on, Miracle shook her head. Sorry to hear that, Octavia said and looked at Miracle. Tonight it's this lil shit going on. Me and my sister going to make a lil extra money, if you want we can come scoop you up, if you need to get out of the house for a while. I don't know exactly what it is, but every time sis go somewhere that shit be off the meat rack. Miracle looked at her fingernails. I still ain't got no phone so I'ma give you Shawnee number, only way I'ma go is if she goes so just hit us up tonight and check on us. Miracle told her the number and Octavia put it in her phone. Tell Shawnee I said what it do, Octavia said putting her phone up. Alright, Miracle said and listened to Octavia until it was time to get off. The bus stopped and she got up and hugged Octavia. Call tonight I'ma let you know something, Miracle let her go and walked off the bus a block away from the apartment. She wanted to slip in through the back and go in through the window. When she pushed the window up she saw the barrel of a pistol in her face and Shawnee standing behind it. Put that shit up, Miracle said. You can't be sneaking up like that. I'm on point, ready to pop me a bitch, Shawnee said and helped Miracle in, and closed the window. Everything good? She asked. Hell no. Daddy gone. I'm ready to go on and let him rest. You the one got to make the decision, but you got to be sure that's what you want to do. That shit final, Shawnee pointed out and got back in the bed. Ain't shit happen round here? Miracle asked, kicking her shoes off and sitting next to Shawnee. Hell no. I feel like this nigga got a bomb on my car or something. I've been trying to figure out what to do, but back to your dad, that's more important. Old boy not talking about shit, Shawnee said. Nothing to talk about. I'm feeling if he don't come out of that shit by next week he need to stop suffering. Miracle put her index finger up. He can't breathe on his own, she said, then put the next finger up. He seemed brain dead or something, then her last finger. His body been dead. He just suffering, I'm tired of that shit. But we really need to get this motherfucker we got trying to kill us. I don't know about you, but I ain't trying to die. I would get him my damn self, but I don't know the nigga, Miracle said. Calm down, we gon' handle that, I already made some calls. I'm just trying to think what we gon' do. Miracle told Shanti about Octavia and the stuff Octavia told her about her sister. Shanti didn't even have to hear the rest before she agreed to go. We need to get our ass out this house tonight, she said. Perfect. At 10 that night, Miracle sat in the middle of her bed playing with some of Shanti's guns when Octavia called. Shanti was lying on the bed watching TV. She picked up her phone and looked at the number. She answered. Hello? Shanti? Octavia said. Yeah, what's up with you, shawty? Nothing. Miracle told you about tonight? Hell yeah, we going, you gon' pick us up or we gotta get there? Shanti asked. Miracle sat listening. Tell her to come get us, Miracle said. I heard her, Octavia said before Shanti relayed the message. We gon' be over there in 30 minutes. Just put on some shit that make a nigga drool, Octavia said. Shanti laughed. That's a bet. Let me get off this phone and get ready, she said. Then hung up. And looked at Miracle. She want us to get in some hoochie mama shit, Shanti said laughing. No she didn't, she said make a nigga drool, Miracle said. Damn, yo ears like satellites. Your phone loud as a motherfucker, but I'm about to put on some clothes, Miracle said getting out of the bed leaving all the guns scattered. I'm taking me a gun tonight. Shanti shrugged her shoulders. I don't give a fuck, she got up. I gotta get something to wear out yo closet, she said. These all yo clothes anyway, Miracle said giggling. Shanti shook her head and went to the closet. Miracle put on a white skirt with rainbow Burberry strips with a matching shirt that fit over her breast like skin. She even had the rainbow Burberry Air Force Ones. The skirt fit like skin and insinuated the curve of her round ass. Shanti put on a pair of form-fitting 7 jeans that was cotton candy pink with a pink baby girl shirt on and tucked it in. It showed every curve. Shanti was a brick house. She smiled as she looked in the mirror. Now this is what you rock the Jordans with, she said. Then looked at Miracle. They gon' think you gay. All that rainbow shit, she joked. This shit fly as a motherfucker, Miracle said. We need to hold some of your daddy's pants, shirts, and a hoodie, Shanti told her. I got 3 hoodies, Miracle said. Hold up, I'm about to grab some of his shirt. Miracle walked out and went in her dad's room to his closet and got 2 shirts and 2 pair of pants. And went back in her room leaving her dad. Chapter 11. Tony T. sat in front of his desk. He decided to call and check on the status of Shanti and Miracle death. He picked up his phone and dialed Black. Black answered on the second ring. Nothing, he said. You telling me that bitch still ain't came out yet? Tony T. asked impatiently. Nigga, I do my job. I ain't trying to be funny, but you know how I rock. I been in the same spot watching the bitch car, I ain't even blink. She ain't went nowhere, Black said chill the fuck out. We good. I'm just geeking, Tony T. said. He knew Black was a straight-up killer. Definitely not the one to make an enemy. If she ain't out by in the morning I'm paying her a visit, Black said. I'm off your back, Tony T. said. You need to get off it. You heavy as a motherfucker, Black said. Let me hit you. The line went dead. Tony T. knew he shouldn't have called Black, but something wasn't right. He put his feet up on the desk. It was close to midnight and she haven't went nowhere? He picked up his glass of liquor and sipped it, then put it back down and went back into deep thought. Deep inside he felt that they had been left the place. Then a voice in his head kept saying. They went out the back door stupid, but he remembered Shanti lived on the 2nd floor. His wife appeared in the doorway. Baby, you coming to bed? She asked. He looked at her standing in a red teddy. He would bet $100 to a wooden nickel she didn't have anything under it. He knew how much she hated panties in bed. A smile crept over his lips. Baby, just get in the bed. I'll be in there in a second. I'm still at work right now, he said. Okay, she said and left. He knew he wasn't going to bed just like she did. He lit a cigarette and poured a fresh glass of scotch. He grew impatient. He couldn't wait till morning. He got up and went in his kitchen and grabbed his keys off the table and headed out the back door. His wife's BMW sat next to his Hummer. He had keys to all their cars. He got in her BMW and backed out quietly, then headed to Shanti's apartment. He was drunk, but he drank like a fish and could hold his liquor. He got on the street and saw a dark figure sitting in the driver's seat of a gold Camry. It didn't take much to figure it was black. Tony T was sweating profusely as he found a dark side street to park on. That gave him access to the apartment building from the side. He always wore his 9mm Beretta in his shoulder holster. He looked around and saw basers and drug dealers lurking in the shadows. He took his gun out and chambered a round. A shell popped out. The gun was always off safety and ready to shoot. He just liked the sound of the chamber. He picked the bullet off his lap and put it in his top pocket. One shot, one kill, he told himself, then got out and put the gun in the small of his back and walked around the car, staying in the shadows. He heard people calling him, trying to see if he wanted drugs. He paid them no attention. The liquor had him feeling like he was in a movie. It was a hole in the side of the fence. He ducked and went through it, then made his way to the stairs. He thought he had made it without being seen, and smiled. Like taking candy from a baby, he said to his own amusement. He went up the dark steps slow but in a rhythmic manner. With the taste of success on his lips, finally he stood in front of Shanti's door and took a deep breath. Kel had his eye on the BMW. He had already hit to make sure the alarm wasn't on it. Gucci watched him and laughed as Kel walked back to meet him. "Nigga, you hell," Gucci said, laughing. "Fuck dat, I'm 'bout to get that shit." "You still got that flathead I left at yo house?" Kel asked. "Ask Kim where that shit at," Gucci said. Kel ran across the street to Gucci's house and knocked on the door. Kim opened the door in some boy shorts. "What the hell you want?" she asked. "I need that big flathead I left," he said. Kim popped her gum and rolled her eyes at him, then turned and walked to get it, leaving the door open. He wanted to fuck her bad, but she was his partner's girl. That was the only reason, not that she would be hard. He watched her ass cheeks bounce as she walked away with the shorts all on her ass, leaving the bottom of her cheeks hanging out. Kel didn't even hear Gucci walk up or how long he had been there. "Stop drooling," Gucci said. Kel shook his head. "Boy, you the only reason I ain't shootin' trying to hit that," Kel said. "That bitch ain't talking 'bout shit," Gucci said as Kim came back holding the screwdriver. "Next time take your shit with you," she said and gave Kel a fuck look just to fuck with Gucci. Gucci ain't pay her no attention as she shut the door without saying another word. "Watch out for that Mexican," Kel told Gucci as he ran over to peel the car. Tony T had been knocking on the door for the last 2 minutes and he still haven't heard nothing but the TV on. He smiled. He knew she was in there. He knocked again, then put his ear on the door to listen. Then he heard something, but it was too late. He got hit in the head with something and was knocked out cold. Pete stood over Tony T in the middle of Shanti's apartment. Brandon stood over him holding the Louisville Slugger he used to knock him out with. "Let's tie him up real quick and let Shanti know we got that bitch," Pete said. "This motherfucker got to be slow," Brandon said as he grabbed the sheet strips they cut to tie him up. "This bitch drunk, you smell that shit?" Pete said, leaning down to tie his feet while Brandon did the hands. "That girl be trippin'. She was talking like this nigga was some kinda cold-bloody killer," Brandon said in disbelief. After Tony T was hogtied, Pete locked the door and started going through all his belonging. "We got to wait till he wake up to get in his phone," he said, sitting down. Brandon went and sat down beside Pete with the bat sitting in his lap, staring at the man. Pete took all the bullets out of Tony T's gun. "How much you think we can get in ransom for this nigga?" he asked. "Shit. I don't know. Shanti gon' wanna kill him," Brandon said. "She can still kill him. I'm just trying to get a chat out him," Pete said, then took another look at Tony T. Dude's supposed to be checked up. I know he ain't stupid enough to come over here without telling nobody. Brandon laughed. Nigga, you already know a nigga 10 steps ahead. I got Chris watching the steps from the side and Dion in the area already. I play my position, he said. I already know what's poppin' with you nigga, Pete said, and they hit each other up. Oh shit, he woke, Pete laughed. Rise up baby girl, Brandon joked. Tony T realized he was tied up and his head felt like it was split in half. How much I gotta pay to walk out this shit, he asked. I don't know if you got enough. You threatened a sister of mine's and that shit got a big tag on it. But how much would you be willing to pay for your life along with your word you won't touch none of my family? Pete asked. Just tell me, I got 2 kids man, Tony T said. Nigga save that bullshit bout you a family man and shit. You just came to kill somebody, so all that crying shit out the door, Holmes. We ready to talk money, Brandon said. What's the password to yo phone? I'm about to give you one phone call to make me some money or I'm just gon' kill you, Pete said. How I know you ain't gon' kill me anyway? Tony T asked. We ain't told sis we got you so you could easily walk out, but we need to get some money and I ain't worried about you at me cause if you touch one of us your family die and you gon' get fucked up so bad that you gon' pray for death but it won't come, Pete said holding the phone. Tony T thought about what he could do if he called his wife. She knew how to use the GPS to track his phone and how to send help if he seemed in trouble. 3159, he said. What? Pete asked. My phone password 3159, Tony T repeated. Pete put it in and went straight to his pictures. Look at this bitch, shawty fine as fuck, he said showing Brandon a naked picture of Tony T's wife. Tony T felt his anger building but he forced himself to stay calm. This your wife? Pete asked, showing him a naked photo shoot of his wife in all kinds of poses. Nah, he lied. That's this lil side bitch, he said. Nigga please. You married. Ain't no nigga gon' have no phone full of pictures of kids and one bitch. You must think a nigga stupid. That's your first strike. What's her number? I'm 'bout to let you talk to her. Don't do shit funny, just tell her you want $100,000 dropped somewhere and you'll tell her where later on, Pete said. He knew Tony T had a trick up his sleeve, at least he figured he would, but he had one up his too. Tony T told him where to find his wife's number. Pete found it and called it. He wanted to hear how she would answer. What you want, Tony? A soft female voice said. Pete put his hand up for Tony T not to say a word. How you doing, messy lady, Pete? Chapter 12. Miracle and Shanti stood on the back patio. This old man party, Shanti said, watching 3 women and 2 men in the corner of the patio. Hell yeah, Miracle agreed, looking at an old man in an expensive-looking suit sitting alone at the only table out there, holding a jeweled cane. He wore a hat like the mobsters of the 30s and diamond rings covered all his fingers. Since Miracle had stood there, all he did was dismiss women with a flick of his diamond-covered wrists. His shades even had gold and diamond frames. She hadn't told Shanti she found the old man interesting. It was the way he moved like a king, she thought. Shanti noticed Miracle staring. She knew who the man was, not that she knew him personally, but she did know him by stories. He was one of the most successful pimps in Atlanta. Stop staring, that old nigga a pimp. You must trying to get pimped? Shanti joked. Yeah, Miracle said sarcastically. But I'm 'bout to got sit at the table with him and roll a blunt, 'cause I got to break the weed and do the blunt. I don't see why you don't just buy them wraps, Miracle said. Too much spray on that shit, Shanti said. Before she could stop Miracle, she had already went to the table. Shanti decided to stay and see how Miracle handled herself more as a joke. She knew she could step in if she had to, but she figured she was about to get a good laugh in. Miracle walked to the table and sat across from the pimp named Herb and put her purse on the table and pulled out her weed without paying the pimp one bit of attention. Bitch, break yourself, Herb said. Miracle looked up and the old man was staring at her from behind the diamond-encrusted shades. She burst out laughing. Oh, Hell no, she said, still giggling. She heard pimp lines before, but she didn't know they said that for real. Nigga, break yourself, she laughed. Pimp, it ain't that kinda show. I'm just rolling my lil blunt, she said, and went back to doing what she was doing, still finding the statement amusing more than disrespectful. She started opening the wrapper of the blunt, getting ready to break it down, when she heard the pimp again. I'll give you $500,000 to take a ride with me just so I can show you something. 500 racks? For just to take a ride with you, she asked. Then wet the blunt. Yeah, I believe you'll change your mind if you let me show you what I want to, he said. Miracle looked at him. Let's say I don't change my mind. What? Is him still getting the money? She asked. Yeah, just me and you make a choice, he said. Miracle didn't see the old man as a threat, especially since she had the gun in her purse. She could use that money, she thought, or kill him and take it. She smiled, and knew she would make Shani happy if she pulled up with all that money. Let me roll this blunt and smoke it with my sister, then we can go, she said. Miracle knew Shani would try to stop her from going, so she decided not to tell her. Bitch, I ain't got all day, take it or leave it, Herb said. Come on, Miracle said, and stood up, zipping her purse. I'm about to tell sis I'ma be back, she said, and walked over to Shani and gave her the weed and blunt to finish rolling. Here, I'm about to go trick this old nigga out of some money, Miracle said. Leave that nigga alone, Shani told her, and took the blunt to finish rolling. I'm about to be right back. I got the pistol, if his old ass gets stupid I'ma bust him, Miracle said with no humor. Be careful, you want me to go? Shanti asked. Nah, just let me do this, I ain't selling no pussy or nothing. Just talk to him and show him who the real pimp, she said. Okay, just call me and don't take long. I ain't leaving, Shanti said. When Miracle turned to leave, Shanti watched the old pimp escort her in the house. Eyes watched her and the old man, but no one said anything. They made it out front and the old man asked her could she drive? Miracle quickly said yeah. Herb led her to a black Rolls-Royce Phantom and gave her the key. I usually have a chauffeur, but you drive, he said. Matter fuck guy, mean the key back, I'ma drive, he said. Miracle gave it to him. He let her in the passenger seat and he got in. Miracle looked at the interior of the car and knew the old nigga had money for real. She sat quiet and let him crank the engine and pull off, with her mind on the money. She had her pocketbook on her lap with the heaviness of the gun in it offering all the protection she needed. You a bad bitch, he said as he drove away from the house. Miracle stayed quiet, not exactly know how to take the comment. She decided to let him say what he wanted and told herself if he didn't give him what he said she would rob and kill him. We bout to swerve through the country, lil ho, he said and removed a gold and diamond case from his pocket. He opened it and took out a thin cigar and popped it in his mouth. Get me a light, he commanded. She opened the purse a little and fished out her lighter, then lit the cigar for him. The heavy aroma of weed entered the air. Open the glove box and get that gold case, he said. Miracle still hadn't spoken. She just opened it and got the gold case out. Open it and scoop some on the spoon, he said, still never looking at her. She opened it and scooped some brown powder on the spoon. That's magic powder. That's where that money gone come from. Now snort it, he commanded. Miracle looked at the dust and frowned. I don't get down like that, she said, and noticed they was out of the city. He stayed quiet and turned down a dark, dirty road. He brought the car to a slow cruise. She could hear the rocks under the tires. The only light was from the touch-screen digital dash in the car. It was now 1:30 in the morning and she was trying to figure what his intentions was. Her pocketbook was still slightly opened, in case she had to get to the gun fast. You see that lion over there? He asked her, pointing out the windshield to the right side of the road. Miracle looked into the darkness but didn't see anything. How about that bear over there? He said in a low voice. What you talking about? She asked, getting a little spooked. The car stopped and Herb put it in park. Take me back, she said. Bitch, get out, don't make me raise my voice, he said. Miracle clutched her purse. Where my money? She asked. In front of the car, he said. Get out and get it. You gon' run me over if I go in front of the car, she said, wondering should she go for the gun. Her body wouldn't do it. No bitch, you gon' run over the streets. Now beat your fucking feet and get yo stankin' ass out my shit, he said. Miracle couldn't get herself to get the gun. So she decided to get out. She opened her door and slid out. Then closed it behind her and waited on him to pull off and leave her stranded. But he opened his door and got out, leaving it open. Then went to the front of the car and stood in front of the headlight. Come over here so I can see you, he told Miracle. Miracle didn't know why, but he didn't look like a threat. At least none she couldn't handle. She walked in front of his car and immediately saw his dick hanging out. Get on yo knees and suck this pimp shit for yo money if you want it, he said. I ain't no hoe, she said. Bitch, get that money, he said. Miracle watched him get aroused. She figured he had to have at least a foot of dick. She wanted that money. She figured it would be her secret. She got herself together and walked to him and squatted down, still clutching her purse. She grabbed it, touching a dick for the first time in her life. She put the head in her mouth. He grabbed the back of her head and pulled her head further on him, choking her, causing her to drop her purse. He let her go once she gagged. Bitch, you suck dick like a virgin, he said. Im is a virgin, she told him. Bitch, did I ask you to speak, he said. Then kneed her in the face hard. She tried to grab her purse when fell, but he had got down on top of her and straddled her. He was stronger than she though. He beat her with his fist hard as he could, telling her to say she loved him. Miracle didn't have a choice and said it, hoping it would make him stop. Bitch, you fucked up $100,000 suit, he said. This coming out yo ass. Miracle was almost unconscious. He picked her up and she barely grabbed her purse as he put her in the Rolls Royce and went around to get in. Miracle sat there and he snatched her purse from her, then pulled off. She didn't fight him. Her head was throbbing too bad to take more blows. She cursed herself for being stupid. Shanti walked around looking for Miracle. She searched the house twice and had turned 6 men down who had tried to talk to her. She decided to search one more time. She went up the stairs and opened the first door. She knew Octavia and her sister was in it, having sex with a few more girls and men waiting their turn. She didn't say anything the first time she looked in. But now she was worried. She made a mental note to get Miracle a phone that day. The sound of nuts slapping pussy and moans filled the room. Come on in and join the party, honey, a guy said. Chapter 13. Miracle laid on the bed in the motel room. Herb was on top of her and had her skirt hiked up and had been pounding her pussy, she figured, for hours. Her stomach hurt and she was bleeding. He didn't care. He just kept ramming himself inside her. Tears flowed as the paint shot through her body each time he put himself deeper inside her. She wished she had killed him when she had the chance. A smile crept over her face. She would get another chance, she realized. It seemed the pain even stopped as she thought about revenge. She let him pound her out. She couldn't help gritting her teeth and gasping, but overall she was going to be okay, she figured. Shanti pulled across the street from the motel. Then decided to pull in the motel and just park in the dark corner. The parking lot had hookers walking around and getting in and out of cars. Shanti checked her pistol before she went to the room. She did see the Black Phantom. So she felt better and planned on showing Valencia some love for helping. When she didn't have to say anything. Shanti heard a knock on the window and saw a big pair of white breasts exposed. Then the lady pulled her shirt down. Shanti rolled her window down and raised the pistol. The woman leaned into the window and was face to face with the barrel of the pistol and was frozen. Shanti looked into the woman's face. Bitch, find something safe to do, she said. Yes ma'am, the white girl said and walked away like nothing happened. Shanti rolled the window up and put the hoodie she had on earlier on, then got out. No one paid her attention except the white girl, but she said nothing. She had the gun in her waistband and put the hood on, then headed to the room. The Phantom was parked 3 rooms down from the room Valencia gave her. Even if it was the wrong one, she figured it wouldn't be hard to find her even if she had to put the pistol on a hoe to tell her. When she got to the room, she knocked on door. She planned to kick the door in as soon as it opened and put the gun on whoever was in the room. She knew how to be safe and cautious. Miracle laid under Herb, who was sweating and dripping all over her. She heard somebody knock on the door. He didn't stop, he only went slowly looking at the door. She heard the knock again. He pretended not to hear. Miracle decided to call for help and hope whoever it was would help her. "Help, please!" Miracle screamed and tried to fight him off of her, but she was trapped by his huge penis inside her and her head too close to the top of the bed. Herb slapped her so hard her ears started ringing. She started to drift back and forth into consciousness when he slapped her repeatedly. She put her hands up to shield her face and screamed loud as she could. She managed to shield her face long enough to get her thoughts straight, but now she felt him punching her, still inside her the whole time, with all the force she could. She lifted her hips, ignoring the pain, and pushed him off her, causing him to fall off the bed. She jumped up and got on the other side of the bed so it would be between them. She was by her purse as he breathed hard, trying to figure what to do. She now realized he wasn't as old as she thought. At least he didn't seem old. She ran to her purse, keeping him away from her as she screamed at the top of her voice. She opened her purse as he ran her way. She got her hands on the gun just when he grabbed her. He never saw the gun as he tried to tackle her. Whoever was at the door was pounding hard and loud like they was trying to kick it in. Herb hadn't spoke the whole time. Gunshots exploded in the room. Shanti was trying to kick the door in when she heard the shots. The girls ran from the parking lot. Shanti pulled her gun out and shot at the lock on the door. She squeezed 4 shots and stood back to kick it open. The door opened. She saw Miracle standing over Herb's naked body with blood all over her. "Damn, what the fuck happened?" she asked Miracle. "You see what happened," Miracle said, then pointed the pistol at Herb's head and squeezed the rest of the bullets into it until it looked like a Buster watermelon. Shanti ran in. "Did he rape you?" she asked. Miracle shook her head. Shanti snatched the comforter off the bed, then went to Herb and wiped his dick good. "Get all your stuff and come on," Shanti said, holding the comforter. Miracle took all of Herb's jewelry and money while Shanti watched, constantly telling her to come on. Miracle put everything in her purse and grabbed the keys to the Rolls Royce. "I'm taking this car," Miracle said. "Follow me. I got the Cadillac, but we gotta get the fuck out this shit before the police get here." Shanti ran out the door with the comforter. Miracle ran to the Rolls Royce and quickly got in and crunk it. She saw the lights of the Cadillac and got behind it. The pain seemed to have got worse. She didn't even want to look at herself yet, and she felt herself bleeding. She wished she could have made him suffer. They got back to the house, where Octavia took them. Miracle parked behind Shanti. Shanti got out and ran to the Phantom and opened the door. "Let me take these keys back, then we got to do something with this car. Be right back," she said, and ran in the house. When Shanti got in, she realized she left the comforter in the car. She ran upstairs to the room Octavia was in and went in without knocking. The same woman was in the room with different men. "Here," she said, holding the keys out to Octavia, who was on her back with a guy on top of her pounding her pussy and one standing over her face with his dick in her mouth while she had her head hanging off the bed. "I got her, just throw that comforter away, I'm about to leave," Shanti said. Octavia took the dick out of her mouth. "You leaving? So you don't need a ride?" she asked Shanti while the guy was trying to put it back in her mouth. "Yeah, I'm good," Shanti said from the door. She left out and ran down the stairs. She found Valencia standing in the kitchen. "Thank you. I'ma call you later," Shanti told her and hugged her. Valencia smiled. "She okay?" she asked. "She got beat up and raped, but you don't know shit," Shanti said. "I damn sure don't," Valencia said, understanding. Shanti left out the house and went out to the Phantom. Miracle was standing outside of it with her body leaning in. Shanti opened the door on the passenger side and saw Miracle wiping the seat with her t-shirt. She had bled all over it. You gotta go to the hospital, Shanti said. I'm good. Miracle put the shirt on the seat and sat on, then closed the door. Hell no, that's too much blood, Shanti said, closing her door. I'm about to go home for a second and clean up, then I'm about to ask Kel or somebody how to get this shit in my name, Miracle said as she crunked the car and pulled off. You can't keep a $200,000 or $300,000 car, Shanti said. How not? That bitch dead, Miracle argued. Damn, your face swole. You need to get some ice on that shit. I'm sorry, Shanti said. It was my fault, but when you came you saved my life. That nigga dick was like a baseball bat, Miracle said. It was my fault. I should have had eye on you. I ain't never want you to lose your virginity like that, she said. It's cool. I lost a lot more than that already, Miracle said. Then you killed somebody, Shanti said as Miracle drove. So, you did it before too. This shit's sticking out like a sore thumb, Shanti said. Like I say, at least it ain't reported stolen, Miracle said. Shanti decided to call Pete and ask him what things was looking like. Pete speaking, Pete said. No shit nigga, Shanti said sarcastically. You still at my place? She asked. Hell no, be over there. I wasn't gonna tell you till we robbed this fool, but we got Tony pussy ass tied up, he said. What? You was gone hit the lick without me? She asked. Yeah, but you got to know you was gone get a even cut lil mama. Where he at now? Where else? He at your house in the living room hogtied. I'm trying to get his wife to give up the address. This fool got a safe, Pete said. That's why I ain't tell you. I ain't want you to kill his ass before I got him to tell us the safe code. Nigga, you know damn well I wouldn't kill that bitch if money involved. Well, at least till we get the check, but me and Miracle bout to go to her house. We ain't gon' come around till you get the money, then let me get my prize, she said. I got you baby mama, Pete said. Shanti laughed and hung up. Miracle was sitting quiet. She pulled into the parking lot of the apartment complex. My people got that motherfucker who was trying to kill us, so we good, Shanti said. Miracle climbed out the car and got her purse and tried to wipe it a little more to clean the seat, but most of the blood had dried. Let's go in the house and get you cleaned up. When we do that we can get one of these bums to clean the seats, Shanti said. Miracle took the advice and headed to her front door. The local drug dealers and junkies looked at all the blood, not speaking. Miracle ignored the looks and opened her door and went straight to her bathroom. Shanti came in and locked the door and went in Miracle's room while Miracle ran a shower. Miracle stood in Chapter 14. Pete tried everything he could to make Tony T's wife tell where their house was, but earlier that night a phone call came from Dion telling him that a nigga was sitting outside the apartment complex and he was watching something and had been there the whole time. Pete decided to give up and went back to the apartment. He parked down the street and went to join Dion to watch the dude in the car. This motherfucker waiting on something, Dion said. I think he waiting on Shanti. Her car right there, Pete said. That's probably what it is, Dion said. But soon as whatever he layin' on happen I'm a no BSAP. I'm about to kick back and take a quick nap. When you get sleepy let me know, but don't take yo eyes off that nigga, he said and kicked back. 6 a.m. Black's alarm went off. It was time to end his mission. He had on his black French coat. He got out and looked around to make sure nobody was looking, then opened his trunk, went to it and put a black pistol-gripped pump shotgun under it to conceal it. It was still dark and all the street lights had been busted out. The only light came from the small windows of the apartments. Dion shook Pete. Yo. What up? Pete said, sitting up. That nigga just went to the trunk and pulled a shotgun or some shit. I couldn't be that shit, Dion said. I guess he trying to kill some shit, Pete said as the man skirted the shadows and went up the steps. Call B and tell him to be on the lookout for this fool. Dion pulled his phone out and called Brandon and Pete called Shanti. Shanti answered on the first ring. What's up, foo, she said. I think the nigga who's supposed to be the one knocking yo head off bout to head to yo place. He going up the stairs now. If you're trying to get some of this action, get yo piece and let's ride. I'm on my way over now, Pete said. Miracle was asleep. So Shanti didn't disturb her. She looked at the clock. It was 6:03 in the morning. She grabbed a loaded gun and left out the room quiet as she could and closed the door. Chris, Dion and Pete surrounded all escapes to make sure they got him. Pete took the bottom of the stairs next to Miracle's apartment. Shanti opened the door quiet as she could, but the hinge creaked. Pete looked back and saw Shanti, then heard the click of the pump. Pete looked up and jumped out the way just in time before the slugs shattered the door behind him, almost catching Shanti. She got beside Pete as another slug struck close to home. "This bitch trying to kill some shit for real," Pete whispered. Then heard the sound of a pistol shooting, then more shots, gun swigs. Pete got closer to the stairs. The upstairs was dark, and going up with a nigga in a shotgun frenzy just wasn't what was up. Tony T laid on the floor smiling. He knew it had to be black out there by the way Brandon was acting. Then more gunshots rang. Brandon saw the smirk on Tony T's face and kicked him in the mouth as hard as he could without saying nothing. Then the doorknob was shot by the shotgun. Then the door was kicked in. Brandon jumped to the floor while Tony T spit out blood and teeth. Black was too late. Brandon unloaded his gun into Black's face and body, but he still got hit with a slig in his right shoulder. He ignored the pain and ran to Black's body and snatched the pump while Black's body twitched. Tony T felt his life was really about to get cut short. "I got that bitch," Brandon said to Tony T, then went to call Pete to tell him what happened. Pete was about to go upstairs to see what was up when Dion ran around. "We got to clean up quick. Somebody gone call the police, all this shooting." "Ain't nobody gone call no police round HRE, I promise that," Shani said, then opened the door to check on Miracle. Miracle was standing next to the door with a gun pointed at it. "Damn, Shani, you got to say something," Miracle said. "I almost shut yo ass." "Good you didn't," Shanti said. "But everything good now, you can go back to sleep." "I'ma be back in 10 minutes, she said. "Where you bout to go?" Miracle asked. "Just to my spot to bring my clothes down here." "Oh, aight," Miracle said and walked back to the back of the house, to go back to sleep. When Shanti got to her apartment, she saw Tony T laying on the floor with a pile of blood under his face with teeth in it. And a big black nigga was laid beside him with dead open eyes starting directly at the door. Dion and Brandon was standing in the kitchen with a pot of water on the stove. "What happened?" Shanti asked Brandon. "That bitch shot me, but I'm good," he said. "I'm just bout to let bro clean me up, then I'm bout to go to the house." Pete came out with a sheet and threw it over the body. "I got Chris out there still looking for the police, just in case they did show up," Pete said as he wrapped the big nigga in the sheet. Shanti looked at Tony T. His eyes hadn't left her since she walked in. "Damn. This shit ain't even supposed to happen. I fuck with you, Tony T. I don't even see how you could blame me for that shit," Shanti said, pretending to be hurt, holding the gun over her heart. "I'm heartbroken," she said, then aimed the gun in his face. "Been a hell of a night," she said. "You can kill him if you want, fuck that shit," Pete said. "I'll pay." "Please, it was just a mistake," Tony T said, but Shanti didn't care. She put the gun in his eye and squeezed twice. Blood and bone sprayed from his skull. "Damn, Shawty, you got that shit everywhere," Pete said. "It's already a lot of shit to clean up in the first place," Pete said. "I'll worry about that shit, just get these people out my shit and I'll handle the rest," Shanti said. "Working on it," Pete said. "Matter fact, go down and chill with ya homegirl, let us go on and handle this real quick, get you some rest." "I'ma call you when everything good," Pete said. "You gone fix the door and all?" she asked. "Yeah, and get the blood and shit cleaned up," Pete said. "I love you," she told him. "Right back it up," he said. "So, I can leave my clothes and all?" Shanti asked. Pete looked at her. "Shanti, you dragging me. Just go down there and chill. Ain't nobody gonna touch your shit." "That's my word," Pete said. Shanti took that and went back down to Miracle's apartment and locked the door behind her. When she got in Miracle's room, Miracle was already asleep. Shanti put the gun on the dresser and climbed in the bed with her and went to sleep feeling a little better. Miracle tossed and turned. Every time she started ___ sleeping good. Her stomach started hurting in the worst way. She got up and went to the bathroom to urinate and blood came out again, but it was clotted. "Shanti," she called from the toilet. Shanti was in the bathroom with a gun in a matter of seconds. "Girl, why you calling a bitch like you dying?" Shanti asked. "I might do need to go to the hospital, this ain't looking too good," Miracle said, then wiped and looked at the dark blood clots on the tissue. Shanti grimaced. "That don't look good at all." "Hurry up and wipe, we bout to go," she said. "Oh. Hold up. Get your phone and call Amira and see if she can come over," Miracle said. "The number on the refrigerator." Shanti left to make the call. Miracle sat on the toilet trying to let all the blood run out. She didn't want to go to the hospital because her dad was there. 20 minutes later, Amira inserted her key and walked in. Miracle was still in the bathroom. She saw Shanti coming down the hall. "Hey, she's still in the bathroom," Shanti told her. "What's wrong?" Amira asked, following Shanti to the bathroom. "Coming in," Shanti said, lightly knocking on the bathroom door. Amira decided to not go in. She stood at the door. Miracle looked at Shanti and stood up. Then walked out the bathroom, squeezing past Shanti without speaking. She was in too much pain to talk. When Amira saw Miracle's face, she rushed to her and gave her a hug. "You okay, baby?" she said. Even though Miracle gave her hell the whole time she had been there, she still felt she was responsible for her well-being. "It ain't my face, let me go in the room and I'll tell you what happened," Miracle said, and got out of the embrace and walked in her room. Amira watched her leave. Shanti came out the bathroom. "I would have told you what happened on the phone, but I didn't want to involve the police, but she got raped," Shanti said. Amira's heart sped up a few beats as she rushed in Miracle's room. Miracle was laying in the middle of her bed in the fetal position, clearly in pain. "1 second. Let me get my first aid kit," Amira said, and left the room, running into Shanti. "Sorry, I'm trying to get the medical stuff. She not in a good shape," Amira said, never stopping. She got in Marian's room and took out her large medical kit and rushed back in for Miracle. The sun was starting to rise. The rays shone through the blinds in orange streams. "You mind taking your clothes off?" Amira asked, sitting the kit on the bed. "I'm going in the kitchen, if you need me call me." Chapter 15. Kel hung up the phone when it cut off. He tried to dial Shanti back, but the officer bucked and took the phone from him. He was charged with possession of a firearm, possession of crack cocaine, possession of marijuana, and a dozen traffic tickets. He was surprised he didn't have more charged. His leg was wrapped in a cast and his head hurt, but overall he was okay. As long as Shanti came to bond him out before the car was reported stolen, he could go on the run, he figured. 2 officers escorted him back to the holding cell to wait to be dressed out. Kel sat on the cold block in the cell while crackheads and other dealers slept or either kicked the door trying to get the money the police took back. Kel sat back and daydreamed about fucking to take the pain off his leg. The nurse only gave him Tylenol for pain. The clock said it was 8:30 in the morning. He figured he would be out by 11 if Shanti helped him out. She was the only one he knew who could come up with the money he needed. He looked at the sandwiches they gave him for breakfast and frowned. He was hungry, but he decided to wait until his stomach couldn't take it. He sat there watching the clock. He had bond arraignment in 30 minutes. Shanti sat next to Miracle on the couch in a deep conversation about karma while they had a blunt lit. Shanti took a long drag and blew a stream of smoke out. "You know they say when the laws of attraction working against you, shit get fucked up," she said and passed the blunt. "That's why I do charity, so I make good outweigh the bad." Miracle hit the blunt. "I might need to do that shit. I've been having bad luck like a mother," she said. "I wouldn't say it's bad luck, shit just happens sometimes." Miracle started coughing, then passed the blunt while she reached for her drink. Shanti took the blunt and pat her on the back. You ain't? What's that? Shanti said, pointing to the floor. Miracle drunk some punch and looked at the floor. What? She asked. Pick yo lung up, Shanti joked. Miracle rolled her eyes. They talked until Shanti's phone rang. Who the fuck this is, she said to herself as she grabbed it off the table. This Kel ass. Miracle laughed. His dumbass, she said. Shanti answered, nigga you ain't bout to blow my shit up all day, Shanti said into the receiver. Man, I'm fucked up. I just got a bond. They hit a nigga across the head, Kel said. I don't know what to tell you, Shanti said and smashed the blunt in the ashtray. Come on with that bullshit, all the money I spend with you, he asked. Shanti laughed. Oh, so I was supposed to be holding it for you, oh. She said sarcastically. Look, I ain't got nothing but 3 more minutes. I need to hold 60,000, I'll give it back, you know I'm good. 60, that's a lot. I don't think I got that. Come on Shanti, you all I got. I'ma get you right, I just need about a month. He said. Look, I'ma see what I can do. Call me later on. Nigga, if I bust a move I want my shit back. I got you Shanti. That's on everything, he said, then the phone went dead. Shanti put the phone on the couch beside her and looked at Miracle. This nigga Kel talkin' bout he need to borrow 60 racks. Miracle busted out laughing. Me too, she said. Shit me too, Shanti chimed in. We can still sell that car, she said. I don't want to, I want to keep that shit, Miracle said. You must be high off them pills, that's a motherfucking Rolls Royce that belonged to a dead pimp, now we gon' do that? Shanti asked. You said you got it covered with a car cover, right? Miracle asked. Yeah, but still, Shanti said. Long as that shit stay covered up everything okay, and I got all that bitch-ass nigga jewelry, Miracle said laughing. You stewborn as a motherfucker, if somebody tell about that car then we back in the middle of some niggas trying to kills us. Ain't no nigga gon' kill us, dude got a bunch of hoes probably, and they probably glad his dumbass dead, Miracle said. You remember the girl I told you about, Shanti asked. Who? The one I told you who told me where to find you? Shanti said. Yeah, you said she was raped too. His bitch ass probably raped everybody, Miracle said and stretched. These pills got me feeling good as hell, you gon' get Kel, she asked to change the subject. I don't know. Probably not, I still got to fuck with Valencia later on, Shanti said. Me too. I ain't sleep worth a fuck. I'm bout to take a quick nap and when I get up I'ma fig out if I should get this nigga out and go fuck with old girl. But I ain't gon' be able to do a damn thing till I get myself straight, Shanti said and got up leaving Miracle in the living room. I need to get the door fixed too, Miracle looked at the splintered wood. Fuck that door, we bout to move to another apartment, you can stay with me if you want, Shanti said from the back. Miracle smiled and then laid down on the couch. She needed some rest too. Kel got in his dorm and hopped to a chair to sit down. After a few minutes passed he decided to try to call Shanti hoping he could get through. Gucci walked up to him. Nigga you got me locked the fuck up and they got a fucking parole hold on me. Gucci said with anger in his voice. Kel decided to play it cool, he didn't see a point in getting into a fight with a broke leg. Nigga. I talked to Shanti, she bout to get us both out, Kel lied. I just told you I got a parole hold, Gucci said. Tell Kim to go talk to your parole officer and get it dropped. Then we bout to get out. I'm only charged with obstruction, I'm good, bruh, I really feel like breaking yo motherfucking jaw, I told you to slow the fuck down. Hell yeah, Kel said scratching his head. I don't know why I ain't listen. 'Cause you stupid. Gucci said looking for a fight. Kel sat quiet and Gucci walked away. Kel got up and hopped to the phone and put in his password and dialed Shanti. The operator came on saying his number was invalid. He hung up and tried again, still nothing. He slammed the phone down and the guy on the other phone looked at him. Kel leaned on the phone not knowing what to do on his next move. when an older man wearing gold-framed glasses walked up and called him. Kel looked at the brown-skinned man and noticed he looked like a professor or some kind of CEO minus the jail scrubs. "What's up, bro? You need the phone?" he asked. "Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm trying to get out this place," the man said, then held his hand out to Kel. "I'm Jesse. If you need me to make a call for you, I don't mind helping a brother out." Kel looked at the man. "That would help. I got a $60,000 bond and trying to get out." $60,000 cash bond? The man asked. Kel shook his head. "Yeah. So basically if you 6,000 you gone?" Jesse asked. "Hell no, they said 60, Kel shot back. "Look, all you need to do is get $6,000 and call a bondsman and they will have you out in an hour." Kel looked at the man. "So the 60 shit don't mean shit, all I need is 6,000? Kel asked. "Yep. Let me go ahead and get on the phone and handle my business, then I'ma tell my women to call who you need to help you out," Jesse said. Kel stepped away from the phone and hopped to a table. "Don't go too far, I don't need but 5 minutes, Jesse said, dialing into the phone. Kel sat hoping the man was right. He figured he could probably get Shanti to do that for him. Jesse called him over to the phone. "What's the number?" he asked. Kel told him the number as he hobbled to the phone. When he got there he heard a woman's when he put the receiver to his ear. "Shanti?" he asked. "No, she haven't picked up," she said. "Okay, what you want me to tell her?" the woman said. "Give her my info, just write it down please," he told the lady, then waited till she was ready. "What is it?" she asked. Kel told her. "Look," he said. "Just tell her all my dude said was I need 6,000 and her to call a bondsman for me, and tell her I'll have her the money back by next Friday." "Okay," the girl said and relayed the message. Kel heard her laugh. Kel, she said she gon' do that for you, but she want her shit back or you gon' end up floating somewhere," she said, giggling. Kel laughed too. "Tell her I love her," he said. The lady relayed the message. She said, "Whatever," she said. "Is that all you need me to tell her?" "Yeah, thank you," Kel said. "Put my daddy back on the phone," she said. Kel called Jesse and thanked him. Then give him the phone and hobbled back to the table. He saw Gucci watching him from across the room and realized he was now beefing with him. Shanti put on her shoes and walked in the living room. Miracle was still asleep. She had her butt on the edge of the couch. "Miracle," Shanti said. "Wake up that booty girl," she joked. Miracle stirred. "Them pills got me sleepy as hell, what's up?" she asked. Kel don't need but sit. Chapter 16. Octavia sat in a dim-lit room in a chair. Her sister Portia was in a chair with their backs to each other tied with rope. They had been getting beat all the day since 4 in the morning. It was almost noon. Octavia noticed as she drifted in and out of consciousness from the beating with the crowbars and brass knuckles. Little did she know, her sister died a few hours back, and a few more punches from the brass knuckles and the crowbar she would be dead too sooner or later. Octavia thought as the man in the suit came back with the brass knuckles still on his hand. Octavia knew him as Little Joe. He was Herb's son and also a pimp. And he heard they had something to do with his dad's death. Another guy she didn't know stood to the side ready to hit her in the stomach or chest with the crowbar when commanded. Octavia was also aware her legs and knees had been broken. She knew it was no way she was walking out of that room. She could smell the strong odor of her urine as Lil Joe stood in front of her. "I'm glad one of you stinkin' hoes is up. Old girl not looking too good," he said in attempt of a sick joke. "You ready to talk?" he asked. Octavia tried to speak, but her face felt broken and all her teeth were gone. Her nose was flat like a portobello mushroom, her face looked like a pumpkin with 2 black eyes and split eyebrows and blood flowing down her face. She barely could see. Lil Joe leaned down like a boxer and punched her in her ribs, causing a terrified scream to come out from the pain and agony the blow did to her rib. Her breathing sped up as she inhaled through her mouth while she coughed up blood. "I think old girl kicked the bucket," the other said, then swung the crowbar as hard as he could and hit Portia in the face. Blood splattered as the back of Portia's head hit Octavia to get dizzy from the impact. She still wasn't able to get a word out, only ragged breaths and wheezing. She heard a sickening crunch. The man was using the crowbar to hammer in Portia's head. Octavia gagged and heaved, but her stomach had been empty already, only bloody drool ran in thick streams. Octavia heard a door open and heard women talking. "She got some good brains," one of the women said. The other laughed. Portia's head was completely open with brains spilling in between her and Octavia's back. "Let me do her like that, she might got better brains," one of the women said. Octavia closed her eyes and waited for the crowbar to crush her skull, but nothing happened. "Y'all hoes stop hoking, I'm trying to get this bitch to tell me where to find them hoes who did that shit to my pops," Lil Joe said. "Sorry Daddy," they said in unison. The voices sounded familiar, but Octavia couldn't put her finger on it. "Kill that hoe, she ain't gon' talk," Lil Joe said and took another punch with the brass knuckles, knocking her out cold. She wanted to talk, but her jaw had been broke with one of the first blows, and they didn't start asking questions till Portia was dead. Octavia was already dead as the two women beat her brains outside her head. "We gon' get her pimpin'," the other man told Lil Joe. Lil Joe watched as two hoes beating the two girls' heads. Octavia and Portia's head looked like bloody deflated bags. A waste of pussy, Lil Joe thought as he stepped out of the room. Shanti pulled the weed out and rolled a blunt. "So what you go do?" Shanti asked. Miracle watched her roll the blunt. "Look, I tell you what, I'll sell that shit, but my blood's still in seat and I don't feel like cleaning that shit," Miracle said. "I'ma get one of them junkies to clean it, but Kel know where to take that shit and get the money quick," Shanti said. "I hope he don't think him 'bout to give his broke ass half or nothing," Miracle said. Shanti laughed. "Let's wait and smoke this blunt, I'm 'bout to get that seat cleaned and search that shit real quick. Make sure you get that cane and that shit in the glove box and trunk. You know I'm 'bout to hit that shit. What you got planned to do with that jewelry?" Shanti asked. "I'm 'bout to keep it that shit." "For what? You must want a reminder of when you got raped and lost your virginity." Miracle laughed. "Hell no. I want it to remind me of my first body," she said. "You crazy. I'm 'bout to go get Kel and park next to the rolls. I might clean that shit myself. I got cleaning shit in my car anyways." Shanti got up. "I'm coming out there in a few minutes then," Miracle said. Shanti left and closed the door behind her. Miracle looked at the jewelry that was scattered on the table in front of her. She figured the cane and gold cigar case plus whatever was in the car would make her collection look real handsome. She got up and went in her room and put on a pair of velour pants and a matching brown t-shirt with her brown Jordans. The pain in her vagina still hurt, but not as bad as it did earlier. The pain pills had worked wonders. She looked in the mirror and put on a little foundation to cover the bruises. The swelling had went down good. She looked a little funny with the makeup on, and the split in her lip was the only giveaway. She decided put on a hat and found a black New Era hat in her closet and wore it really low, then picked up a dark pair of shades. She looked like a movie star as she got her purse and stuck all the jewelry in it before slinging it over her shoulder and headed out to meet Shanti in the parking lot. Shanti was parked next to the rolls with the door open. Kel was sitting in the passenger seat of the Honda. "What's going on?" he said to Miracle as she made her way to the car. Shanti stood up. "There go my lil sis, looking like a Kardashian," she joked. Miracle smiled. "Fire the weed up, I'm ready to smoke," she said. "It's in my purse in the lil pocket, all the other shit in the back seat that was in here," Shanti said and bent over to keep cleaning the seat. Kel was watching her ass. "Watch your motherfucking eyes," Miracle said to him, snapping him on his day's trance. "What?" Shanti asked. "This nigga all in yo ass, he must think I want kill his dumb ass." Shanti laughed. "He can look, he ain't getting none." "Damn, y'all 200 babies hell, a nigga can't even look at a ass without getting buried," Kel said. "You can look at ass, you just got to watch which ones you look at, some get ya ass killed," she said. "Let me look at yours then," Kel joked. Miracle walked over and punched him in the forehead. Shande saw it. "Nigga, you bet not hit her back if you smart." Kel rubbed his forehead. "I'm already fucked up and my head a punching bag," he said. "You get off light, you ain't know, Lil Mama is a monster," Shande said, pointing to Miracle. "I see, but what's fucked up is I'm trying to help y'all out and I ain't got not one thank you," he said. Miracle got in the driver's seat of the Honda and lit up the blunt. "That's that pressure," Kel said. Miracle hit the blunt and called Shande to give her the blunt. Shande stopped cleaning and grabbed the blunt over Kel. He watched the blunt. Shande tried to pass it to Kel and Miracle intercepted it. "A bitch don't know where yo lips been, you just got out of jail," Miracle said with smile on her face as she smoked. "Don't play with me, I don't play them type of games." "Oh, I'm supposed to be scared," Miracle challenged. "Naw shawty. It's a respect thing. I ain't did a damn thing to you and you just shootin' at a nigga," he said. "Leave him alone, Miracle, he getting sensitive beside I'm done." "So who driving the rolls?" "I'll drive it," Miracle said. "You sure?" Shande asked. "Yeah, it ain't like he can drive and you can't do my dirt, so I'm gon' drive." "I'll just follow," she said and got out. "You gon' let me hit the weed?" Kel called. "Yeah, but Shani gun gave it to you," Miracle said and gave Shani the weed and climbed inside the rolls. She left her purse with Shani in case anything went wrong. She shut the door and crunked the engine. She really wanted to keep it, but she knew Shani was right. She activated Pandora and put on Drake and waited on Shani to pull out. Miracle followed, listening to the radio and enjoying all the eyes that looked at the car. She promised to buy her a nice car as soon as she got the money too. Chapter 17. Super sat on his bed in his small room he had been in for the last 11 years. He looked almost exactly like Herb but was young and built like an action figure from all the working out he did. He was locked up for statutory rape. He was pimping underage white girls, and when their parents found out they threw the book at him. One of the girls' father paid the other inmates to beat him and rape him. That was why he had spent 11 of those 12 in the hole on protective custody. He still felt he was in the right for pimping. He always went with the saying, "Hoes gon' be hoes," no matter what the age was. He had been waiting for his release date. He heard through the grapevine his dad was dead. But he wasn't able to communicate with the outside, and he told his hoes, "Don't give him no bad news." They were gifts from his dad to take care of him while he was in prison. Now he only had 3 months left till he went home. Super got up and walked back and forth in his cell talking to himself, rehearsing what he would say to a pimp and how he would pimp some hoes. Miracle drove the Rolls Royce and finally made it to where the car was supposed to get sold. They sat in front of an old gas station with a car garage on the side of it. She watched Kel get out and stand by the door with his weight on it. Miracle walked to him. "What the fuck we waiting on, the police?" she asked. "You don't need to worry about jail, you need to worry about going to the crazy house," he said. Miracle acted like she was about to kick his leg, making him fold over. "Scary ass," she said, laughing. Shande got out smoking a Newport. "Where this nigga at?" she asked. "That's what I was asking," Miracle said. Just then Kel's phone rang. "Yo," he said. Then listened. "What?" he asked. "This shit don't look too good," Miracle said. "Give me, hold up," Kel said and put his hand over the receiver and looked at Miracle. "I don't know what he got going on, but he acting like he don't want it, talking about it's Herb shit. What you want me to do? Tell him to give me 50,000 instead of the 75? Kel asked. "Hell no, I want the whole shit." "Fuck it, let's dip Shani." "I'm just gon' keep this shit," Miracle said and went back to the rolls. She got in and pulled off, not waiting on Shandi. "I guess she gon' try to keep it. She hot as a motherfucker, but fuck it. We just gon' cover that shit up and hold it," Shandi said and got in her Honda. Kel got in and shut his door. Dude got spooked. "My bad," he said. "It's all good. Just get my $6,000 and I'm good," Shandi said and headed home. Gucci got out the county jail that night. He heard about Herb getting killed. It was all over the news how they found him. He sat outside his apartment building waiting on Kel to come so he could see he still got out, but it was almost 5:30 in the afternoon and he was wondering who was driving the Rolls Royce. Kel didn't come home until 6 that night. "You wasn't gonna get me out, huh?" Gucci asked. "Nigga, I went to get you, but you was already gone. You know I had to get the money up." "That's what I was doing earlier, trying to chop that Rolls Royce, but that bitch-ass nigga didn't want it," Kel said and hopped to the wall to lean on. "Who shit that is?" Gucci asked. "The lil bitch Miracle stole it from a nigga named Herb," Kel said. Gucci started thinking. "You know that nigga got killed yesterday?" he asked. "Hell no, but I wouldn't doubt that lil bitch killed his ass. She beat the fuck up and it was blood all in the driver's seat," Kel said. "Oh yeah?" Gucci asked. Then got up and went in his house, leaving Kel standing outside. He sat on the couch beside Kim and pulled his phone out. He figured he could make a little money off telling Lil Joe where the Rolls was. "Kim?" he asked as she sat in her recliner. She looked at him. "Nigga, I'm trying to watch TV," she said. "Fuck that TV, you know yo ass gon' want some of this money, and if I gotta get it by myself then you dead," he said. The talk of money had Kim's attention. She popped her gum. "What you need me to do?" she asked. "Get me Lil Joe number," Gucci said. Kim frowned. "I'ma get it for you," she said. "Now Kim," he told her with an edge in his voice. Kim popped her gum and grabbed her phone. Then went to dialing numbers. Gucci listened to her talk to her homegirls trying to get the number, wondering if he could make some money with the information because he knew it was no way a pimp would give no one a Rolls Royce, especially the same night he died. 10 minutes later Gucci got a text from Kim, who was sitting less than 4 feet from him. It was a number. "This it?" he asked. "Yeah, fool," she said and went back to watching TV. Gucci paid Kim no attention. He looked at her a second and dialed the number. A man answered the phone. "Lil Joe?" Gucci asked. "Who the fuck is this?" Lil Joe asked. "It don't matter if you don't need what I got to offer, but I was wondering, would you happen to be looking for yo pop's car?" The line got silent. "Who got my dude shit?" Lil Joe asked. Gucci laughed. "Nigga ain't shit free in this world. But if you want to pay for the info we can talk," Gucci said. "How much?" Lil Joe asked. 10,000, Gucci shot out. "Nigga, come on and be realistic." "I'll give you $200 right now," Lil Joe said. "I'm good," Gucci said, then hung up the phone. He knew if Lil Joe called back he wanted to know bad. His phone rung again. "You ready to stop trying me like a hoe?" he asked. "Where you need the money, I'll get it to you, but at the same time," Lil Joe said. "Meet me inside the Krispy Kreme and I'll have you a video," Gucci said. "I'ma be there, but you gon' show me where it's at before I pay." "I ain't trying to play with you," Lil Joe said. "I don't give a fuck, just have my money and meet me at the Krispy Kreme on Ralph David Albenethy in the West End in 20 minutes, Gucci said. "I'ma be there," Gucci said. Then hung up. He went to the door and Kim called. "I want money too." "I heard how much you said," she told him. "Yo nosy ass, you know I got you, you my bitch ain't you?" he asked. "Yeah, until yo ass start getting stupid," said Kim. "You crazy ass hell shawty, I'ma be back in an hour." "Just be butt ass naked when I get in," Gucci joked. "No problem. Long as that tongue ready, I'm ready," Kim said. Gucci opened the door and left out, closing it behind him. He went across the street and took some picture of the Rolls and went on his way to meet Lil Joe. He felt bad for what he was doing, but he told himself he didn't fuck with Miracle and Shani anyway. Gucci made it to the donut shop and took a seat and ordered a half-dozen donuts. He was 10 minutes early. He wolfed the donuts down. Lil Joe walked in wearing all polo and a pair of black shades. Jewelry was on his neck, both wrist, ears and finger, all diamonds. "Right here," Gucci said as he stood up and went to meet Lil Joe. He pulled his phone out and showed Lil Joe the video of the car. Gucci made sure he didn't capture none of the scene in the background. Lil Joe pulled out a stack of money. Gucci looked at his ringed hand, almost drooled seeing the fresh bills. He reached for it. "Oh, playa. You ain't show a pimp shit." Lil Joe put the money in the top pocket of the lime green polo shirt. "Nigga, I ain't got all day, let's roll," he said and walked out. Gucci followed. He figured one ring on Lil Joe's hand was worth more than 10,000. And he didn't want to seem like he ain't never seen no money. They made it to the black BMW and Lil Joe told him to ride in the back. He had one of his hoes up front. Fuck wondered if that was a good idea. But he just got in. He saw a pretty red bone in the back that had on nothing but a pair of thongs. Gucci closed the door and saw the one in the front was pretty too, but she had her clothes on. "I figured you might want to spend some of yo money with my girl Pudding," Lil Joe said. Gucci looked at the prostitute and his eyes went to her breast. She smiled and pulled her panties to the side and showed him her fresh shaved pussy. "No Pudding, you not bout to start yo shit in my car. You know your pussy be too wet." "I don't need my shit soaked," Lil Joe said. "Okay daddy, but I wanna fuck him." "Can I just suck his dick then?" she asked in a little girl tone. "No, ho, you can't do shit. You got yo own spot. If you want some of that grade of pussy, he gotta go to yo spot and get her take you somewhere," Lil Joe said calmly. "I wanna fuck him too," the one in the front said, then got out and closed the door. She opened the back and slid in on the other side of Gucci. "Nigga, where we going so I can drop yo ass off, for you steal my hose?" "They ass horny like that because I don't let them fuck nobody but each other. They do shows for niggas who like to watch," Lil Joe said as the one who had just got and rubbed his dick. He didn't stop her. "When I get my money?" Shandi hung up the phone and looked at Miracle who was watching TV. "We gotta get the fuck out this shit. I might be motherfuckers watching our front door," she said. "Why you say dat?" Miracle said and popped a handful of M&Ms in her mouth. "We just gotta get out this shit. Kel said it's a nigga watching the building and he parked next to the Phantom in my car." Miracle got up and grabbed a pistol, then chambered around. "It is what it is," she said. "Let's do what we do." Shandi got up and got a gun then her phone and slipped on a hoodie. Miracle slipped 112. "So what you want to do?" she asked. "We can't go out the window because the parking lot right there," Shandi said. "Let me call Kel and ask him what our front look like." Shandi said calling. She talked briefly then hung up. "Come on." They put their guns in their waists and headed out locking the door back. Then they walked across the street and sat on the wall where Kel was standing. Kel had a crutch now. "I think that nigga trying to wait on y'all to come to your car," he told Shandi. "I don't know but now, we got his ass if he try to go to the apartment," Shandi said. "You need to knock a few dollars off, that nigga probably was gon' kill y'all ass." "I hadn't said nothing," Kel said. "That motherfucker probably not even looking for us," Miracle said. "Yo as hell," he said to Miracle. "But it's all good. You don't owe me nothing, I'm just glad to help you because I fuck you," he said. "That's what's up. But if that nigga is at us, I'ma knock 3 off you," she said. "That's what's up. I hate to say it but I hope he is at you," Kel joked. "Yo ass probably sent him," Miracle said. "Yeah, I damn sure did. And that's my BMW he riding in." "You got me," he said sarcastically. They sat waiting to see what the driver had planned. Lil Joe waited for the right time then got his gold-plated 1mm out and got out his car and leaned against the door with the gun shoved in his waistband. He took a deep breath and walked to the front of the parking lot. He saw basers and dope dealers hovering around the area, but no one seemed to be paying him attention. He noticed all the traffic and noticed it could be a good hood to pimp in. And made a mental note to drop off 4 or 5 of his hoes. "What's going on, Lil Joe?" a skinny baser said. He had a bad odor on him and his mouth smelled like an open asshole. Lil Joe back away from the small dirty man. "I got you $5 to get the fuck out my face," Lil Joe said and peeled the baser a bill out of his pocket. He meant to buy a cup of coffee with earlier. He handed it to the man and went around him. He made his way up the steps to the door Gucci told him and knocked. "That nigga was looking for us," Shanti said. "Come on, let's go shoot his head off and see if it grow back like dude shit on Men in Black," Miracle joked. "I got a plan," Kel said. "Guy me the key to yo place and I'ma go over and unlock the door and go in. Then one of y'all come over and draw down on him," he said. "Go ahead. I'ma walk over there and put the gun on him," she told Kel. Kel got his crutch and made his way to Miracle's apartment with her key. He got there and was face to face with Lil Joe as he put his key in the door. "What's up, you looking for my sister?" he asked. "She light-skinned with gray eyes?" he asked. "Yeah. I'll get her slut ass," Kel said walking in. Lil Joe pushed him on the ground, causing him to fall on the floor hard. Pain shot through his leg like a lightning bolt. He looked up and was staring down the barrel of the golden gun. "This ain't got shit to do with you. Keep your mouth closed, you keep your life," Lil Joe said. Kel shook his head, he understood. Lil Joe stood up and went to close the door when a figure appeared in the doorway. Before he could raise his gun, he was shot twice, then rushed. He dropped his gun in terror and fell on the floor as he was pushed down by Shanti. Miracle walked up with her gun ready to shoot him, wishing she was the one who shot him. Shanti was the one to shoot because Miracle was still hurt. Shanti was on her knees with her pistol digging in his neck. "Aha," she said. Chill. Lady Pimp's everything good." Lil Joe managed to get out. He was shot in his shoulder and collarbone. "I'm about to tie his ass up," Miracle said. "My fucking leg hurt like a motherfucker," Kel said. Lil Joe was glad to hear her say time him up. He figured he could talk his way out, or the cops would come because of the gunshots. He didn't know he was on his own, as Shanti took all his money and posed his irons out his pocket. "Get me some butter," she told Miracle, who had come back with a sheet. "Alkt, I'm about to make some strips," she said, going in the kitchen. She tossed Shanti a stick of butter and some sheet strips to tie Lil Joe up. Kel was still laying on the floor. "What you want to do with him?" Shanti asked as she took all Lil Joe's jewelry off. He laid completely quiet, hoping not to say the wrong thing. Miracle came back in the living room and got down to help Shanti tie him up. "I don't know yet, I don't even know this fool," she said. "I'm keeping this gold gun," Kel said. "You ain't keeping shit. Put my shit down." "You heard Shanti tell you she gonna knock 3,000 off," Miracle said while she finished tying him up good. "What about the car then?" he asked. "Three-way split," Miracle said. Lil Joe grunted while they pulled his arms to his feet to hog-tie him. He wanted to talk, but he wanted them to hurry and tie him up so they would feel comfortable and he could negotiate. "Look, I'm a millionaire, money ain't a problem. I'll make y'all millionaires if you let me go, and y'all can keep everything," he said. "Stop lying. You came to kill me, that's why you had your gun out," Miracle said. "That's why his stupid ass pushed me too," Kel cut in. "Fall back, Kel, let me handle this," Miracle said. Shanti went to the couch and sat down, letting talk while she rolled a blunt. "I think I know who this nigga is. I think this old boy son," Shanti said. "He look like that nigga too. He might do be rich," Miracle said. Kel got to the couch and sat beside Shanti. "Y'all coulda helped a nigga up or something," he said. "So you think I'm 'bout to let you like when you came to kill me 'bout that pussy-ass nigga," Miracle said. Lil Joe didn't like the fact of lying, so he told her the truth. "Look, Lil Mama, that was my dad and I know he was some bullshit, but that don't change the fact he made me the young rich pimp I am today," Lil Joe said. The pain in his collarbone and shoulder started to throb harder. "But you know I killed his ass though, but guess why I did it?" Miracle asked. "She knew how it was when you loved your parents. She would kill for her dad. That's why she felt for him. And she noticed he didn't even look like a killer." "Yeah, tell me." "Because as of right now I'm looking at it like he got robbed and killed, then got left on the floor naked." "That's some embarrassing shit," Lil Joe said. "I'm 15 years old and I was a virgin. You might don't know it, but your daddy had a dick like your arm. I never led him on about sex or nothing. I just told him I wasn't no hoe. He told me he would give me $100,000 to just take a ride with him so he could show me something. Then my dim ass got in with him not knowing what was going on, and he beat the fuck out of me and raped me. I been bleeding like a motherfuck from that shit, and my pussy and stomach hurt like hell, she said. But if you ain't no hoe, why the fuck you was at a players and pimp convention? Niggas don't do shit at them but try out hoes and trade em or rent em. What the fuck you was doing there, he asked. Nigga, don't act like you checkin' me. I'm trying to ben ice and explain what happened, she said. Nah, I ain't trying to check you, pretty lady. I'm just asking, he said. Some friends took us, but we didn't know what it was, we just wanted to get out the house. They just told us to dress sexy, Miracle said as anger started to flush over her. She wanted to kill Octavia. She had tried to call her and she haven't been picking up the phone, she thought. I see what happened now, but how the fuck you get in a motel? Nigga. He had me fucked up. He beat me bad. You can see my face, she said, pointing. Lil Joe knew she wasn't lying. He was well aware of the style of pimpin' his dad used. It was a form of fear, and when you ruled by fear, that was ruled by respect and control. And to rule by love was passion and affection. He could tell by Miracle talking she was not the one to cross, even with the bruises. She was still a beauty queen, he thought. Miracle looked at him. Look, I need you to feel me on this. Let's put you in my shoes, she said. The only person you ever loved and the only family member you ever knew is sitting in a hospital bed with cords everywhere. If you pulled the plug out, they gone. Then at the same time you a virgin and plan on saving yourself for marriage, and a nigga with a 2-foot dick beat you and rape you, trying his best to hurt you as bad as he could, and you get a chance to kill him. What the fuck? Chapter 18. 3 months later. Super rehearsed his role of a pimp to all the imaginary hoes he created in his cell. He pimped hard and all his hoes loved him. Today was his release day. He went to his cell bars with his mirror and stuck it out to see if he could see an officer outside the cells. He didn't see no one. He put the mirror on the DOP of his cot and kicked the door hard as he could, over and over. Sit yo pussy ass down and get the fuck off that door, a mate said. Bitch ass, another chimed in. Fuck y'all bitch ass niggas. I'm getting out this bitch today. Y'all daughters coming to pick me up. I'ma pimp the shit out of them and send y'all pussy shots, he hollered over the guys who were constantly shut the fuck up, to drown him. Do it, I'll read about your funeral. I might send her to kill yo bitch ass, one guy said. Suck my dick. Super shot back and kicked on the door harder. Super, Officer Davis hollered. Nigga, I'm coming, he said. Super stopped kicking and stood at the cell waiting on the officer. When the officer got to his cell, he looked at Super. Nigga, pick that happy ass fro. I'm bout to let you out. I know you go home. You gon' be outside this cell in the next 10 minutes, Davis said. Let me out to get in the shower before I leave, Super said. Nigga, you can't wait. Hell no, I got 2 badass hoes bout to come get me. I need to be smellin' right. A nigga ain't trying to pull up after 12 years with no musty ass nuts, Super said. Davis laughed. Get yo shower shit and I'ma let you out. But look brah, don't be running round this shit passing shit, just handle your business. I'm 10 steps ahead, Super said and got his shower roll. Davis unlocked the door. You got your shit together, he asked. I don't want none of this shit. I'm giving it all to old school next door. Dude ain't never getting out. All I need is my mail and pictures and bring dad out now. Super went and grabbed the huge stock of mail off the door and walked out the cell. Hold it down, Super, the old dude said. I'm bout to leave your everything in my cell, he said. Go ahead and give it to me, you know that pussy ass orderly gone still what he want, the old man said. Damn old nigga, you tryin' to work a pimp, Super said and stepped back in his cell. He put all his stuff in the blanket on his bed and drug it out in front of the old man's cell. Super didn't mind helping the man out. He had been in a cell beside him for the last 9 years. Davis opened the old man door and Super pushed the blanket in. "I should get on yo ass," the old man said. "I'ma send yo old ass some pictures of some bad hoes when I get my stable right," Super told him as he backed up and let the officer lock the door back. "Appreciate that young blood and don't pimp too hard," the old man said. "I can't help it," Super joked. He looked around. "Fuck y'all pussy niggas back here," he hollered before he could finish the rest of his speech. He got hit with a cup of shit by the dude next to the old man. Everybody laughed. "I got you," Super said as he wiped his face and threw his mail on the floor. "Yeah, pussy nigga. Now you the shit," the man hollered. "He wearing that pimp suit, that's him," another joked. "I hope hoes attracted to shit like flies," another voice said as laughter erupted. Another cup came his way and missed him. Davis was out the way. "Nigga go get in the shower and go home," the old man said. "That nigga gon' still be here the next 29 years. Super left for the shower. "Davis grabbed me some shower stuff from old school. I'm about to wash." "You need to, that shit stink," Davis said. Super went to the shower to wash the shit off him. He let the water run on him while he waited on Davis to bring him some more shower stuff. When he got there, he gave Super the shower roll. Super took his time to clean himself thoroughly. "Hurry up, yo, right out there," Davis said. He got dressed and headed out the shower. He ran so he could pass the cells in case a nigga had a fresh cup of shit and piss for him. "Yo pussy ass got away then," someone said. "Suck my dick sideways," Super shot back as Davis came to let him through the door. "You ran that shit like a track star," Davis joked as he called in on the radio. The gates slid open and Super walked through all the gates. In the entrance gate, Daisy and Rose stood waiting on him. "Hey baby," they said and ran to him and both hugged him. "We got you a silk Armani suit in that office to put on. She said you could change if you want in there," Daisy said. Super kissed them both passionately while Davis watched. Super let the girls go and went in the office and got dressed. Rose was red and had rose bush tattoos from her ankle all the way up the side of her body, stopping at her right ear. She was El Verna exact look-alike, even with her long brown hair. She wore a pair of booty shorts that barely covered anything and a halter top that showed her belly button ring. Daisy was light caramel complexion and looked like Montana fish burn. Her tattoos was just like Rose's, but instead of roses it was bright yellow daisies going down the whole right side of her patite body. They were both beautiful and wise. Rose was 31 and Daisy was 30, and was best friends. Better yet, sisters. Super walked out in his cream-colored suit and had his brim tilted. He looked at his presidential Rolex and smiled as the sun hit his face. He put his arms around their necks and they put theirs around his waist, and the three walked out the gate. "Hold it down, Super," Davis said. Super didn't speak. He came to the car that Daisy and Rose came in. It was a white Mercedes. Daisy opened the back door for him and let him slide in. Then she slid in beside him, closing the door while Rose got in the driver's seat. She crunked the engine and leaned over to open the glove box. She took out 2 big knots of money and handed them to Super. He took it. Daisy was already taking his dick out to give him a mind-blowing blowjob. "Save me some too, ho," Rose said as he pulled off. "Give him the treat first." Daisy leaned under the seat and pulled out a purse, then opened it, looking at his dick the whole time. Super watched her pull out a sack of brown powder and a $100 bill. She poured some on a mirror and chopped it with a razor, then made 3 lines. "You gon' love this, daddy," she said, then snorted a thick line and gave him the mirror and the bill while she sniffled. "Hit it, daddy," she said, then went to sucking his dick. Super looked at it. He had never snorted before. He didn't want to seem like a wimp. He put his hand on her head while she did the best blowjob he ever had. He rubbed the soft skin on the back of her neck with his thumb, causing her to moan. He let her head go and put the $100 on the mirror and snorted the thinnest one. He felt a boost and passed the mirror to Rose. "Here," he said. She turned and got it, then hit her line. He felt himself nodding, and the head he was getting was feeling so good he never wanted her to stop. Rose turned into a motel 20 minutes later. Daisy was still sucking on him. "We're here," she said and got out the car. Daisy put his dick back inside his suit. "I love the taste. I'm surprised you ain't fed me none of that pimp juice," she said as she opened the door. "Bitch, you gon' get this pimp juice," Super said. Then slid out. Rose already had the door open when they got out. Him and Daisy headed in the room. When he stepped in, it was food, gifts, liquor, and all types of stuff in it. Super undressed and Daisy took his clothes and laid them neat over a chair, piece by piece as he took them off. "I'm 'bout to lay down," he said when he was naked. "You feel okay?" Rose asked. "Yeah ho. I'm confessional," he said and laid on the bed. Rose and Daisy got naked. Daisy snorted some more than Rose. "You want some?" Rose asked, holding the mirror out. Super took it and snorted a bit more than he did the first time. "We 'bout to fuck the hell out you," Daisy said. "Hell yeah, and he got a big ass dick," Rose added. "His dick almost big as Herb's," Daisy said. Super jumped up and slapped Daisy hard. "Bitch, don't ever speak about my old man like that," he said. "Sorry, Daddy," she said. "Gimme one too," Rosa said and turned her face to him. Super didn't understand, but he slapped her just as hard. "We do everything together, Daddy, so you punish one, you punish both," Rose said. Super laid back on the bed. "Light me a cigarette," he said. Daisy got on the bed and started kissing his balls and up his shaft, then took him in her mouth. Rose lit a Newport and gave it to him, then went to sucking his dick with Daisy. When his cigarette was gone, he pulled Rose on his face and ate her pussy while she held the headboard and slid up and down on his tongue. Daisy was having her way with his dick in reverse cowgirl. Soon they switched and Daisy rode his face. He noticed the different feels of the two women, but both felt good. Later that night, Super was tired of fucking. "I'm ready to make it back to the city," he said. "You don't enjoy us?" Rose asked. "Y'all my bitches, I'ma always enjoy y'all, but I got to get money, fuck laying round getting my dick wet," he said. "You hungry?" Daisy asked. "Yeah, roll a blunt and warm up some wings, then take this shit to the car and let's puff out this shit," he said. "Who running the city now?" he asked. "Your brother Lil Joe," Rose said, while she did her part to get his request fulfilled. "What brother?" he though to himself. "He doing his thing," Daisy said, then left out the door with a bunch of bags. "I'm letting y'all hoes run the show till I figure shit out." "What other drugs you got?" he asked. "I got some X-pills," Rose said and walked to the table and poured him a shot of Ciroc and gave him 2 X-pills. "This shit gon' have you rolling," she said, handing him the pills and drink. Daisy came back for more bags and left back out. Super took the pills and downed the liquor, then got up to get dressed. The girls had slipped on their clothes already. Rose warmed his hot wings and had his blunt ready for high, while she helped take the rest of the bags to the car. "Y'all wash first," he said. Both girls went in the shower together while he ate. They came out and put on some more clothes that seemed more business attire. They put on skirt suits. Super checked them out and smiled. He realized he didn't have no little girls. He had 2 women who knew how to get money. They left the motel at 8 o'clock that night and was looking at the Atlanta City line in the next hour. Super felt so good. Tonight was his night, he thought. He thought back to a tattoo he saw on Rose under a 3D portrait of a baby tiger on her right shoulder blade on the back. It said, "A hoe part-time, a pimp most time, but a lady all the time." Super decided to talk to them. They both was in the front seat. "I read that tattoo on the back of your shoulder," he said. Rose knew he was talking about her. Daisy had the same tat on her thigh, but was a panther with the same saying. "You talking about my kitty?" Rose asked. "Yeah, I read it." "So you a pimp too?" he asked. "Only part-time," she said. "Daisy is too." "You got to know that. Who you think the originators of game is? We made Adam sin against God, and he spoke directly and was made from God's hands. So imagine what we do to a nigga who already got the devil in him," she said. Rose cut in. "Women don't let you pimp them just because you got some talk game. Ain't no women in the world gone let a nigga pimp them and give him all her money when she can sell her own pussy. Women do shit for different reasons. Some love to fuck, some need money, some like to be dominated, and security, some just like to feel love even if it ain't real love. Or they like the life of going from dick to dick, could be all of the above, but overall we got out reasons, Rose said. What's your reason? Super asked. My reason is because it's a good woman behind every good man. And when it comes to making money, that's what I do. I need you to roll with me like you need me to roll with you. Ain't no selfish shit going on. Me and Daisy get hoes and pimp hoes under your name, you feel me? Rose said. Yeah, you just sit back and let the money flow and we take you to the top. All of us eat. I'm 30 years old and I don't sell no pussy. I pimp hoes. You're my only dick, Daisy said. So y'all pulling my coattail, he asked. Something like that, Rose said. See baby, the bottom bitch is the money maker. You got two badass bottom bitches. That's an advantage because we not fighting for no top spot. Plus we work extra hard. You don't gotta tell us to get no strip like them bum-ass hoes. We pulling escorts around the city with millions. Ain't no motherfucker who got millions trying to get caught in shit, feel me? So, we been on some high-class shit the whole time you been in jail. When we only had you to look out for, we decided to put our heads together and make you the king, but you have two queens, Rosa said. I'm queen one, Daisy joked. Look, as long as you love us over all other bitches, we willing to do anything for you, even die as of right now. If you show flaw, we gone, and don't be light on them hoes. We been watching the game while you been in jail, so we gon' teach you what we know, Rose said. Bitch him the pimp, Super said, still attempting to rehearse the role he practiced for the last 12 years of his life. We know you the pimp, Daisy cut in, but you got to know your bitches' personalities. This ain't no movie, we different in so many ways, and we ain't no soft-ass bitches. We need you to hear us, that shit mean a lot, this is a relationship. When you speak we all ears, it ain't like letters and phone calls, this for real, we real women. As long as we held you down you got to know we fuck with you and we gon' keep doing it. She ain't lying, Rose said. All she telling you is we not green. We sisters have killed, robbed and stole to take care of us three. Right now we talking you to a house we bought for us and me personally. I expect to be treated with respect, Rose said as she pulled off on exit. She right. We not trying to be beat up and shit all the time. When you slapped me, that was cool. We don't mind you feeling the old pimp swag, so if you can help it. If you got to beat us then you don't need us. That mean we doing the wrong shit, Daisy said. Then passed him a blunt Rose had just lit. Super took it and hit it. Y'all bitches make me feel like y'all pimpin' me? Super joked. Rose laughed. Hell no. Oh, and 'bout your brother. You probably gon' wanna slap a bitch again for what I'm 'bout to say, Daisy said. I ain't gon' do no shit like that, what you got to say? Super asked. He had a whole new outlook on the two women now. What you 'bout to tell him? Rose asked Daisy. I'm just 'bout to tell him about that bullshit-ass Lil Joe. Rose shrugged her shoulders. Godhead, she said. Super passed the blunt back and Daisy took it and passed it to Rose as she drove down a nice residential neighborhood. I'm listening. Y'all running the show, Super said. No, we not running it like you saying it. We just know things you ain't seen because we was yo eyes in the streets and you know how you was about bad news in there. But anyways, he some bullshit. You daddy loved that nigga and put him on real hard. You gotta face it that he dead. But here is the news. They say a while back he went for revenge for your dad's killer. It was said it was a nigga dead in the motel the same way your dad was dead. And he ended up shot up. Who? Super asked. Your brother. He went after a nigga on some revenge shit and everybody's saying it was two bitches instead of a nigga. It was for reputation, not love. His love is only money. I really don't want you to get tangles with him. We want you to have your own operation and eventually take over the whole thing, and by the time he find out it'll be too late, Daisy said. Rose reached for a high five and Daisy met it. Am I lying? Daisy asked Rose. Hell no, you know we don't do that lying shit, Rose said. You gon' be a boss pimp real soon, baby. Just let us do our thing, and if you tryin' to get to the city so fast to find your dad's killer, let it go. At least until we do our thing and get to the top. Then if you wanna find them hoes, me and Rose will pull up on they ass, Daisy said. Super sat quiet. He did plan on getting the real people that killed his dad, but he knew they were right. He enjoyed his conversation and looked out the window at all the passing houses. 10 minutes later they pulled in front of a 2-story house that looked like it costed at least $500,000. This the pad? He asked. Yep. Chapter 19. Miracle rode in the passenger seat of Lil Joe's Maserati. It was Coasin white with 22-foot-inch rims on it. Since they met they had been inseparable. Lil Joe had just picked her up. He wanted to smoke some weed with her. Nigga, let me find out you still laying on killing me, Miracle joked. I can't do it. I'm attached to yo ugly ass, he said. Oh, I'm ugly, she asked and punched him in the arm playfully. He laughed. Roll up, he said. Miracle opened the glove box and took out a bag of strong-smelling weed. This some loud-smelling shit, she said. It should be costing 1,000 ounce. I just wanted to smoke the first one with you, he said. Miracle rolled the blunt and gave it to him to light it. You scared? He asked, taking the blunt. He popped it in his mouth and lit it with the lighter he kept in the middle console. He coughed on the first puff and passed it to Miracle. She puffed it and couldn't stop coughing. Damn, what the fuck? She asked, drooling. SH wiped her mouth and looked at the weed. What the fuck? She said again, still coughing. Lil Joe plucked it from her fingers. You bout to let the weed go out? He hit the weed and tried his best not to cough and ended up almost coughing up a lung. Miracle laughed. That shit got me high as a motherfucker, she said and grabbed the blunt he was offering. She hit it again and tried her best not to cough. Then she held the blunt in her index and thumb away from her face, looking at it. I smoke weed. Why the fuck is I'm so high? And can't stop coughing? She asked. Well, Lil Miracle. That OG Master Kush, he said and pulled into a park and parked next to the soccer field. When they finished smoking, Lil Joe let the blunt go out in the ashtray. Sis, we got a lot of shit to do, and I like them hoes you pulled for me last weekend. You keep doing that, we gon' own the whole city, he said. We not gon' never own these white folk shit, nigga, she said. You don't think so? I really think yo red ass be wanting to argue, Lil Joe said. Fight too, nigga, what's up? Miracle joked, then leaned her seat back. I don't want no smoke, you got it. I been thinking 'bout getting the fuck out of Georgia. You tryin' to dip with me? He asked, then reached his hand over to rub between her thighs. She slapped his hand and picked it up like a dead rat and dropped it back on his lap. Nope, you know I ain't rockin' like that, she said. But I'm not really trying to do that. I'm trying to build a strip club. You talking about that 3-level shit you was telling me about a few weeks ago? He asked. Yep, you playing, but I'm telling you that shit gon' be off the chain, she said. Yeah, but all that shit you trying to do, that shit gon' cost about $1 million at the least, he said. Well, I got 400,000 now, and if I have to sell the car then that's gon' be another 150 to 200,000, and I know my lil brother will give big sis a loan, she said. Oh, lil bro, but I tell you what. Draw up the blueprint and let me check it out, and if it's smooth I'll do it, but you need to come to Maluki with me, he said. Hell no, she said. You know sis ain't bout to let me go. Lil Joe laughed. Yeah, you right, he said. Him and Miracle talked over an hour about all types of stuff. When he dropped her off at the new apartment her and Shani lived since she pulled the plug of her dad over 3 months ago, Lil Joe watched Miracle walk in her place, thinking how fine she was. He actually grew to love her over the last months. Her personality was a one of a kind. He pulled off to get back to his everyday life. He just made time for Miracle whenever he could every day. Miracle walked in her apartment and saw Shani having sex on the living room couch. They didn't even hear her walk in. "Damn bitch, that's why you got a room," Miracle said, walking past her. "Couldn't make it," Shanti hollered. She had her legs on Pete's shoulders and he was pounding her. Miracle closed her door and turned her TV on, kicked her shoes off and laid back. 15 minutes later Shanti walked in her room. "Sorry, he gone now. I had to let him fuck before he left, so his ass don't be chasing them hoes, you feel me?" Shanti asked. "Hell no," Miracle said sarcastically. "Oh, don't act like yo is just no angel. You think I ain't seen them flicks you got and I found your lil vibrator," Shanti said. "What? How you find that?" Miracle jumped up and tackled Shanti. They wrestled in the hall. Chapter 20. 6 years later. Shanti found herself in a correctional facility for first-degree murder. She ended up killing a girl Pete was sleeping with after they had just got married. She didn't even try to be careful. She killed her and drug her body ties to the back of her car. Shanti sat on her bunk waiting for them to call for details. She had already done 4 years on a fresh life without parole, but she managed to make trustee in that time by having sex with the warden. It was 6:30 a.m. and her 17-year-old bunkmate Tracy was still asleep. Shanti shook her. "Get up. Time to go to work," she said. Tracy was locked up for stealing cars. She was from Louisiana and sold dope, robbed and all. It was hard to know she was even a female. She was dark-skinned and had manly facial features, but Shanti figured that was because she wore her hair in a skinned face, because some women say she would be real pretty with her hair and a little makeup. "Details," the speakers blared. "I'm ready to quit this detail shit," Tracy said and got up. "You would rather stay here with these snaggletooth hoes instead of go get money?" Shanti asked. "I'm up," Tracy yawned and stretched. She had already brushed her teeth and washed her face. She just always went back to sleep. They walked out their cell down the long hallway and stood in line behind all the women going to detail. Shanti was now 27-year-old and still was a hustler and didn't play no games. She told Tracy about Miracle plenty times and the things they had done together. After being roommates a while, Shanti decided to put Tracy in her smuggling operation she had Miracle helping her with. Only thing about Tracy she didn't like was how sometimes she got fidgety, but she enjoyed the sex they had when they were high as a kite. The line got shorter and quieter. Sergeant McDonald had came on the scene. She was a manly-looking white girl who seemed to hate everybody's guts. So everyone stayed out her way because if she put you on her radar you wouldn't be able to do anything, and if you didn't do anything, it was stories of her planting things on people to get them sent to high-max security prisons. People said her body was shaped like the frog on the WB commercial. But no one would say it to her face, mainly because everybody was on drugs. She hollered with her peewee-sounding voice and talked shit. People mimicked her voice when she wasn't looking. "That bitch need to be quiet. Don't nobody be wanting to hear that shit every morning," Tacy said. "We ain't got to hear it nothing but a few minutes, it's a lesson." "Don't end up like that," Shanti said. "I'll kill myself first," Tracy said dryly. "You really trippin'. She like you like a motherfucker, it's me she don't like. You can pull up on that bitch and make her stop all that shit and bring in all kinds of stuff, Shanti. I don't want her to do shit but stay out my damn face. All I want to do is go out and pick up the dope and stay out these motherfuckers' way," Tracy said. Shanti smiled. They had 4 more girls in front of them, so they decided to be quiet. When they exited the door, they walked to meet their detail officer. She was a white girl with blonde hair and wore her uniform like skin and kept her pants deep in her flat ass, giving a full view of both butt cheeks. She stood with her back to them, messing with the juice cooler in the front seat. "You need to wear your pants like that," Shanti joked to Tracy. "For what?" "So I have a yeast infection," Tracy said. The dykes called her hotcakes. She liked it, not knowing they was talking about how flat her ass is. The woman's name was Ms. Meyer and she always wore her black hat with her thin ponytail through the back. "Spandex, all spandex," one of the girls said as a joke to another. "Be quiet for she hear you." We already got to her redneck-ass speech when we get in the van, another told her. When all the girls was in the van and it was locked, Miss Meyer walked around to the driver's seat and got in. Then put on her silver shades she wore. "So you bitches ready to work or what?" she said. "I might get out there and work today my damn self." No one spoke. The girls wanted her to bury and be quiet, trying not to prolong the speech. "It's 8 of y'all and 2 of you are new," she groped her gun. "I'm going to lay down a few rules. First is if you're going out here to get high, you will get caught. You will not bring anything in." "Shut the fuck up," she hollered. No one had said a word. She just wanted to argue. "There will be no wondering if you do. I will be forced to send." Chapter 21. Miracle was now 21 years old and had opened up her club. She called it Pretty in My Profession, the Pimp for short. She was still in the process of getting everything done. When Shanti called, she was at her office interviewing a bouncer. She dismissed him and told him she would call him. She got up and walked to her window in her office that sat on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was made for high rollers and upscale women. The 2nd for a little less wealthier people, and the bottom layer that was a club for anyone. She wanted everyone to find something in her club. So far she only had a few women for her 2 sup ND/sup and 3rd floors. Miracle looked down at the future bouncer going to his Malibu. She went back to her desk and made a call to wire the money for Shanti off her credit card. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," she said. 3 women walked in. All 3 were pretty and elegant. Miracle pointed to the sofa against the wall for them to sit and finished her transfer for Shanti. Once she was done, she hung the phone up and looked at the 3 girls. "How can I help you ladies?" Miracle said. "I'm trying to get a job. I can do some dance moves that will blow your mind," a dark-skinned one said. Miracle offered a dry smile. She was bottom floor material, though. Miracle never told anyone about what the levels meant, but no man with lots of money wanted to hear a woman rant about nothing, no matter how fine she was. "Before we start, could I get you ladies' names?" Miracle said. The other 2 girls were brown-skinned. She had seen them somewhere, she just couldn't put her finger on it. The one in the middle said her name was Jennifer, but they call her Jem. "Nice to meet you, Jem. What about you, Miss Pretty?" Miracle asked the 3rd one. "My name is Tiffany," she said. "Well, I have 3 beautiful young ladies in my office. If I was a man, I would try to get some pussy for a job," Miracle joked. "But all jokes aside, you ladies fill out these applications and turn them into me by the end of the week." Miracle grabbed 3 applications and held her hand out for one of the girls to get it. Tiffany got up and came to the desk to get them while the other 2 talked. Tiffany leaned down. "I don't know them, I came alone," she whispered. Miracle winked at her. "I'll remember that," she said. "Excuse me ladies, I'm not trying to interrupt your conversation, but I have to run," she said. Tiffany stood up and thanked Miracle for her time and left. Miracle made a mental note to interview her for the 3rd floor because of her manners and the elegance in the way she carried herself. "Okay, honey. We out, but hire a bitch and let us make you some money," the dark-skinned one said. Then the 2 girls left the office. Miracle got her purse and locked her door behind her. She called MoneyGram on her way out to get the confirmation number, then texted it to Shanti. The morning breeze felt good to her as she got to her car. She wore a money green Chanel suit and a pair of Jimmy Choo heels. She pressed her keychain and unlocked the door on her black on black Challenger, then pressed another button and the car roared as its Hemi engine came to life. She climbed in and turned her music on and sat there a second before she hooked her phone up to the radio. And when she looked up, she saw Tiffany going to a silver S-type Jag with 22-inch rims on it. Miracle figured the reason Tiffany carried herself in a respectful tone was because she was probably a spoiled lady and could be on hard times trying to keep what she had. Either way, Miracle was hiring Tiffany, and had something better in mind than dancing, since she didn't have a manager. It would work out, she thought, and back out the parking lot. Shanti and Tracy had been running full speed when they heard the phone ring. Shanti reached in her pocket and stopped to take a break. "This Miracle," she said to Tracy. What up, sis? Miracle said. What's up? You know you're not supposed to be calling me, Shanti said, breathing hard. Sorry, you want me to hang up? Nah, I got a few minutes. I'm sweating like a slave, it's hot as fuck, Shanti said, wiping her forehead. Where you at? Me and my girl escaped. What? Shanti laughed and fanned a big mosquito. I'm so serious. We in the woods running like Wesley Snipes on Fugitive, she joked. So what you need me to do? Miracle asked. Nothing right now except wire that money, but you did that. You want me to come get you? No. The road's probably gonna be fucked up a second, so we gon' just tough it out in Bama a little bit. You trying to keep old girl with you? Hell yeah, she good. Trust me, Miracle. You know now I am, shoddy with me, Shanti said and looked at Tracy. You sure you don't want me to come and buy a room or something? No, I'm good. Just have me a spot to stay. You coming to my place? Just make sure old girl don't do no bullshit, Miracle said. Sis, I love you. Let me off this phone. I'll hit you back later, Shanti said. Love you too, and be careful. Miracle said. Shanti hung up. Put that shit on vibrate. I almost shitted a brick when that shit rung, Tracy said. Shanti laughed. We gotta find a way out these woods, she said. Super had become one of the biggest pimps in Atlanta since his brother Lil Joe had left for Milwaukee because he was loosing his hose at an unhealthy rate. The whole time Lil Joe never knew it was his own brother knocking him for his hose. Super had his hose on all the hose strolls in every part of the city. And his hose was stationed in every strip club you could name. Things were looking really good for him. He had one problem. It was getting his hose in the new club called Pretty in My Profession. The person who owned it was too picky. Pam gave him an update on the status of her and Jem getting jobs. She made it seem that things were working out fine. Pam was too talkative, but all her clientele liked her conversation, so Super didn't mind. Super had also found out that Lil Joe had gave Miracle his dad's Rolls Royce and was fucking her. Plus word on the street was Miracle was the one who killed his pop, but it was all he say she say. But a pimp giving up a $200,000 car was payment for more than pussy, and it didn't take a blind man to see that. Super rode around in his black G-Wagon. He got it to switch out with his Hummer and Bentley, both gifts from Rose and Daisy. Super pretty much let them do what they wanted. When he made his appearance on the scene, they went with him, but neither of them sold pussy. They were lady pimps. All they did was walk the strip to supervise from time to time. He hit a bump of heroin and let the feeling hit him before taking another. He drove to his house and sat in the yard and waited on Rose and Daisy to come home. It was now 9:30 at night. Shanti and Tracy had been running in circles all day long. What the fuck? When we gon' get the fuck out these woods? It's dark and shit keep making noise, Tracy said, using the screen to light up her path. They were high as hell from smoking weed all day. I need a shower, I feel like shit crawling on me, Shanti said. I don't think we should have crossed that road, Tracy said. You probably right, Shanti agreed. Let's go back and pick a better route. I just figured we keep running, we gotta come to something. We will, it's just this Alabama, and it's so much woods you never know, we probably done walked through the whole Alabama, Tracy said. They headed back in the direction of the road they crossed a few hours back. They both had took their jumpsuits down and tied them on their waist. They both had on sweaty wife beaters and bras. They came to a small store that sat by itself 3 hours later. It was now after midnight. What you want to do? Tracy asked, looking at the one car parked on the side of the store. The only problem was, it was a window that was probably the room of the owner. Shit, I might just run in that shit and jump over the counter, Shanti said. That shit sound crazy, but in with the movement, Tracy said. Ain't shit else to do. You said you need shit to steal the car, and we ain't got none of that in me personally. I'm tired of running, Shanti said. Wish we had a weapon. Hell yeah. We should have took that gun from them white hoes. Shanti laughed. I thought about the same shit. Where you think them hoes at? They stupid ass probably locked back up if they still in that van, Tracy said, then went and pulled her jumpsuit down to urinate. Shanti sat on the ground and her butt got wet from the wet leaves. She hopped up and brushed herself off. You ready? All we got to do is go for the eyes and throat, Tracy said, putting her panties up and retying her jumpsuit. Hold up, Shanti said. Get down, it's some headlights coming down the road. Her and Tracy got down behind the bushes. A fucking police, ain't that some shit, Tracy said. The police pulled into the store and got out. He was a slim older white man. Give me one of them sandwiches, Shanti said. I'm hungry. Chapter 22. Miracle heard a light knock on the door. She pulled a gold-plated 9mm out. It was the same one she got from Lil Joe. She tried to give it back, but he gave it to her to have. She slipped on her robe and walked to the door clutching the pistol. She heard the knock again. Miracle stood on the side of the door in case someone tried to shoot through it. She was careful. No one even knew her Challenger was bulletproof. Who is it? She asked. Shanti, bitch, open the door, Shanti said. Miracle unlocked the door quickly and let Shanti in. Shanti looked down at the gun. You still on point, huh? She asked as Miracle hugged her. Oh, you need to hop us in the shower. I can tell you've been running all day, Miracle said and backed up. Shanti laughed and walked in the back to find the shower. Miracle looked at Tracy and stuck her hand out. Miracle, she said. Tracy took her hand. Tracy, she said. Miracle stepped to the side to let her in. Then closed the door behind her. It was almost 4:30 in the morning. Miracle, I need you to do me a favor, Tracy said. What is it? Miracle asked. I got this stolen car out here and I got to ditch it. Can you follow me out? Tracy asked. Yeah, let me get my keys. Miracle went to her bedroom and heard her shower going. I'ma be back in a little bit, we bout to get rid of the car, Miracle said, peeking in the shower. Shanti looked from behind the glass. Bout to come out, she said. You good? Just fall back, get comfortable. Miracle closed the door back and grabbed her phone and keys, then went back to the living room to meet with Tracy. Come on, let's go, she said and headed out the front door. Tracy had already took the police pants off and a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. Tracy went down the stairs with Miracle after Miracle locked her front door. You got a pretty apartment, Tracy said. Thank you. What you driving? Miracle asked. That gray Lexus. That shit nice. I'm in that Challenger right there, Miracle pointed. That shit fly as a motherfucker, Tracy said. Hell yeah, Miracle agreed. Just follow me, I know where a lake you can drive that shit in the middle and sink that shit. That's what's up, Tracy said and headed to Lexus. Miracle got in her Challenger and hooked her phone, crunked the engine, then pulled out. She looked in her rear view and watched Tracy follow her. They got to the highway and rode for 40 minutes when Miracle pulled down a narrow dirt road. She drove until she came to the lake, then pulled to the side and opened her door. She had her music blasting. She stepped out and went to the Lexus. Tracy rolled the window down. What you want me to do? She asked. Miracle leaned in the window and pointed. Just turn the headlights off and put it in gear. All you got to do is drive it off the dock with a little speed, she said. Tracy got out and went to the woods and got a stick, then came back. About to drive to the dock and jam the gas pedal. Damn sure not trying to be swimming, Tracy said. However you do it, just don't run off the side of it, that will be fucked up, Miracle said. Tracy got in the Lexus and left the door open. She drove to the dock and got the car in the water taster than Miracle thought. Tracy ran back to Miracle. Aight, that worked good. But I left the guns and shit in it, she said. Fuck it, let's get back to the house. Miracle got in the driver's seat and waited on Tracy to get in. Miracle drove back to her apartment and they went in. She told Tracy she could use her shower too. She had 2 bathrooms, but one didn't have anything in it because she never had company. Shanti was in Miracle's bed wearing a pair of light blue boy shorts and a white spaghetti strap t-shirt. When Tracy passed her to get in the shower. "See, you done made yourself home," Miracle said, taking her robe off. She went to her dresser and got a pair of red pajama pants and put them on. "Damn, that ass fat," Shanti said, smiling. "Oh, you done went to jail and came out a lesbian." "Stop lying," Shanti joked. "You gon' smoke a blunt with me?" she asked. "I don't fuck with the weed no more. I told you I built the club. I gotta keep a clear head, but I'll burn with you when I come back tomorrow. It's too early in the morning." "Now, my day gon' start in a few hours," Miracle said. "Let me get this girl some clothes." Miracle went and got some clothes out her drawer and took it to the bathroom and knocked. "Come in," Tracy said. Miracle walked in and put the clothes on the toilet. "I just put you something to put on. I'll get y'all some more shit tomorrow," she said, then left out, closing the door. She slid in the bed and smelled Shanti. "Bitch, you been in my bubble bath scrub too," she said. "You got to know that. I saw that shit in that playa-ass bottle and couldn't help myself," Shanti said, laughing. "What you plan on doing?" Miracle asked. "Damn bitch, you must want me to leave or something?" Shanti asked. "Hell no, you can stay here forever." Shanti sat up with her back against the headboard. "Miracle," she said. Miracle looked at her. The only light was from the TV, but it was enough to see each other. "They gave me a life sentence. I'm not going back, ever. If it came down to it, I'm willing to go all the way out. The reason I'm telling you that is because I want you to Shanti said. Miracle laughed. "I gotta check now. If we gotta get you a little plastic surgery and some fake ID. You'll be aight, just stay in the house. Nobody got this address, so ain't nobody gon' kick the door in," Miracle said. "Oh, but the gay comment you made. Yeah, I have got my coochie licked a few times. A bitch be stressed, and I'ma put you on game. That bitch in the bathroom eat pussy so motherfucking good," Shanti whispered. "That's why you brought her?" "Not really, she was just my roommate and it all just worked out," Shanti said. "But tell me about the club." Miracle started telling her about the club. When Tracy walked out, "Come on and get in the bed," Shanti told her. "You don't mind?" Tracy asked Miracle. Miracle did, but she couldn't tell Shanti no to her friend. "Get in," Miracle said. "Get in the middle so I can have the end," Shanti said. Tracy climbed over her and slid under the covers between Miracle and Shanti. "You mind if we smoke?" Shanti asked. Miracle shook her head no. She felt weird laying next to Tracy, feeling her body heat. Shanti grabbed the blunt she had rolled on the side dresser and lit it. "Find a good Scar movie," Shanti said. Miracle picked up the remote and went to the Netflix app and named movies. "I like that one," Shanti said. "Yeah, I saw it, but it's scary as a motherfucker." "I'll watch it again," Miracle said and started the movie. Tracy was trying to pass her the weed. She wanted to say no, but she figured she might as well smoke and celebrate Shanti coming home. Miracle hit the weed. "Miracle, I never told you why I fuck with Tracy so hard, did I?" Shanti asked. Miracle passed her the blunt. "I think you did. Not talking about me and her fucking, like how me and you done been in shit together, me and her have too. She about to be 18 in a few months. One day about 10 crip hoes had me down bad. I think them hoes was bout to kill me, because I got all these blood tattoos. Shawty came out of nowhere and we rode. We ain't win by a long shot, but you them hoes respected that. Later that night me and Tracy was high as hell and laughed it off. The next night she moved in with me. We was looking like Pumpkinhead. But for a bitch not to know you and jump in a 10-on-1. Either she death-struck or just a real bitch. Shawty real, and if you still tryin' to get hoes at yo club. Tracy pull a bitch so quick and she make a bitch legs quiver eating pussy," Shanti said. "You nasty," Miracle said, laughing. Tracy laughed too. "I don't just look like a nigga, I can fuck," she said. "Probably can," Miracle said in a low tone. "Ain't no probably 'bout it, the girl get your cooch, You might as well kiss it goodbye, Shawnee joked. Girl, you so crazy. I missed yo ass too, Miracle said. I missed your red ass too, Shawnee said and slid down to get comfortable so she could watch the movie. The three passed the blunt and cuddled to watch the movie. Later on, Shawnee decided to make a sex party. She got naked and trapped Tracy, then took her hand and put it in between her legs so Tracy knew she was naked. Miracle had the covers pulled up to her neck and was still watching the movie. Shawnee got up and went in the bathroom. Miracle saw she was naked but figured she was high. Shawnee didn't have to use the bathroom. She wanted to let Miracle see she was naked. She came out leaving the door open with the light on so she was to be seen. Yo naked ass, Miracle said nonchalantly. Chapter 23. Miracle woke up. It was only 9 a.m. She had a habit of waking up early. She slid out of bed and slipped into a pair of black form-fitting jeans with no panties and a tight t-shirt with no bra. Were you about to go? Shanti asked. I was about to get y'all some hygiene stuff then drop by the CVS. Tell me what size underwear to get and what size clothes, Miracle said while going in her bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. In the same damn size I always been and Tracy is a 3, we okay on clothes. All we got to do is order on the internet, Shanti said. It's gonna take a week, I'ma just scoop y'all up something temporary, Miracle said as she multitasked in front of her mirror with her hair. You can get me a few sweatsuits, Tracy said. Take yo ass back to sleep, you ain't talking about shit, Shanti said joking. Say no more, Tracy said. That's all yo ass wanna do anyway, Shanti said. Bitch, I'm tired. We ran 20 hours yesterday. I was sleepy before we even did that shit, Tracy said and rolled over. Shanti pushed her playfully. Miracle walked out the bathroom. Anything y'all want from the CVS while I'm out or somewhere else? She asked. Ha, unless you get something to eat, Shanti said. What you want? Miracle asked. I don't care, anything. I'm about to go back to sleep, matter face don't worry about no food, I'll find something in the kitchen, she said. Oh, aight. You sure, 'cause when I come back I'm going to the club to get shit together. Miracle said going to get her purse and phone off the dresser. I'm good, Shanti said and shook Tracy. Tracy woke up. Huh, she said sleepily. You need anything while Miracle going out? Shanti asked. Nah, just instead of panties get me some boxers. I don't like thongs and stuff, she said then went back to sleep. Miracle slipped on a pair of black and gray Air Maxes and left out the room closing the door behind her. She made sure she locked her apartment then went to get in her black on black Challenger. She had the door unlocked and the car crunk before she reached the car. She got in and hooked her phone to the radio and put it in the holder then headed to the CVS. She figured she could send someone to Victoria's Secret and to pick up the boxers for her later on. When she got to the parking lot of the CVS, it was only 2 cars in it. She figured it was probably people who worked there. She grabbed her purse and phone and got out closing the door behind her. She headed in the store and saw a guy who looked like Trey Songz. She had to look twice to make sure. She seen him looking at her like a starved animal would look at prey before he figured it was just right to go in for the kill. Miracle ignored him and made her way to the hygiene aisle. She was in shock when the Trey Songz look-alike made his way to the same aisle right beside her. You fine as hell, lil mama, what I got to do to take you on a date? He asked. Miracle liked him but she had been putting up walls against men so long it was natural. She walked down the aisle away from him looking at the different products. Damn cutie, it's like that. I see, the cutie with the booty to good for a nigga, huh? He asked walking her way. She still ignored him and tried to go around him to the front of the aisle. He stood in front of her blocking her path. Miracle looked at him. Excuse me, you in my way, she said and tried to sidestep him. Them your real eyes? He asked. Last time I checked, now can you please get out of my way, she said with attitude. Is that all I'm in? He asked. What's that supposed to mean? She asked. He laughed. Don't get mad you fell into it. It means I want to be in your way, your life and in your body. "Look, mister, I don't know your name, but you stopping me from shopping," she said and tried to get around him again. He got in her way again. Miracle let a stream of minty air escape her lips. "I got some real complicated shit going on in my life right now. I really don't got time to entertain you. I'm pretty sure it's a lot of bitches who would love to hear your corny ass lines. So if you don't mind, could you please move?" she said, and brushed past him. He said from the contact. Miracle ignored him. She went and grabbed a hand buggy and went back to put the item she wanted in it. When she got back to the aisle, he was headed her way. "I don't like men," she told him before he pushed up again. "I don't either," he said. "But my name is Scott, hopefully I'll see you around," he said. "Maybe you will," Miracle told him as she put the items in her buggy. "If I do, can I have your number?" he asked. Miracle looked at him. "You just don't give up, do you?" she asked. "Not when it come to you." "I would treat you so right," he said, eyeballing her curvy body. Miracle rolled her eyes and went back to piling stuff in her basket. Scott walked to her again. "Look, I work here. Just come check me out whenever you want and I'll try you again," he said. Miracle laughed. "You crazy as hell," she said and went to the counter to pay. He left her alone. She swiped her credit card and left the store. When she got in her house, she locked the door and headed to her room. Shanti was laying down watching TV on top of the cover naked. "You just don't ever put no clothes on, do you?" Miracle asked and put the bag on the bed. "Hell no," Shanti said. "How about I went in the CVS and it's a nigga who was working there. He was all up on me and shit," Miracle said. "You gave him your number?" Shanti asked. "Hell no," Miracle said, then put her purse down. "For what?" "Shit, so you can get some dick." "What'd he look like?" Shanti asked. "Like Trey Songz," Miracle said. "Get him over here." "For what?" Miracle asked. "I like the pussy thing, but I need some dick bad," Shanti said. "I'm the one who got all the sense here, I see," Miracle said, walking to her closet to find something to wear. "Yo ass on the run, you know you gon' be all on the news and you looking for some dick?" Miracle asked. "Look, I know about that, but he is a black guy." "I know damn well he ain't white and look like Trey," Shanti grinned. "He don't give a fuck about nobody escaping and some rednecks getting killed," Shanti said. Miracle pulled a brown skirt suit out the closet and laid it on the foot of the bed. "But if he tells somebody else?" Miracle asked, then went to her drawer to find some panties and a bra with some stockings. Shanti watched. "You can buy a room and drop me and Tracy off and then pick him up and drop him off and I can go from there." Miracle laughed. "You wild," she said, undressing. "You not talking about today, is you?" "Nah," Shanti said. "I can wait till I get a few clothes, I'm just saying soon." "Okay, we gon' work something out," Miracle said and got dressed. She put on a pair of black framed glasses and some black 6-inch heels to match her coffee brown business suit that showed her killer curves. "You be stopping the show, huh?" Shanti said. "What you talking 'bout?" Miracle asked, laughing. "All the niggas and the hoes be at you, don't they?" "You a fool, Shanti, I love you and am 'bout to go," Miracle said and grabbed her purse. "I'll call you later," Shanti said to Miracle as she headed out. Miracle came back in the room and went to her jewelry case. "I forgot to ice up," she said, and popped in a pair of 2-carat diamond studs, a diamond tennis bracelet, Rolex watch and a gold necklace with a diamond anchor on it. She looked at the rest of her jewelry and put on a diamond anchor brooch on her left breast and smiled at Shanti. "That's cold," she said as she headed out. She always did her makeup in the car when she got to the club. She left out locking the door to the apartment and got in her car. She was a bit tired, but she felt it was something good in store for her today as she crunked car and headed to the club. Chapter 24. Miracle applies the last of her makeup and put on her lip gloss, making her lips shiny and tasting like mango. She was surprised to see the cars in the parking lot. It was 12 cars. Miracle called her bartender Maxine and asked her why was so many cars there. Maxine had a key to the Batom floor since was the bartender. The second and third still stayed unauthorized. Miracle didn't stress if the bouncer she hired stole a few dollars because the club wasn't officially where she wanted it. Only money for the lights and water. Miracle was only worried about the second and third floor. "Hey Miracle," Maxine said. "Hey, I just got to work. Everything good in there?" Miracle asked. "Yep. Me and Mark held down things last night. We just played a mix CD and let the few girls walk around and lap dance," Maxine said. "That's good. We need more help. I feel like things starting up too slow." "That's your fault. You so picky about the 2 sup ND/sup and 3 sup RD/sup floor, and all these people in here from last night. Charmaine and Ms. Kitty have been working the scene and I've been doing a little kicking it at the bar," Maxine said, laughing. "We should have a nice amount of money then," Miracle said. "Don't know. I made around $800 and am not sure about the admission, but we need a treasurer for all that, girl." "I just sell liquor and dreams," Maxine said. It was almost 10 in the morning. "So it must be around 7 or 8 niggas in there?" Max paused for a second. "Probably counting," Miracle figured. "Yeah, probably 6. One of them a white boy. But whatever Charmaine and Kitty doing to them, they can't leave. That's what we need. We need about 50 more of them." "I wish they wasn't so ghetto though," Miracle said. "I talked to Charmaine. She can tone it down whe she want," Max said. "I'm in the parking lot. I'll be in a second, but is it anything else I need to know about?" Miracle asked. "Yeah. I don't know if you know or not, but it's a pimp named Super who been sending hoes all over the city to take over strip clubs. They come in and put the press on the other girls and make him quit. Then they use the club as a whorehouse," Maxine said. "Yeah, I heard about that. That's one reason I be so skeptical about hiring so many girls." "Yeah, that's all dandy, but baby, you got to hire somebody. You got this big pretty building and it's just waiting to bring in millions," Max said. "Yeah, but I'll end up fucking one of the hoes up if they try me with that weakest takeover shit. I'm writing what you no doubt, but that lil hoe Pam and the one call herself Jem is his hoes. I knew it was something up with them hoes." "What about Tiffany?" "She clean as far as I know. You know that Charmaine know all that shit. She would make a good host," Maxine aid. "Oh, and I forgot. Tiffany is here. She been here since early this morning, sitting in the corner turning all the dirty dick niggas down like wet dope," Maxine said. "She probably waiting on me. I'm on my way in. I'll talk to you in a second," Miracle said and ended the call. She touched her hair up and slipped her phone in her purse and made sure she had everything she needed. Then got out and smoothed her skirt down, then closed her door and clutched her purse. She took one last look at a reflection in the tints, then went in the club. When she opened the door, she heard the music playing and weed smoke scented the air. The bouncer Mark was at the door. "Hey Miracle, you late," he said, handing her a zip bag of money. "What's going on?" she said, putting the bag in her purse. "I'll catch you later on. I got to holla at Max and do a interview," she said. "This gon' be the spot in a few weeks," he said as Miracle walked off toward the bar. Maxine seen her and smiled. She was 35 and brown-skinned, and could mix any drink. She was also sexy, slim and wise. "Hey," she said. "You want a drink to get the day started?" Maxine asked. "Nah, I'm okay." Maxine passed Miracle the money she made at the bar and Miracle put it in her purse. "You ain't tired?" Miracle asked. "I'm okay. I'ma hold this shit down till shit get up and running," Max said. Tiffany walked up. "Hey Miss Davis," she said. "Call me Miracle, come to my office and you can talk one-on-one," Miracle said. Then told Maxine bye and headed upstairs. Miracle led Tiffany to the service elevator that was hidden from view and pressed the button for it to open. She got on and pressed the 3 for the 3 sup RD/sup floor. Tiffany stayed quiet. They got off and Miracle walked past all the live fish and sea creatures she had in the walls. She planned on buying more stuff to put in it, but she didn't want it to eat each other. This was her main office. Her office on the first floor was actually for the first floor supervisor. The second for that floor's supervisor, and the third was hers. She unlocked her door and stepped in and went behind her desk, sitting her purse on it. "If you don't mind, could you close the door behind you?" she asked Tiffany. Tiffany closed the door. "Where do you want me to sit?" she asked. "Anywhere you feel comfortable," Miracle said. Tiffany sat in front of the desk in one of the plush red leather chairs. "This is very nice. I take it this floor is for million or billionaires?" Tiffany asked. Miracle smiled. "Not exactly, but somewhat. I still haven't got everything lined all the way up." "You definitely got the idea. I'm not trying to sound like ass kisser, but this place is the bomb. Did you design it?" "Yep. I sure did. This place came completely out of my head. I got it up, but it's not running smooth yet." "You didn't put the grand opening on the radio, that's why." "I promise if you get the right staff, everything else will go with the flow," Tiffany said. "I hope so. This shit cost an arm and a leg. But I noticed you got the silver jag on the Dudsays. Riding like that what you want a job here for," Miracle said. "Oh, sorry. You never told me what job you were applying for," Miracle laughed. "I look like a stripper, huh?" Tiffany said, grinning. "I probably could dance with a few Tessans, but I'm looking for a job as a bouncer," she said. Miracle burst out laughing. Then noticed Tiffany wasn't laughing. "You serious?" she asked. "As a heart attack. I'll dress sexy and all. But when it's time for somebody to bounce, it's time to go," Tiffany said, then pulled her application out and slid it to Miracle across the desk. Miracle looked over it and saw Tiffany's education. She had did 4 years in medical school and served another 2 in the special forces and was gave a honorable discharge. You got good credentials, and to be only 26, I don't have a choice but to give you a job. It's just funny that you want to be a bouncer," Miracle said. "Could I tell you something that's between me and you?" Tiffany asked. "Yeah, go ahead. I'm a 4 sup/sup degree black belt. I was put on a mission and was kidnapped. I still got a few scars to prove the abuse, but I got a chance to, and I killed 8 men with my bare hands. One of them was a guy in my platoon who knew about it. The Special Force investigation found out I was traded by America and gave me a nice lump sum and honorable discharge for my silence, but I had to be put in a mental institution in order to get the discharge. Other than that, the courts would have been involved. So please don't hold that against me," Tiffany said. "I don't. I swear America's some bullshit. I bet no shit like that don't happen to white girls," Miracle said. "I believe it doesn't matter about race when it comes to women, shit. We're our own race," Tiffany said. "Word," Miracle said, looking at the paperwork still. "This say you also completed medical school with a PhD." "Yeah. But everything is not for everybody. I actually learned what patience was and stopped being blind to the fact that everybody is who they are," she said, then looked Miracle in her eyes. "I'm loyal. I don't do no cutthroat stuff or condone in it. If I see it against you, I help. I also knew that this is a strip club, and am sure everything in here is not going to be legal. I don't care. I'm only wanting to work. I'll do a few lap dances and help out where it needed, but I'm really just trying to keep the peace," Tiffany said. "I like you a lot. Maybe if one of these motherfuckers fucks somebody or their self up, you can be the doctor too," Miracle said. "Like I said, wherever you need me. You hired. Just keep your eyes open for bully strippers," Miracle said. "I like them. Them the ones I call out to the back and beat the spit out of 'em." Miracle laughed. "Slow down, Nikita," Miracle joked. "I take it you not from the hood." "Why you say that?" "I take that as a no. They say when you answer a question with a question, it's a yes." "I'm from 4 sup/sup ward," Tiffany said. Straight out of Grady Holmes Projects. Chapter 25. Shanti sat on the computer shopping for clothes in Miracle's living room while Tracy surfed through all the channels over and over. "I don't see how you have a million channels and ain't shit on," Tracy said, still flipping as she sat on the couch. "I'm really surprised we ain't all over the news." "Me too," Shanti agreed. "Oh, I like these some fly-ass pants. Let me see, Tracy said and got up. She stretched, then walked to the computer and leaned over Shanti's shoulder. Ugh. You ain't got no flavor at all, I see what's going on, Tracy joked. You crazy, Shanti said. I got too much juice. The phone rang, catching both of their attention. That's probably Miracle, Shanti said. And got up from the chair and went to get the cordless phone from beside the couch and sat down. She picked it up and looked at the number, then answered. Hello, she said into the receiver. Tracy had gotten on the computer. Hello, this don't sound like Miracle, the male voice said. This is her secretary, how may I help you? Shanti asked. I need to speak to Miracle a minute, he said. She not here, would you like to leave a message? Shanti said. Nah, I was just calling you to tell you congratulations, welcome home, the voice said. Shanti felt nervous. Excuse me, but who is this? She asked. Lil Joe fool, I coulda hit her cell, but I just wanted to talk to you. Miracle is too big-headed to care about a lot of stuff. I just wanted you to know she got that nigga super trying to get his hoes in the club to take over, he said. What you mean? Shanti asked. I'm just trying to tell you this nigga plays some wild-ass games and he got his 2 bottom bitches who don't mind killing to get to the top. I just don't want her slipping, so when I heard about you I had to let you know, just because I consider you her guardian angel, she said. So basically you saying he on some shit like if he can't take over the club he gon' send his hoes at Miracle? Yeah, I told her. She hard head, I bet she don't even remember, and she really kinda mad at a nigga, he said. Okay, good to hear from you Lil Joe, I'ma make sure she get on point, Shanti said. I know, let me get off this phone, and stay out of trouble, Lil Joe said, then the line went dead. Shanti put the phone down and thought for a second. Who was that? Y'all had a long-ass convo, Tracy said. This nigga named Lil Joe, he was calling to talk to Miracle. Hell nah, he was calling to really talk to me. He sang some nigga trying to take over sis club and got some ruthless hoes who don't mind playing dirty, Shanti said and walked back over to the computer. You gon' tell Miracle? Tracy asked. Hell yeah, he said he told her, but she got the big head like she invincible. She think just because she will kill some shit she can't be touched. She don't look like no killer, Tracy said, then got up to let Shanti get her seat back. You would be surprised. She don't mind at all, Shanti said and sat down. Tracy went back to the couch and continued to flip the TV. Shanti picked up the cell phone she had on the desk and texted Miracle to be careful of any women or men watching her too hard. 2 minutes later Miracle called back. Hello, she said when Shanti answered. Hey, I just wanted to tell you Lil Joe called and said some hoes out to get you, Shanti said. I know, I'm on point. I'm coming home in about 4 more hours, Miracle said. Damn, that's gonna be 9 tonight, Shanti said. Yeah, I got to work a little late, Miracle said in a tired tone. I must start hanging out at the club too, whenever them hoes get stupid. I want to be on point. But tomorrow me and Tracy on the scene. If we gon' try to get them first if the opportunities present itself. I don't want you bringing unnecessary heat on yourself by showing up here. I know how to play the shadows and the makeup and wig shit, we okay? So tomorrow we pulling up, Shanti said. Okay. You got some pieces? Shanti asked. Yeah, go in my closet and look behind the clothes. You'll see a box on the wall. It's all kind of shit in there. It's really just collector's items, but you can check it out, Miracle said. Okay, that's what's up, you strapped now? Shanti asked her. Yeah, I actually am. I'm good. My office on the 3rd floor, can't nobody get up here and nobody is going to shoot in the club or the parking lot. And if they followed me home it won't do no good, because they not going to shoot in these apartments. That's a sure way to go to jail. Oh, and last but not least, you ain't seen my Challenger, that bitch bulletproof. Shanti laughed. That's some fly shit and it all is good and dandy, but if a motherfucks won't you then you can get touch if they want is strong enough. Shanti, you not bout to worry me to death, it's like this. When it's time to kick the bucket, then it's just over with. That's why I'm glad I'm out, because I'ma make sure none of us kick that bitch no time soon. I'm the motherfucking Grim Reaper, Shanti said. You crazy. I got a homegirl coming over tonight too, but let me get off this phone, Miracle said. Okay, just be careful, Shanti said, then hung up. Come on Tracy, let's go check these guns out. Tracy got up and they went in Miracle's room. Shanti pulled the guns out from behind the clothes. This bullshit, she said, lifting up a shotgun, then a Uzi. This ain't shit. She put the Uzi down and grabbed a .40 caliber pistol. Tracy picked up a .45 and pulled the chamber back to check if it was loaded. It ain't much, but it's something, Tracy said. We gotta get some better guns. I'm about to make a few calls and see what I can come up with. I got the feeling this shit gon' go down really soon, Shanti said and left the room. She decided to call Brandon and see if she could get him to help. Brandon answered. They didn't talk long before he agreed to pick them up. Shanti gave him the address and hung up. Miracle looked at her computer. The club was live again. She called Maxine to tell her she was closing up tonight so she and the few staff she had could get some sleep. Maxine answered. She didn't sound sleepy. Hey, she said. I know you tried, could you please go and get some rest, Miracle said. I'm cool, but I'm glad you called. It's some niggas in the VIP and Pam got 3 hoes with her. They haven't left the guys all day. They around like they own the place, Maxine said. Tell Mark to tell they ass to get the fuck out, in closing at 9 tonight, Miracle said. Okay. That's 3 hours, we'll close if that's what you really want, Maxine said. Okay, Miracle said and hung up. She did Pam and the other girls' interviews that morning and gave them jobs on the bottom floor with Charmaine and Kitty until she got more girls. She got up and went to her couch to take a nap. She took her pillow and blanket out of her closet, then went and laid down, making sure she had her gold-plated gun close at hand. She drifted to sleep quickly from her tiredness. Brandon came and picked Shanti and Tracy up at 7 that night. Shanti and Tracy had on some of Miracle's clothes. Shanti fit perfectly, but Tracy was a bit slimmer. So she decided to wear a pair of jogging pants and a wife beater without a bra. Even though she looked like a little boy with her hair cut short, she had a nice body and was cute when you got right up on her. They left out locking the door behind them and got in Brandon's black Escalade. Shanti rode up front while Tracy got in the back behind her. What up, you still look good, Brandon said, then leaned to kiss Shanti on the cheek. You too, she said as he pulled out. Yo, homegirl looking good too. She might need me to park this Mack truck behind them legs, Brandon joked as he got on the street. My name Brandon, nice to meet you, he said, sticking his hand back to shake her hand. Tracy took it. She had been with men, but when she got to jail she decided to switch the swag. Tracy, she said. I like the Lupita Nyong'o swag. A lot of ladies can't pull it off, he said, then stopped at a red light. Thank you, Tracy said, blushing. Him and Shanti talked for a while until he pulled in front of his house. I ain't tell you, but I got a few homies over. Brandon said. You know Fi Hot, Mikey and B. Mo, he told Shanti as he turned the engine off. Yeah, I know him, long as my ex ain't over here I'm good, she said. Hell no, he did some bullshit, we ain't really fucking with him like that, he said, then got out and closed the door. Shanti and Tracy got out and closed their doors and headed in the house behind Brandon. When they stepped in, all the guys got up and went to Shanti. Oh, shit. My motherfucking bitch, Fi Hat said as he hugged her and grabbed her ass. Nigga, stop. Shanti said, breaking the embrace and laughing as B, Mo and Mikey got their fell in. Y'all need to sit y'all dirty dick asses down, but this my homegirl, she said. Her name Tracy. Fi Hot walked over to Chapter 26. Maxine called Miracle at 9:30 that night. Miracle heard her phone ring and woke up to answer it. She looked around a second and answered it. Hello, she said. Hey, I was trying to clear the club out, but these niggas won't leave. And now it's about 20 people in this shit that won't leave, Maxine said. Where Mark? Miracle asked. I don't know, he got into it with a nigga an hour or two ago. What about Tiffany? She here? Miracle asked and got up to stretch. She left, but what you want me to do? Miracle took a second to think. I'ma call you right back, she said and hung up. Miracle dialed Tracy and went to her closet to put on a jumpsuit and tennis shoes in case she had to fight. But she had her mind made up that it was no way nobody was taking over her club. When she say party over, then that's what she meant. Tiffany answered when she came out of her skirt. What's up, boss lady, she said. I might need your help. I'm trying to close this shit down, but these motherfuckers won't leave. I got my gun and shit, but I really ain't trying to shoot my shit up, but I will, Miracle said. You ain't got to do that. Where you at now? Tiffany asked. I'm in my office putting on some shit so I can whoop some ass if I got to. Stay where you at, I'll be there in a few minutes, Tracy said and hung up. Miracle put her phone down and started to get herself together. When her phone rang again, she put her feet in her Air Force L's and went to answer it. Hello, she said. What's up? You on your way home? Shanti asked. Not this minute, I kinda got to work a little bit late tonight, Miracle said. That's cool, me and Tracy went over Brandon house, we locked ourselves out. We was about to come fuck with you for a second earlier, but time flew fast as a motherfucker. We plan on pulling up at the club at 9. But shit, we on the way now, Shanti said. Okay, call me when you get here, Miracle said. Me and Tracy got our funds and Brandon and them trying to come in for a second too, Shanti said. I'm really trying to clear this shit out, but these motherfuckers won't leave, Miracle said. That's what's up, we got you, Shanti said. Just make sure we able to get in with our guns. Okay, I'll tell Maxine to get Charmaine to let you in, just don't make a scene. Come talk to me first. It's a elevator, matter of fact call me when you get here, I'ma come let you in, Miracle said then hung up. Tracy pulled up and got out with her .45 caliber pistol in her lower back. She left her purse and headed to the door to go in. The bouncer already knew she worked there, so she would worry about getting frisked. When she got to the door she found it locked, odd, she thought something definitely wasn't right. She picked up her phone and called Miracle. I'm at the back door, she said. I'm coming down now, Miracle said and hung up. Tracy waited at the door. Pam answered her phone. Yeah, she said. It's a bitch about to come in, well. She waiting on the door to get opened, Peaches said. She was sitting in the parking lot looking for police. Okay, that's what up. I'm watching the door, Pam said and hung up. She walked toward Charmaine who was lap dancing on a man. She knew the guy. She intentionally bumped into Charmaine. While she was bent over clapping her goods in the man's face while he stuffed dollars in her thongs. Hold up bitch, you can't say excuse me? Charmaine said walking up to Pam in an aggressive manner. The club was dimly lit and the music was loud playing 15-second songs. Pam turned around and was face to face with Charmaine. She had been saying slick comments to her all night. You want to fight about it? Pam asked. Charmaine went for Pam's hair and snatched Pam's head low and punched her in the face. No one saw for the first 10 seconds, then someone tackled Charmaine, then Pam and another girl stomped Charmaine with heels on until Ms. Kitty ought word and ran to help Charmaine. Ms. Kitty fought, but now it was 4-on-2 and Charmaine was done for. Pam's 6-inch heel had driven into Charmaine's temple. When they realized what they did, the girls all ran to get out of the club. Miracle walked down from the elevator and saw someone laying on the floor with another person crouched over them. What happened? Miracle asked, squatting with her gold pistol. Them hoes beat her, she's still living but she don't got long, Miss Kitty said as she held her thumb on the hole in Charmaine's head, putting pressure on it. Miracle heard hollering and saw the back door open, and suddenly after a brief moment the club was empty. We gotta get her to the hospital, but let Tiffany see her, she a doctor, Miracle said. Tiffany ran in and spotted Miracle on the ground. They was trying to get the fuck on, Tiffany said as she squatted beside Miracle. I need you to do something to hold her in the road until the ambulance get here, Miracle told her. Tiffany saw the small hole. Get me to the first aid kit and help me take her to the bar, she ordered. Miracle took off and went to the elevator to get the first aid kit. Tiffany did CPR and pumped Charmaine's chest, counting loudly. Maxine ran over. Oh my God, she said as she looked at Champagne. Help me carry her to the bar and kill the musk so I can hear her breathing, Tiffany ordered. Maxine and Ms. Kitty lifted Char to the bar and laid her on the table and hit the bar lights on bright, then turned the music off. The club was completely empty besides them. Miracle ran to the bar holding the first aid kit. She slung it on the counter and opened it for Tiffany. Tiffany took out the respirator and put it on Charmaine. I need you to pump it in a regular breathing rhythm, she told Ms. Kitty. The music died while Miracle watched Tiffany work her magic. Please help her, Tiff, Miracle said. She didn't want a body in her club before it even got started. Shandi saw the almost empty parking lot. This shit looked dead, she said as she got out. Tracy, Brandon and Fi-Ha was the only ones who went. They headed to the door and went in. The bar sits to the left when you walk in and it was lit up like an airplane. Shandi saw Miracle and the girl on the table and ran to her. What's going on? She asked, looking at Charmaine's bruised and bloody face. Them hoes jumped her and I helped her, but I came too late, Ms. Kitty said with a tear falling for her friend. Shandi hugged her. She gon' be alright, Shandi said. She saw the emotion behind the woman's voice and knew how it felt to lose a best friend. Them hoes you told me about wouldn't leave. You know I usually keep this shit open 24 hours, but I wanted Maxine and Mark to rest, Miracle said. Where the fuck is Mark anyway? Maxine asked, not to anyone particular. His bitch ass, you need to fire him. Already done, Miracle said. This shit should never have happened. Tiffany was pouring Patron in the wound and catching the bloody liquid with a cleaning towel Maxine gave her. Charmaine woke and coughed, then tried to sit up. Lay down, calm down, Tiffany said, holding her chest. What's going on? Charmaine asked. Just relax, don't make your blood pressure rise. Here, drink this, Tiffany held the bottle to her lips. She knew it would thin her blood, but she wanted her to have something to deal with the pain. Miracle put her sweater on the table and stood in just a t-shirt, then stripped to her panties and put the pants on the counter. The guys searched the place and went in the VIP while they took care of Charmaine. I'll be back, Miracle said. Use them to get her dressed, she said, then headed toward the elevator. Tracy and Shandi followed her and got on the elevator with her. This shit crazy, we need to fuck them hoes up, Shandi said. Hell yeah, that's some bullshit, Tracy said as the elevator ascended. I'm really blowed about that shit, Miracle said. The elevator stopped and Miracle stepped out. Damn, this shit nice, Tracy said, looking at the aquarium walls and the fish that around. Miracle ignored it. She just wanted to put her clothes on. She got in her office and immediately started putting her clothes back on. Damn, this shit top knock, then this a CEO office, Shandi said, walking around touching stuff and looking while Miracle got dressed. Tracy sat on the couch, tapping her feet. Miracle's phone rang and she answered. Yeah, she said. Miss Kitty taking Charmaine to the emergency room. I'm about to go home and get some rest, Maxine said. Okay, tell Tiffany I'm coming down in a second, Miracle told her. Will do, by the time you get down, Charmaine will be on her way, the guys helping her to Charmaine's car. Okay, I'm coming down now, we can clean tomorrow. I'm about to lock this shit up, Miracle hung up and put her purse on her arm. Come on, let's get out of here, Miracle headed to her door and waited on Shandi and Tracy. Close it and lock it, she said, and headed to the elevator. When she got down to the bottom floor, Tiffany was waiting by the back door with Fi-Ha and Brandon. They all gone? Shandi asked. Chapter 27. Rose and Daisy sat on the back patio at their house they shared with Super. I can't believe that stupid asshole Pam, Daisy said. Rose passed her the blunt as they stared at the landscape they designed together. Yeah, that's some dumbass shit, especially if old girl died. We gotta get some more hoes in there, Rose said. I don't know, maybe we need to get rid of that red bitch who owned the place. Shawty said she was trying to close the place down. That can't be good. Somebody telling her something, Daisy said and passed the blunt back. Let's just play it by ear, she said. Then stood up and stretched. What you about to do? Rose asked. Shit, Daisy said and sat back down with her arm resting on the patio table. I just thought about something. Let's just wait till the club open and we gone flood it with hoes and see what she do then. If she get crazy we got to follow her home and get rid of her. That's only if she decide to interfere with the operation, Rose said. I don't give a fuck what we got to do for the takeover, I'm with it, Daisy said and passed the blunt back to Rose. Super sat outside of a motel with a new prostitute in his G-Wagon. She was sucking his dick to show him her skills. He heard about what happened at the club, but he didn't give a fuck. He told the girl to stop and get out. She did it with no questions asked. Super got out and led her in the room and got naked while she watched. Bitch, take your clothes off, he said. She instantly took off the pair of skin-tight ripped blue jeans and her tight shirt that hid little. He pushed her on the bed and entered her roughly. She moaned and threw the pussy meeting his thrust. Damn, her pussy good, he thought as she worked her muscles. Soon he found himself coming inside her. He spilled every drip while she held him inside her with her legs pulling him in as deep as she could. Daddy, that dick good, she said. That pussy good. I might keep you under wrap a bit to test you out a bit more, he said as he pumped slowly. Before he knew it he was tongue kissing her. He had found it hard not to kiss the women he sexed. All he did was fuck and count money. He let Rose and Daisy run everything. He felt himself rock back up and pulled out, still tongue kissing. He turned her on her stomach and stroked himself to get rock hard, then pressed at the tip of her asshole. He was surprised when he slipped right in. He took his time with her and made her come hard while he went for round 2. Tracy sat in her new office on the computer. She was blasting the grand opening on Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, Black Planet and any other social network she could find while looking for employees. She had 2 weeks to show Miracle she really appreciated her job. It was getting late and she checked on Charmaine earlier and she was perfectly fine. The clock on the side of the bottom of the computer said it was approaching 12. Tiffany went to the couch in the corner of her office and laid down. She had made up her mind. She was going to be there almost 24/7 until it was time to open. She laid down and propped a pillow under her head and went to sleep. The grand opening, chapter 27. 2 weeks had passed. Shani and Tracy did end up on the new, but they only showed their mugshots with no makeup or nothing. Plus, Shandi's picture was 8 years old. Tracy's was up to date, but Shani put in some weave in Tracy's hair to change her look. Miracle went in the kitchen and started breakfast. She was cooking pancakes, hash browns, sausage and omelets to celebrate the grand opening Tiffany had set up. Tracy walked in the kitchen. Miracle looked at her. You a pretty little bitch, Miracle teased. Tracy smiled. You ain't a bad yourself, what you cooking, she asked. All kinds of shit, if you can cook then cook something, anything you want, Miracle said. Tracy thought for a second. I'll make some cinnamon rolls, she said. That's a lot of bread, I'm already making pancakes. So, we can eat 'em later, Tracy said as she moved around to get the items she needed. Tiffany should be here in a few, Miracle said as she cracked eggs in a bowl. She got that shit about to be packed tonight, that VIP was slap-packed by looking at the list, Tracy said, pouring flour in a bowl. Nah, it's 3 VIPs, some people not going to be on the 2 sup ND/sup and 3 sup RD/sup floor and won't be able to get up there, Miracle said. Oh, so the shit where the fish tank walls is all VIP? Tracy asked. Yep, sure is. Shandi walked in and took a seat at the counter. What's up? She asked. Nothing. Just cooking and waiting on Tiffany to show up, Miracle said. Shandi looked at Tracy. What the hell you bought to burn up, she joked. Tracy rolled her eyes. Yo fat but gon be the one trying to eat 'em all when I finish, Tracy said. Shanti smiled. What Eva bitch, she said playfully, then took a cigarette out and lit it. 10 minutes later the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Shanti said. Let me get it, just in case it be the wrong person, Miracle said. I'll watch the food, go ahead. Miracle walked to the door. Who is it? Tiff. Miracle opened the door and gave Tiffany a big hug. I'm so glad you popped up, she said and let Tiffany in. Tiffany strolled in. It smelled good in here, she said as Miracle closed the door. Yep, this our welcome breakfast for all the work you put in and the opening you set up. I'm glad, because I'm hungry as hell, Tiffany said and went in the kitchen and hugged Shanti and Tracy, then sat beside Shanti on the next stool. They all couldn't wait until breakfast was done. When it was, they all made plates and stuffed themselves, then put the dishes in the dishwasher and went in the living room and found seats. Tell me about the security you set up, Miracle said. Each floor got its own security. I'm not slowing no cell phones, weapons or anything in technical, Tiffany said. I'm not trying to be funny, but why? Shanti asked. I've been thinking about all the people they trying to send in. And I was thinking if I only block the weapons, then somebody could come in and have somebody in the parking lot with the guns. Hold up, Tracy said. You still got phone watches and Google glasses. Yeah, I can get the glasses, but a mother might slip through with the watches. See, you got Maxine at the bar, DJ Lunatic on the spin table, 3 bouncers on each floor. They don't have guns, only mace. They some big dudes too. The doorman is my friend, he not letting in nothing, and it's a lockbox where all the money $5 dropped for admissions, Tiffany said. Somebody got to have some guns and that shit who on our side, because the way Maxine and Lil Joe talking. Tonight it could go down, Miracle said. Shanti cut in. That ain't no problem, we got all of my partners as long as they get let in with their guns we good, because me and Tracy will be there without guns, and you and Tiff got yours. We got a nice little army, Shanti said. Yeah, that's good. But we won't know who is looking for trouble, Tracy said. Yeah, we will. See, I got a feeling that Ho Pam or one of them other hoes showing up. It's enough cameras to watch who they talk to, and we will be able to narrow down the operation some. Miracle put her index finger on her lip. I believe that would work, and even if nothing happened tonight we will know who to watch for, Miracle said. It might not, but if it we will be on point, Shanti said. I don't think it's going to happen tonight either, but if it do I want to be on point. It's just too many people going to be in there. Tiffany said. You know how shit be when you got a whole lot of bitches with shit on their chest in one spot, especially when kitty catch one of them hoes it's going down, Miracle joked, but was for real at the same time. It's enough muscle to break up a cat fight, Tiffany said. If Kitty face healed all the way, and it probably is, I do believe she gone pop off, but Charmaine's still on bed rest, so that's one brawler who got to leave their gloves down for tonight. Or fake nails, Tracy joked. Shanti laughed. We might as well just enjoy ourselves until it's time to go in, then enjoy ourselves some more. Them bitches ain't talking about shit, Miracle said, then picked up the remote to the TV and started flipping through the channels. I'm bout to roll a blunt and we bout to get high as a motherfucker, Shanti said and got up to go to the room to get her weed, while Tracy and Tiffany talked and Miracle skimmed through the channels. Super sat in a Carolina blue 12-piece suit in his living room across from Rose and Daisy. The whole room was packed with women who worked for him. He sat in the corner with his leg crossed and his brim titled low with a long peacock feather hanging out the band of it. His baby blue gaiters bounced as he moved his leg with his head low. He was nodded out on heroin. He didn't have to talk or even listen to what was going on. His job was to look like money in a crowd of hoes. Tonight we all piling in that motherfucker. It's 30 bitches in here right now, so it ain't no question about the takeover, all y'all know each other. Any bitch in there making money and she not part of our stable, beat that bitch ass. Miracle hung up and looked at her watch. It was 8 o'clock. It's time for us to pull out this shit, Miracle said standing up. She was wearing a red silk Alexander McQueen pantsuit that fit her like skin with a pair of sockless spaghetti strap heels and her hair long and straight. Shanti wore a pair of cream-colored jeans and a white t-shirt with creamy road across the breast with no bra. Her hair was straightened and crinkled on the ends. Tracy wore a pair of velour pants that fit her body with the matching black jacket over her wife beater with her gun belt on under it. Tiffany simply wore a jumpsuit to conceal her gun. She planned on being in the shadows the whole night, ready to respond wherever the problem was. "I'm riding with you," Tracy said to Tiffany because they had agreed to be each other's back while Shanti and Miracle had each other's. "I'm ready," Tiffany said and then got up to get her purse. Shortly they left the apartment and headed to the club. Rose and Daisy sat across the street watching the club. They was specifically looking for Miracle to get there. The bouncers were all there and more cars littered the parking lot. Daisy looked at her watch. "It's almost time, the line getting long as hell," she said. "Yeah, there she go," Rose said as she watched the Challenger pull in and park beside the silver Jaguar that was following. "So boss lady and her people here?" Rose said. "Yep. The girl's all ready to go in and it's going down," Daisy said. "That's some crazy shit about not being able to take phones. I ain't never heard no shit like that," she said as she watched the four women get out and head straight to the back door. "Fuck it, even better," Rose said, feeling her adrenaline rush from what she was expecting. Brandon, Fihat and Mikey was at the bar when Miracle walked in. They stood up and went to hug the women. The only people in the club was the bouncers and Maxine along with the janitor and the towel man that sat in the bathroom selling mints, face clothes, condoms and would hit you with a shot of any type of cologne you chose out of his case. "This shit gon' be off the chain," Mikey said to Tiffany. Fihat had his arm around Tracy while Brandon talked to Miracle. Maxine walked up to the counter and called Miracle from behind the bar. Miracle excused herself from the huddle they were in and went to speak to Maxine. "Hey, you looking real fly," Maxine said. "That's a fact." "Thank you, you looking good too, how you feeling?" Maxine asked. "I'm good, just got to be on point tonight," Miracle said as she saw half-naked women start to come from the back dressing hallway for the strippers. "It's a lot of new faces." "Yeah," Maxine agreed. "You still want me to call you if I spot Pam?" "Hell yeah, but whatever happened don't call the police and I'm willing to bet a few fights pop off tonight," Miracle said. Maxine laughed. "I'm not trying to be funny. I've been a bartender for 8 years, she said. Tiffany walked up and sat on the bar stool. Well, look like the night about to start, Tiffany said looking at her watch. Miracle looked around and saw the club starting to fill up and watched bouncers escort VIP to the floors they applied for. "Let me get on point. I'ma just walk by the door and watch it for a few minutes," Miracle said, then went to Shani to tell her where she was going. The DJ had the music playing and was welcoming and commenting on the guest clothes and hair. The strippers pranced around with skimpy two-piece bikinis and G-string sets wearing high heels that looked almost impossible to walk in. They waited on the hungry men to rain their money on them. Miracle watched the men find a lady of their choice and sit at the seat that was chosen, while others sat at seats in front of stripper poles. Lights and spaces in the roof showed different colors in the dim-lit room. Miracle noticed a long string of women coming in. She knew women liked to go to strip clubs too, but these women were definitely prostitutes, but she did spot Jem. Jem locked eyes for a second then disappeared in the darkness of the club with her teen with her. Robin and Precious almost bumped into Jem when she stopped suddenly. "Y'all saw the bitch wearing that red pantsuit?" Jem asked them. "That's Miracle?" Precious asked. "Yeah, when that hoe get in the dark we got to beat her ass," Jem said. Then they went and got seats where Miracle would have to walk past to go to her office. Miracle walked over to Shanti. "I didn't see the one who fucked Charmaine up, but one who helped is here. She don't think I see her stupid ass trying to sit close to the elevator." Shanti smiled. "What you think, I got to bust one of them hoes?" Shanti asked. "I don't know if they plan on getting stupid or not, but one thing I do know is if them hoes fuck with you, we gon' tear the shit up," Shanti said. "They probably ain't gon' do shit, I'm just going to wait until this shit get to vibing. Then I'm on my way to walk over and see what's going on," Miracle said. Let's go to the bar. Miracle walked over to the bar and took a seat next to a man, and Shanti slid in one beside her. Maxine was serving drinks. Miracle wasn't actually wanting her anyway. She just wanted to burp up a little time until the place reached capacity. "Hey Ms. Lady, let me buy you a drink," the man said. Miracle thought he was handsome, but she declined the offer. He laughed. "Oh, I see. You one of those city-ass women," he said, then sipped his own drink. "Look, I'm not a stripper. I'm pretty sure you can find some lady to buy a drink," Miracle said. The man tried to say something, but Shanti stepped in. "Look man, this woman owns this place. I don't know if you know it or not. I'm her lover, back the fuck up," she said. Miracle burst out laughing. "I ain't got no problem with that shit, let me buy both of y'all a drink," he said arrogantly. Shanti walked off and sat back down. The crowd seemed to be moving to one side of the club. Shanti got up while people walked over to see what was going on. "Come on," she told Miracle. Miracle clutched her purse, and her and Shanti left the bar while Maxine continued to chat up the customers. When they got to the side where the crowd watched, Miracle followed Shanti as she pushed to the front. It was a fight going on. "Where the fuck the bouncers at?" Miracle said as she went to break up the fight. It looked to be at least 4 or 5 women on the floor. Shanti grabbed one out of the dark space by the leg and drug her before someone from the crowd hit her and another hit Miracle. Miracle went down and the crowd went crazy, cheering the fight on. Then it got out of control. Miracle reached in her purse as she laid on her stomach. It seemed the music was loud. She got her hand on her gun and squeezed. People scattered to get away as she squeezed again. Bang! Brandon heard the gunshot and got down low. He was beside the stripper who had been all on him since things started. "Get out of here, baby, I'll see you another day," he said, then went over to Fi Hot with his gun out. Fi Hot and Mikey was both watching a woman on the pole dancing. She was now on the floor. "These motherfuckers shooting in this bitch," Brandon said as Fi Hot chambered around. He looked and saw the girl from the stage getting next to him. "We gon' finish this show. Just come back when this shit die down," he said, then got up and ran to the wall and waited on Fi Hot and Mikey to join him. The lights was still off. Then he saw a big pile of girls on the floor like mating snakes. "I bet you $20 are girls over there," Fi Hot said. "I know, come on," Brandon said as he got past the running half-naked girls and people laying on the floor in cuddles and cuts. They got to the girls and started searching. He found Tracy and broke her apart by slamming the other girl on the wall. Tracy was breathing hard. Bang! Bang, bang, the hurtin' got down. Tracy was bleeding, but she had to find Shanti. She went and kicked a girl in the side, and a few more gunshots rang. Miracle was on top of a girl while one laid beside her unmoving. Tiffany and Shanti both were holding girls in choke holds. Bang! Bang, the huddle got smaller and smaller, until it was only Miracle and the girls who laid unmoving. Tracy stomped a girl in the face while Brandon and Fi Hot snatched the last of the girls apart. The bouncers still hadn't made it over there. Miracle stood breathing hard holding her gun. She found her purse and gathered her things that had scattered. Shanti stood and the lights shone bright, blinding everyone for a second. When their eyes adjusted, it was 6 girls on the floor who lay unmoving. The club had cleared and police sirens could be heard over the music. Fi Hot ran to the back door and checked it, then the others to make sure he locked them. "We gotta get these bodies out of here," Tiffany said. Miracle looked around. Only person seen was Maxine holding her beanbag pump shotgun walking their way. "Where can we take these bodies?" Brandon asked, looking at the girls who was definitely dead. Shanti fell. Miracle ran to see what was wrong and saw a small hole in her upper chest. "Damn, you shot," Miracle said, panicking. People in hiding came out walking and looking. Chapter 28. Daisy and Rose sat across the street watching the police lights blind the world with flashing blue lights. They heard what happened and was trying to see how things was about to play out. "That bitch been talking to the police for a long time," Daisy said. Hell yeah, but notice she ain't let not one go in, Rose said. She trying to keep it quiet then. I see now we not gon' be able to do shit with her, we definitely got to get her out the picture. She fucking shit up. Rose stared at Miracle. You probably right, we might could push up on her tonight on her way home. We got to, Daisy said. 20 minutes later the police started leaving, and they watched Miracle walk back in. She got, Rose said. Miracle locked the door and went to the VIP. The men were having a good time. They was smoking and talking to the women. She leaned in the doorway. I promised all y'all some money. If you don't know who I am, I'm the owner. Give me all of your numbers and tomorrow I'll have all of you with debit cards with $5,000 apiece on it. If you all want, the party is still on. Follow me and I'll take y'all to the second floor after I get all your numbers, Miracle said. That's what's up. We all been talking. We cool, but if you do got us some jobs here, fuck with us, a light-skinned guy said. Cool. We will talk about it. Anybody got a pen? She asked. No, everybody said. Don't worry about it, just go to the second floor and have a good time. Come tomorrow to get the money, Miracle pointed at one of the girls she had hired. You get everybody info and get it to me, she said. The girl shook her head yes. Miracle offered a smile. We could really chill in here if you don't mind, we just need a few bottles and some music, one guy said. Miracle thought about it. I can't do that, because I got to clean up down here. I'm taking y'all to the 2 sup ND/sup floor. Trust me, you'll like it, Miracle said. Everybody stood. All the women were strippers and was ready to get some of the money the guys had coming to them. We ready? I'll get all their math when we get up there, a slim girl in a G-string said. Come on then, Miracle said, then led the way. They all piled in the elevator except Miracle, and she sent them to the second floor. When they was on their way she headed to the office and saw the guys and girls in there lounging around smoking weed while Tiffany tended to Shanti, who was laying on the desk. She had a big medical kit on the floor. What's up, Miracle? Tracy said from behind the computer. Nothing. The police gone now and I gotta pay some witnesses, but they cool, she said and went to Shanti. You hangin' in there? Shanti smiled. Bitch, I think you shot me, she said weakly. SSHHH, Tiffany said. I gotta get this bullet out. You need another bump, Mikey asked Shanti. Yeah, Shanti said, then grimaced. While Tiffany messed with the wound. She had Shanti topless, only her breast was covered by her skirt. Mikey walked over to let Shanti snort a hit of cocaine. Miracle stopped him. Hell no, she shot the fuck up. You must trying to kill her, she said, pushing his chest lightly. She okay, Tiffany said. It's good to keep her wired. Hell yeah, she go to sleep, it could be over wit, Tiffany said. Hell no, my bitch ain't going nowhere, Tracy said, sounding unworried about Shanti dying. Shanti snorted the cocaine and sniffled. More, she said. Mikey gave her another bump. Shanti shook her head approvingly. Stop moving, Tracy told her. Tiffany laughed. Took the words out of my mouth, she said, then asked Shanti have the pain pills. She took Kicton yet, then touched the wound again. I'm okay, but listen Shanti started. Don't talk, Shanti, Tiffany said again. 1 SEC, Shanti said. Just get the bullet out, I'm good, she said. Okay, Tiffany said. Her hands had on a pair of latex gloves. She took out a pair of scissors with blunt tips out of the medical kit and let out a breath of air. Here we go, she said, then went on about her deed. Miracle walked around the desk to see what Tracy was doing on the computer and saw her going through pictures at worldsbestart.com. What the hell you doing? Miracle asked. Fi-Hop brought Tracy the blunt and she took it. I'm just checking out art, I like drawing and shit, Tracy said. You any good? Miracle asked, while Tracy went to the next picture and hit the blunt. Fi-Hop looked at the pictures too. That's some tough-ass drawing, said. Tracy exited the site and went to her Facebook page and showed them her page while Shanti moaned. Damn, Shanti said, gritting her teeth. Tracy glanced at her. Okay, she said and giggled. This is my page. All these drawings is mines. She scanned and saw one of her favorites and smiled. You a beast, Fihat said. I could get a lot better, Tracy said. You can't get too much better than that, that's really perfection and I never saw anything like it, Miracle said. You got a creative mind, baby, Fihat said, then called Maxine, Mikey and Brandon to see the pictures. They all came to watch while Shani got the bullet removed. They all looked fascinated. She tough, Mikey said. Fihat leaned next to Tracy's face and put his hand on her face and turned it his way and went for a kiss. Tracy's lips touched and she couldn't help but kiss him back. She was feeling him just like he was her. Their tongues danced. I see what's going on, spit swappers, Tracy busted out laughing, breaking the kiss. He started it, Tracy said. Fihat grabbed her and lifted her out of the chair, slanging her over his shoulder, and headed to the door while Tracy fought a bit but not hard. Everybody laughed as Fihat opened the door and him and Tracy left the room. He bought to blow her back out, Mikey said. Guy mean another hit, Shanti said. Mickey gave her another bump. Tiffany stopped to let Shanti snort the powder. I'm almost there, Tiffany said. Hurry up, Shanti said, sniffling. Just pull it out. Well, everybody, I've been trying to be smooth, but y'all cover y'all ears. I'm 'bout to get this thing out and stick her up, Tiffany said. What you mean cover our ears? Brandon said. She 'bout to scream, Tiffany said. Weed, Shanti said. Hold up, I got to roll up, Mickey said. Don't listen to Shanti, crazy ass, take your time, Brandon said. Shanti rolled her eyes. Just get it out fast, Shanti said. Miracle leaned over Shanti and kissed her forehead. Just chill, sis, and let her work, she said. This shit hurt, Shanti said. Let me go on and get this shit out, then get her to the house so she can rest, Shiite, Tiffany said. Miracle walked over to the couch and sat down, crossing her legs. She heard Shanti holler and gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Got it, Tiffany said, holding a smashed golden bullet tip covered in blood, while she held pressure on the gushing wound. Fihat and Tracy was in the VIP. He had her on the couch with her pants off and his was down to his waist. He had her legs on his shoulders while he slow stroked her. Tracy laid there and kept her eyes closed. She couldn't believe herself. Later on that night she felt herself come so hard she couldn't think straight. All she could do was lay there and spasm. Fihat put himself up and pulled his pants up, then put Tracy's on. You ready to go back? He asked her. Tracy opened her eyes. Nigga, you nut in me too, she said. I ain't even gone lie. I'm trying to get you pregnant. For what? I'm on the run, you know I can't go to the hospital or I'm going to jail, she said. Hospital, he said. For what? Shawty in the office is a damn doctor, she can do it, he told her. I don't care, but I don't fuck nobody else, so you need to do the right thing, she said. You my bitch, I told you that when I first met you, he said. The scooped her in his arms. Well, let's do it, Tracy said. Fihat kissed her lips and took her back to the office. Shanti was on her feet wearing her bloody t-shirt. Tiffany was gone and Maxine and Miracle was on the couch holding drinks while Mickey and Brandon was on the computer. See, you done got your coochie blowed out, she said as Fihat lowered Tracy on the couch between Maxine and Miracle. You need to sit yo ass down somewhere, Miracle told Shanti. I'm good, just relax, Shanti told Miracle. Since you back, Miracle said, looking at Tracy. You ready to go to the house? Hell yeah, Tracy said. Where Tiffany? She went home for the night, Miracle told her and stood up. I'll take care of the club, these motherfuckers ain't leaving till morning anyway, Maxine said and downed the last of her shot. Somebody gimme a cigarette, Shanti told Mickey. He pulled one out and, I don't know, you think they know we trying to kill her, Rose said, thinking out loud. I don't know, but if this bitch don't get out in the next 30 seconds, I'm 'bout to roll the window down and shoot her in her face till this shit empty, Daisy said. Rose didn't comment. Yeah, they on some bullshit, Tracy said. Let me out, she told Shanti. Shanti opened the door and let the seat up. What you bout to do? Shanti asked. I'm bout to be back up. You just stay put for a second, Tracy said and walked to the front of the car and stood there where she could with the people in the car. She had the gun behind her back and pretended to be waiting on Miracle. What you think that bitch doing? Daisy asked impatiently. Probably waiting on that bitch to get out, Rose told her. Daisy rolled her window down. Watch this, she said. Tracy watched the window and her nerves started to jump. Excuse me, could you tell me if this is apartment B? Daisy asked. Tracy turned and looked at the big B in front of the building. The floodlight shone on it, making it impossible not to see. She knew then danger was talking to her. Sorry God if what I'm about to do is wrong, she said in a quick prayer. She walked between the two cars and stuck her head in the window and saw the gun in Daisy's lap. Tracy raised her gun and shot Daisy twice in the face, then turned the gun to Rose and squeezed, killing both women. She quickly put the gun in her waist and looked around. Nobody saw anything. That bitch just killed them, Miracle said. They must have been doing some bullshit, Shanti said and opened her door and got out. Miracle got her things and got out. Girl, you something else, what they do? She asked. They was laying on you. That bitch had this in her lap, Tracy said, holding the gun Daisy had in her lap low for Miracle to see it. That's fucked up, Miracle said. Shanti was already up the stairs. I'm about to take this car and burn it. I need you to come pick me up later on, Tracy said. I'ma follow you. Let me let Shanti in the house, Miracle said. Then went to her apartment to open the door. I gotta piss, Shanti said. Miracle opened the door and told Shanti she would be right back, and left before Shanti could speak. She walked out to her car and waited on Tracy to come from beside the building. I had to pee, Tracy said. How you gone drive with her in the driver's seat? Miracle asked. Tracy smiled. Just follow me. She went and got in the car from the driver's side and slid to the middle of the console. She put the car in reverse and backed out. Miracle got in her car and followed Tracy. They stopped at a gas station. Miracle pulled beside the pump and decided to fill up at the same time. Tracy got out and started pumping while Miracle paid for their gas. Tracy opened the back door and squeezed the pump and getting gas all on the seat floor and over the bodies. When she was done, she closed the door and got back in the middle. She held her breath while she drove in the middle between the two bodies. Soon she came to a secluded house and pulled behind it and got out. She took the key out and opened the trunk and took both of the women purses. The trunk had bags of clothes in it. Tracy decided to leave it. She opened the glove box and it was empty. She pulled out a piece of paper and lit it, then tossed it in the back. It was a giant whoosh that caused Tracy to back up. She closed the door and went out to meet Miracle. Miracle was parked a house down. Tracy got in the passenger seat of the Challenger and closed the door. Damn, let the window down. You smell like a mechanic, Miracle said, pulling off. My dumbass should have waited to gas it up. I just put the gas nozzle in the car and let it flow, Tracy said. It's all good. I can get it clean tomorrow, Miracle said. 10 minutes later, Miracle pulled in front of her apartment. She rolled the window up and they got out. I'm about to take a shower, then go back to the club. I gotta pay a few dollars, then I'm coming back, Miracle said as they headed upstairs. When they got in the apartment, Miracle went to her room and saw Shanti laying in her bed with her shirt off eating milk duds. Don't be bleeding my damn bed out, Miracle joked. I should. If I didn't, then it wouldn't be right, Shanti said, joking. Miracle put her purse on the dresser and stripped down to her bra and panties. Then went in her bathroom and showered. Tracy went to the other bathroom to wash. When Miracle got out, she put on a jumpsuit and a pair of tennis shoes and then went to her dresser. She pulled out her bottom drawer and moved her clothes and pulled out $5 $10,000 stacks and closed it. She threw the money on the bed and went to grab another purse. She stuffed the money in it and took off all her jewelry and grabbed her phone. "Be right back," she told Shanti. "Aight, be careful." "Is Tracy going?" Shanti asked. "Nah, I'm just dropping off some money and coming right back." Miracle grabbed her purse and keys and left, locking the front door. When she got in her car, she called Maxine and told her she was on her way. Later that night, Miracle paid all her witnesses and thanked Brandon. Then went back home with no worries, no bodies in her club, and everything was running smooth by the time she made it back home. Shanti and Tracy were laying in the bed watching a movie. "Everything done," Miracle said, then undressed down to her panties. Then went to her drawer and pulled on a pair of pink boy shorts and a I Pimpos t-shirt, then climbed in the bed. "What y'all watching?" she asked. "World's Most Dangerous Videos," Tracy said. "I love y'all hoes," Miracle said, pulled the covers to her neck. "Right back at you, killa," Shanti joked. "Don't do that, Shanti. We do what we got to do to survive. Don't make it seem like I like doing that shit," Miracle said. "I like it. If a bitch mess with y'all, I'm bustin'," Tracy said. "I see," Miracle said, then turned her back to Tracy. "I'm 'bout to go to sleep, see y'all in the morning." "Good night," Shanti said. "Good night," Tracy said. Miracle told them good night and she loved them, then closed her eyes and drifted to sleep listening to them talk to each other about different things. 6 months later, Miracle and Tiffany had the hottest club in the city. It was a success. Miracle bought her a new white Maserati and moved to a house on the outskirts of Atlanta with Tracy and Shanti to keep them out of view, so they could go outside and walk around. Miracle was almost never at the club. She let Tiffany and Maxine run things. It was brining in close to $50,000 a week for just coming in, not including liquor and other things. Miracle's club was nicknamed Pimp City, and Brandon, Phi Hot and Mikey worked there as bouncers, really just to keep eye on things. Tracy was pregnant and was close to 5 months. She didn't know what it was. Tiffany had offered her an X-ray to see, but she wanted to be surprised. Lil Joe had came back to Atlanta to pimp. He got super killed and doubled his own stable. He was always busy, but he did visit Miracle from time to time. Miracle sat on her front porch with Shanti and Tracy. It was only 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning. "I really need to have this baby," Tracy said, rubbing her stomach. "You got what you want," Shanti said, then puffed her cigarette. "What we eating today?" she asked Miracle. "I don't know, but everybody coming over for dinner tonight. So we just got to throw down," Miracle said. "I'm sure hungry," Tracy said. "You always hungry, want to eat my pussy?" Shanti asked. Tracy smiled. "Later," she said. Miracle put her hand on Tracy's thigh, then got up. "I'm 'bout to get us some breakfast from Waffle House. Tell me what y'all want when I come back out," Miracle said. Then went to put on some clothes. They were all in pajamas. They just made mornings their time to go out and talk and breathe some fresh air. The end.